Chapter 113. Meng Quan, there's still a steamed bun. Don't waste it. Duan Lingtian looked at the steamed bun that had been trampled into mud and smiled indifferently. I'll do it. Before Meng Quan could react, Xiao Yu, who had already recovered a little, picked up the mud-like steamed bun and walked towards Yu Xiong. Xiao Yu, you dare. I'll make you die without a burial ground. Yu Xiong's pupils constricted as he roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Xiao Yu sneered as he stretched out his hand and grabbed Yu Xiong's hair and pulled upwards. You're courting death. Yu Xiong raised his hand and wanted to make a move on Xiao Yu. Slap. Duan Lingtian had been staring at Yu Xiong. Now that he saw Yu Xiong make a move, his figure moved and grabbed Yu Xiong's hand. Yu Xiong, if you don't cooperate, I'll immediately break your arm. If you break your arm, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the genius camp's training. Duan Ling Tian. Yu Xiong gnashed his teeth as he spoke word by word. He was furious to the extreme. Although he was furious, he didn't dare to make any more moves. He didn't doubt that Duan Lingtian would dare to do this. What a joke. How could a person who dared to be impudent in front of the Iron Blood Army's vice-commander be a coward? He forcefully swallowed the anger that filled his chest and swore in his heart that he would make Duan Lingtian pay back 1,000-fold. Eat. A trace of coldness flashed past Xiao Yu's eyes. He lifted Yu Xiong's hair with one hand and stuffed the steamed bun that was covered with mud, grass, and shoe prints into Yu Xiong's mouth with the other hand. Slap. Xiao Yu raised his hand and slapped Yu Xiong's back. Instantly, Yu Xiong swallowed the entire steamed bun. Ugh. Yu Xiong felt a wave of nausea, but he couldn't vomit. His expression was extremely ugly. Xiao Yu stood up and looked down at Yu Xiong with a cold glint in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he had lost so much face in front of so many people. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of the county city's Yu clan, he would have already killed Yu Xiong. Pa. 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 Meng Quan followed the same pattern, slapping his four palms on the backs of Yu Xiao and the other Yu family youths, making them swallow the steamed buns that they had flattened themselves. The crowd of onlookers was dead silent. They all felt their scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian and the other two were too domineering. However, they had the capital to be domineering. Duan Lingtian. A furious shout came from afar, getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look, and he saw a young general that he'd never seen before flashing over from afar with a speed like a bolt of lightning. When the general flew close to the crowd and stood in front of him, he guessed the identity of the general. The appearance of this person was somewhat similar to Yu Xiong. His identity was on the verge of being revealed. Yu Hong. Yu Hong glanced at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anger. After making Yu Xiong and the others consume the gold injury pill, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian once again, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Brother, Duan Lingtian made us eat steamed buns that were covered in mud and grass. Yu Xiong roared in anger. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten. Those steamed buns were even flattened by themselves. What? Yu Hong's expression changed greatly, as if he had transformed into an angry King Kong. He stared straight at Duan Lingtian and said in a stern voice, Duan Lingtian, you actually dare to humiliate my Yu clan like this, humiliate my Yu clan like this. Today, I, Yu Hong, will kill you for the dignity of my Yu clan and protect the dignity of my clan. Whoosh. Yu Hong moved like the wind and thunder, and his speed was so fast that it was shocking. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. This Yu Hong obviously wanted to label him as someone who had humiliated the Yu clan, then kill him. In this way, he would be able to logically escape the Iron Blood Army's punishment. This Yu Hong had sinister intentions, and was even vicious. Above Yu Hong, who was dashing towards Duan Lingtian, the air trembled and 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, this Yu Hong was the same as Centurion Bai Feng, who died at the hands of Duan Lingtian 3 months ago. They were both 8th-level core formation martial artists. An 8th-level core formation martial artist attacking in anger brought extreme pressure to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was about to suffocate. With the speed of an 8th-level core formation martial artist, Duan Lingtian was completely unable to dodge. Yu Hong, since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Duan Lingtian's icy cold voice sounded out as if it came from an ice cave. His body moved, and the spirit serpent movement technique appeared as he directly moved to intercept Yu Hong. Sword drawing arts. Instantly, his hand swiped past his waist, and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. He didn't use the strength of a spirit weapon. He only used origin energy to activate the blood crescent inscription. Shameless boasting. Yu Hong sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to intercept him, and the killing intent in his eyes was awe-inspiring. Before he came, he'd heard that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. From that moment on, the killing intent in his heart couldn't be contained. Now that he found an opportunity, he transformed into an emissary that protected the dignity of the Yu clan and attacked with his full strength, desiring to completely annihilate Duan Lingtian to prevent future trouble. As far as he was concerned, at this moment, even if Duan Lingtian was killed by him, the Iron Blood Army wouldn't blame him. He was doing it for the Yu clan. At this moment, he wasn't the general of the Iron Blood Army. Instead, he was a disciple that protected the dignity of the Yu clan. The surrounding spectators were practically about to suffocate. They stared fixedly at this scene. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng's faces went pale. They didn't think that Duan Lingtian could go against Yu Hong. In the sky, the difference between the 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes and the 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes was so dazzling. What a pity. The surrounding group of youths sighed in their hearts. The heavens are jealous of heroic geniuses. No one thought that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive. But in the next moment, everyone was dumbstruck. Spirit serpent movement technique. Just at the instant that Duan Lingtian was about to intercept Yu Hong, his legs trembled and his body slanted, brushing past Yu Hong's sleeve as he narrowly avoided Yu Hong, cutting a slightly sorry figure. OM. And just at this instant, the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed and transformed into a crimson blood moon. Like a shadow, it flashed out. No. Realizing the terrifying strength contained within this blood moon, Yu Hong's face went pale as he shouted out in alarm. He hurriedly circulated his defensive martial skill, Kai. However, the blood moon easily tore apart his defensive chi barrier and entered his chest, penetrating through and bringing along a strand of fresh blood that violently spurted out. Bang! Yu Hong's body that was charging forward fiercely collided with the high platform at the side of the drill grounds. His eyes stared wide open, not moving in the slightest, not making a sound. Dead. Brother. Yu Xiong's face went pale as he cried out in grief. He rushed forward and ceaselessly shook Yu Hong's corpse, unwilling to believe that all this was real. The other 4 Yu family youths looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a terrifying devil, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yu Hong's corpse, his eyes without any emotion, and were incomparably icy cold. He would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Ha ha. Duan Lingtian, good job. Meng Quan laughed loudly, the worried expression on his face vanishing without a trace. Xiao Yu and Lo Cheng also heaved a sigh of relief. The surrounding group of youths were completely stupefied. Only after a long while did they regain their senses. Oh my God. What did I just see? Yu Hong is dead. I'm not dreaming, right? Ah. It hurts. Why did you pinch me? So I'm not dreaming. F***K. If you want to know if you're dreaming or not, just pinch yourself. Why did you pinch me? Right, I almost forgot. I can pinch myself. What killed Yu Hong seems to be a ring of bloodlight that flashed out from Duan Lingtian's sword. That isn't origin energy. It seems to be an inscription. If it's really an inscription, then Yu Hong is really too unlucky. Even when he died, he probably wouldn't have thought that Duan Lingtian would have an offensive inscription that was sufficient to kill him. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, but he didn't investigate properly. Being so rash, it would be strange if he didn't die. The group of youths discussed animatedly. No one took pity on Yu Hong. Everyone. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and recovered. He put away the violet myrtle flexible sword, and his gaze descended onto the surrounding group of youths. Instantly, the scene regained its tranquility, and everyone looked at Duan Lingtian. Everyone, All of you witnessed what happened today with your own eyes. It was Yu Xiong who provoked me first, and I only gave him a small punishment. As for Yu Hong, he had killing intent towards me and intended to kill me. For the sake of self-preservation, I could only use an offensive inscription to kill him. I hope everyone can bear witness for me. Duan Lingtian thanks all of you. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands towards the group of youths. Today's matter could be big or small. He had to pave a way out for himself. Otherwise, killing a decanus of the Iron Blood Army would cause him to bear an extremely great crime. At that time, not to mention continuing to participate in the Genius Camp training and obtaining the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, it would be hard to say if he would even be able to survive. Duan Lingtian, you can be at ease. Everything you said is true. We all saw it with our own eyes and will surely not mislead you. Exactly. Today, it was Yu Xiong who took advantage of his position to bully others. Yu Hong deserved to die. We all saw it with our own eyes, so it can't be false. For a moment, the surrounding youths all expressed their opinions. Thank you everyone. A light smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, as he firmly controlled everything in his own hands. Duan Lingtian, you killed my brother. Even if you're in the right today and the Iron Blood Army doesn't punish you, my Yu clan won't let this matter go. You must die. Yu Xiong had a sorrowful expression as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. There are many people who want me dead. I want to see if your Yu clan has the ability to do so. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he sneered. The news of Duan Lingtian killing Yu Hong spread throughout the Iron Blood Army's campsite in just a single morning. Everyone knew of this matter. Within a reserve tent, Duan Lingtian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Relying on an offensive inscription to kill Yu Hong, a red-clothed youth hugged a sheathed sword as his eyes emitted battle intent. I'll surely be able to step into the 5th level of the core formation stage within a month. At that time, I must find a time to spar with this Duan Lingtian. Within another tent, Duan Lingtian, I, Tian Hu, will catch up to your footstep. The robust youth concentrated his mind and calmed his breathing as he bitterly cultivated. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was comfortably lying on his bed with his legs crossed and lightly swinging them. Duan Lingtian, when did you break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage? Meng Quan, who didn't have a bed to sleep on, sat on the ground as he curiously looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao Yu and Lo Cheng looked over as well. He was just about to reply. Duan Lingtian, the Vice Commander summons you. Chapter 114. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised when he heard the voice. He wasn't surprised that Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan wanted to see him. No matter what, the person he killed was a member of the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian, let's go testify for you. Xiao Yu's group of 3 stood up. No need. Since the Vice Commander summoned me and didn't order people to capture me, he must have already understood the ins and outs of the matter. I'll be right back. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. That's true. Xiao Yu nodded. He wasn't an impulsive person, and he was confused because he was concerned. Duan Lingtian walked out of the tent and greeted the Iron Blood Army soldier outside. Big brother, I'm Duan Lingtian. The Iron Blood Army soldier glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. The shock in his heart couldn't be any greater. This youth that was almost 17 years old was the Duan Lingtian that killed Yu Hong? He heard that the youth that killed Yu Hong had a cultivation at the 5th level of the core formation stage. Not even 17 years old, 5th level of the core formation stage, just thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Under the lead of the Iron Blood Army soldier, Duan Lingtian quickly walked into Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan's tent. However, after entering, Duan Lingtian noticed that there was no one inside. What's going on? Duan Lingtian asked the Iron Blood Army soldier that brought him over. The Vice Commander might have left at the last moment. Wait a moment. After obtaining a reply, Duan Lingtian started to wait, and at the same time, he started to size up Qiao Qingshan's tent. As expected of the Vice Commander's tent, it was 3 times the size of the reserve tent he lived in. Presently, only half of the space was revealed before his eyes, and the other half was blocked by a screen. The other half should be a place to rest. 10 minutes later. Duan Lingtian frowned. Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan asked someone to call him over, but he himself disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Right at this moment. Duan Lingtian's ears twitched as he sensed something. 2 sets of steady footsteps were approaching the tent he was currently in. The person on the left has steadier footsteps than the person on the right. The person on the left should be the vice commander. Could the person on the right be a Chiliarch? Duan Lingtian guessed. Whoosh. The flap of the tent was lifted by the person on the right. Lord Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian stared blankly at the person who lifted the curtain. He would never have thought that the person on the right, who was weaker, would actually be Qiao Qingshan. As for the other person, haha. Duan Lingtian, have you been waiting for a long time? Qiao Qingshan laughed and walked in. He lifted the curtain and let the other person in. The person who entered was an elegant middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar had a smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Lord Commander. Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed. The middle-aged scholar was stunned. Qiao Qingshan, who had just put down the curtain, was also stunned. How did you know? The middle-aged scholar, who was the commander of the Iron Blood Army, Teng Yunhai, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. To be able to make the vice commander personally lift the curtain for you and show such a respectful attitude towards you, isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian smiled. He was slightly surprised in his heart. He originally thought that with the vice commander Qiao Qingshan as an example, the commander of the Iron Blood Army would definitely be a burly man, but he didn't expect that he would be an elegant scholar with an extraordinary temperament. Just from his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was the commander of the Iron Blood Army who had bathed in blood and galloped everywhere. You being able to guess my identity shouldn't be just because of this, right? Teng Yunhai glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. His wise gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. I still can't hide it from the commander. That's right, I heard some clues from your footsteps. I originally thought that the person walking on the left was the vice commander, and the person on the right should be a captain. Hearing this, Qiao Qingshan couldn't help but be moved. Teng Yunhai nodded and smiled. Just from the sound of our footsteps, you were able to discern the difference in our cultivation. I have to say, little guy, you're really not bad. Commander, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian moved to the side and welcomed the 2 commanders of the Iron Blood Army in. Teng Yunhai and Qiao Qingshan sat down one after the other. Duan Lingtian, since you're so good at guessing, can you guess why I'm looking for you? Qiao Qingshan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. Vice Commander shouldn't have called me here to denounce me. Duan Lingtian smiled confidently. Haha, interesting. Qiao Qingshan laughed and looked at Teng Yunhai at the side. Commander, what do you think? Not bad. Teng Yunhai nodded with satisfaction. Duan Lingtian was startled, feeling as if he had been betrayed. As expected, Qiao Qingshan looked at Duan Lingtian again and slowly said, Duan Lingtian, you killed Yu Hong, and there were many witnesses. He was the one who killed you first. His death was not enough to wipe out his crimes. Vice Commander, you shouldn't have finished speaking, right? Duan Lingtian smiled and said. You're really a smart one. Since you killed Yu Hong, our Iron Blood Army won't make things difficult for you. However, Yu Hong is after all a descendant of the Yu clan of the county capital. The Yu clan isn't big, but it isn't small either. If you're willing to stay in our Iron Blood Army and follow beside the commander will not only protect you and your family from being harmed by the Yu clan, but he will also nurture you to become the next commander of the Iron Blood Army and lead 10,000 elite soldiers. Qiao Qingshan had an expression as if he had Duan Lingtian in his grasp. Teng Yunhai, on the other hand, noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change from beginning to end, and his heart skipped a beat. Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian smiled at Qiao Qingshan. First of all, thank you and the commander for thinking so highly of me. Secondly, I don't care about the insignificant Yu clan. Lastly, what I want to say is, my ambition isn't in the Iron Blood Army, nor is it in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Qiao Qingshan was stunned, then frowned and said, Duan Lingtian, don't underestimate the Yu clan. After all, The Yu clan is a large clan in the county capital of Swallow Mountain County. The strength of their methods is far from what you can imagine. Duan Lingtian slowly shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Vice Commander. However, I've already made up my mind. A man's ambition is to travel far. I believe that you will surely be able to walk out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and step onto the stage that truly belongs to you. At this moment, Tang Yunhai spoke, as if he wasn't the slightest bit angry at Duan Lingtian's refusal to stay in the Iron Blood Army. Thank you, Commander. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. Okay, you can return. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, the Vice Commander will announce the training content of your genius camp. Your true training is about to begin. Tang Yunhai waved his hand. Lord Commander, Lord Vice Commander, farewell. Duan Lingtian directly left. Within the tent, Qiao Qingshan looked at Tang Yunhai with a puzzled expression. Commander, I've investigated this Duan Lingtian. His background is clean, and with his natural talent and methods, he's absolutely the best candidate to become the next commander of the Iron Blood Army. Are you really going to let him off like this? Qingshan, do you think that with his reaction from before, even if we waste our breath, he will stay? Tang Yunhai asked. Qiao Qingshan went silent. Duan Lingtian's attitude from before was extremely obvious. He wasn't willing to stay in the Iron Blood Army. If he doesn't stay in our Iron Blood Army, even if he really obtains the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, I'm afraid he'll be eliminated by the Yu clan before even entering Paladin Academy. I truly can't bear to see such a genius fall just like this. Qiao Qingshan sighed. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Didn't he say earlier that he didn't place the Yu clan in his eyes? Tang Yunhai shook his head. Commander, don't tell me you didn't see that he was evading. What? Commander, you wouldn't really believe his big words, right? Qiao Qingshan had a face full of astonishment. Tang Yunhai smiled indifferently. I can see that he has a card up his sleeve. A person can lie with his mouth, but his eyes will absolutely not lie. When he mentioned the Yu clan, his eyes of contempt already told me that he really has confidence and isn't talking nonsense. Commander, how is this possible? I've already investigated his background clearly. He's a member of the Aurora City's Li family and is from a branch family of the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. Qiao Qingshan didn't believe it. Then do you know who his father is? Tang Yunhai's eyes narrowed as he asked. His father? I didn't find out. Could it be that his father isn't an ordinary person? Qiao Qingshan's mind finally turned around. I have an old friend whose appearance is 60% or 70% similar to Duan Lingtian. If I'm not wrong, that old friend married a girl from a remote small family. That girl was also surnamed Li, Tang Yunhai slowly said. Who is it? Qiao Qingshan was curious. He'd followed the commander for a long time. If it was an old friend of the commander, he ought to know. Do you still remember that person from the Imperial City's Duan clan that suddenly disappeared 15 years ago? Tang Yunhai's eyes flashed. Commander, you're talking about Duan Rufeng? Qiao Qingshan's gaze focused, and in an instant, heartfelt reverence emerged. Duan Rufeng, a peerless genius whose name once shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, an existence that his generation needed to look up to. After Duan Lingtian left Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan's tent, he didn't stay outside and directly returned to his own tent. Duan Lingtian, why did the Vice Commander look for you? Meng Quan's eyes emitted curiosity when he saw Duan Lingtian return. It's nothing, he just told me that the follow-up training of our genius camp will officially begin tomorrow. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke slowly. What? Meng Quan was shocked. Sha. Be quiet. The nearby Lo Cheng said in a low voice. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiao Yu, who was cultivating cross-legged on the bed. Why is Xiao Yu cultivating in broad daylight? He's surely been provoked by Yu Xiong. Meng Quan shook his head and sighed. In Aurora City, Xiao Yu is an existence that people of the same generation look up to. This time, he was humiliated by Yu Xiong, who's the same age as him, so he naturally can't endure it. It's not strange for him to work hard because of this. Meng Quan, I noticed that you talk a lot. Suddenly, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, and his cold gaze descended onto Meng Quan. Pretend I didn't say anything. Pretend I didn't say anything. Chapter 115. Glaring at Meng Quan, Xiao Yu didn't pay any more attention to him. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Do you know what the training content is from now on?" "I don't know yet." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Xiao Yu nodded, then once again closed his eyes and started cultivating. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. It looked like Xiao Yu had indeed suffered a certain blow after being knocked unconscious by Yu Xiong under the gazes of everyone. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to risk his life like this. However, he believed that Xiao Yu would be able to trample Yu Xiong beneath his feet sooner or later. The two of you should hurry up and cultivate. Be careful or you won't be able to pass the test. Duan Lingtian glanced at Meng Quan and Lo Cheng as he laughed. I'm not afraid. Don't I still have you? Meng Quan laughed. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Meng Quan. How do you know that the training starting tomorrow won't be separated? If everyone has to train separately, how can I help you? Crow's beak. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng spoke at the same time. It was rare for them to have such tacit understanding. The next day, early morning. The remaining 29 people of the Genius camp were gathered at the drill grounds. Duan Lingtian had just arrived when he noticed two gazes that were filled with battle intent. He looked over with a glance. It was actually Su Li and Tian Hu. It looked like his actions yesterday had aroused the competitive spirit of these two. Of course, besides the gazes of Su Li and Tian Hu, Duan Lingtian also noticed a gloomy and vengeful gaze staring at him. Yu Xiong. Glancing at Yu Xiong, who was glaring at him with vengeance, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a faint smile, not taking it to heart. Duan Lingtian. However, in Yu Xiong's eyes, the faint smile on Duan Lingtian's lips seemed to be a provocation. His face flushed red, and he was extremely angry. The other youths of the Genius Barracks looked at Duan Lingtian with slight reverence. Duan Lingtian's strength was something they could only look up to. Soon after, Vice Commander Qiao Qingshan appeared. Behind him were 4 Chiliarchs and 25 Centurions. The vast group of people faintly emitted a murderous aura from the battlefield, causing the expressions of some of the youths to change. Duan Lingtian stood in place, unmoving like a mountain. This murderous aura was child's play to him. However, at this moment, he was also a little surprised and curious. 4 Chiliarchs and 25 Centurions, what a grand display! What kind of training is next? Greetings, Deputy Commander. The group of youths of the Genius Barracks respectfully bowed to Qiao Qingshan. Qiao Qingshan nodded and said, "Congratulations on passing the first round of the Genius Barracks test. Although the number of people who survived was less than expected, I believe that since all of you were able to survive, you're surely elites amongst elites. For the sake of coordinating with this unforeseen event, our Iron Blood Army has temporarily changed the training content. Rather than calling the following training a test, it would be better to call it a test. Those who pass the test and survive will be able to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy." Qiao Qingshan's words were like a fuse that lit up the atmosphere of the scene. According to what the Deputy Commander means, the training we're facing next is the final round of training? I can imagine that this training that's called a test will surely be extremely difficult. No matter what, I've already come this far, so I must continue to fight. Right, continue to fight. Fight for a chance to soar into the sky. The youths of the Genius Barracks felt their blood boil. Along with Qiao Qingshan waving his hand, the clamorous drill grounds quieted down. The final test will no longer be carried out by groups. Everyone will have to complete the mission given to you by the Iron Blood Army, and only those who smoothly complete the mission will be able to pass the test. Qiao Qingshan continued. As soon as Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, the gazes of most of the youths lit up. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths frowned. Crow's beak. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian and once again spoke in unison. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that he would really hit the nail on the head. Before long, Qiao Qingshan started to describe the rules of the test. For the sake of forbidding you all from borrowing external forces to complete the mission, Our Iron Blood Army will send out 29 officers to supervise you all as you carry out the test in a one-on-one manner. During the process of you completing the mission, even if you face a life and death situation, they won't interfere. Also, don't take any chances. The officers of the Iron Blood Army have the right to kill anyone who intends to bribe the officers of my Iron Blood Army. As Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, his tone was filled with icy coldness. The group of youths present felt as if they had fallen into an icy pit. Their expressions all became serious. They were all able to realize that the mission they were about to face wasn't simple. 29 soldiers. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. His gaze swept past the group of people behind Qiao Qingshan. 4 chiliarchs and 25 centurions. The 4 chiliarchs wouldn't be prepared just for me, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiong, right? Duan Lingtian secretly guessed in his heart. Clap, clap. Suddenly, Qiao Qingshan clapped his hands twice. Instantly, there was a burst of noise outside the drill grounds. Duan Lingtian glanced over. What he saw was a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers carrying simple tables and chairs over, distributing them to the 29 youths of the Genius Barracks. Each person received a set of tables and chairs. What's this for? Duan Lingtian was dazed. Why did they distribute the tables and chairs to them? He couldn't figure it out for a while. Sit down. Following Qiao Qingshan's order, the 29 youths including Duan Lingtian sat before the tables. Now, each of you will receive 2 pieces of paper and a pen. As soon as Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, the Iron Blood Army soldiers distributed paper and pens to the group of youths. What's this for? Most of the youths had astonished expressions. Could it be that before the final training, they still had to undergo a theory test? Vice Commander, I haven't studied much and only know how to write a few words. If you want to take the theory test, I reckon I have no chance. Just at this moment, a foolish youth spoke with a red face. Instantly, many people burst into laughter. Who said I want you to take the theory test? In Cloud Continent, the strong are respected. Even if you're number 1 in the theory test, what's the use? Qiao Qingshan slightly frowned. Not a theory test. Then what is it? Besides Duan Lingtian, all the youths looked at Qiao Qingshan. Only Duan Lingtian held his chin and seemed to be lost in thought. Today, I'm not distributing these papers to you for you to take the theory test, but for you to write a letter. To put it bluntly, it's a will. Qiao Qingshan spoke resolutely and powerfully. Will? Write a will? Instantly, the expressions of some of the Genius Camp youths changed. There were also some that didn't have much of a reaction and weren't surprised. All right, now I'll give you 1 hour to write your will. You can write 1 or 2. After you've finished writing, fold it and write the recipient's general information. If you're unlucky enough to die, our Iron Blood Army soldiers will deliver your will to your family at the first possible moment. Qiao Qingshan indifferently spoke with a carefree expression. Some of the youths' breathing became hurried as they held onto the pen and didn't write for a long time. There were also some youths who were already writing at a high speed. Will? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Is there a need for this? In the end, Duan Lingtian simply laid on the table and slept. Qiao Qingshan had always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian not writing a will but laying on the table and sleeping, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this kid really confident, or is he arrogant and conceited? After all, amongst the 29 missions this time, the one arranged for Duan Lingtian could be said to be the most difficult. These missions were divided into 3 levels. The most difficult was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian's, and it was also decided last night. After all, Duan Lingtian was a martial artist at the 5th level of the core formation stage. He could pass a mission that was too easy even with his eyes closed. Below Duan Lingtian's mission, there were 3 missions that were more difficult, and they were respectively targeted at the other 3 youths in the Genius Camp. 3 4th level core formation martial artists. Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiong. The difficulty of the remaining 25 missions was extremely easy to Duan Lingtian's group of 4, but to the remaining 25 people, the difficulty was extremely high, and their lives could be in danger at any time. An hour passed. The Iron Blood Army soldiers collected the wills of the 28 youths. Only Duan Lingtian crumpled 2 pieces of paper into a ball and threw it to the side. At this moment, the youths present noticed that Duan Lingtian actually didn't write any wills. Duan Lingtian, why didn't you write one? Meng Quan, who sat behind Duan Lingtian, couldn't help but ask. Why should I? Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Meng Quan choked. Yeah, with Duan Lingtian's ability, even Yu Hong, who was at the 8th level of the core formation stage, was killed by him. Why would he care about the following missions? Duan Lingtian's disdain was because he was confident. Meng Quan sighed in his heart. When would he have the qualifications to be so confident and even proud? Now that all of you have finished writing your wills, the mission will begin immediately. Next, all of you will follow the Iron Blood Army soldiers in front of you and leave Iron Blood City. Because the journey is long, they will tell you the specifics of the mission on the way. Qiao Qingshan's voice sounded out once more. For a moment, the 4 Chiliarchs and 25 centurions behind Qiao Qingshan walked over. Just as Duan Lingtian guessed, the 4 Chiliarchs separately walked towards him, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiong. The one who came before Duan Lingtian was an acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. Chiliarch Yang Da, Lord Chiliarch. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he bowed to Yang Da. Let's go. Yang Da returned a smile, nodded, and left in large strides. Come back alive and let's drink together. Before Duan Lingtian left, he glanced at Xiao Yu's group of 3 who were similarly leaving with a serious expression. Of course. The 3 of them nodded. The 29 Iron Blood Army generals led their men and left in batches. Duan Lingtian followed Yang Da and spurred his horse out, leaving Iron Blood City. However, the direction they left towards was the official road in the east. All the way to the east. Lord Chiliarch, this seems to be the territory of the Dark Mountain Kingdom, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Correct, your mission this time will be carried out in the Dark Mountain Kingdom. Yang Da nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. Carry out a mission in the Dark Mountain Kingdom? Chapter 116. Captain, what's my mission? After leaving Iron Blood City, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Your mission is to make the Black Armored Army of the Black Mountain Kingdom and the Lian clan turn against each other and cut off all contact. Captain Yang Da's eyes flashed as he slowly said. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For so many years, the Iron Blood Army had racked their brains for this, but to no avail. He didn't know why the commander would give this mission to Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to complete this mission. Black Armored Army? Lian clan? Duan Lingtian's eyebrows slightly moved. Captain, can you introduce them to me? Of course. Yang Da nodded and slowly said, if you follow this official road, you will reach the Black Armored City of the Black Cloud Kingdom. Black Armored City is similar to our Iron Blood City. The Black Armored Army is equivalent to our Iron Blood Army. As for the Lian clan, they are the strongest clan in Black Armored City and have always had a close relationship with Black Armored City. Duan Lingtian slightly nodded. Yang Da continued, the Black Armored Army is the sworn enemy of our Iron Blood Army, and was once defeated by us. Speaking up to here, Yang Da's face slightly darkened. Once. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Ever since the Lian clan interfered in the dispute between our 2 armies, our Iron Blood Army and the Black Armored Army have always been evenly matched. It's difficult for us to be like before and break the spirit of the Black Armored Army. Yang Da was obviously somewhat angry. Generally speaking, the clans would not interfere in the confrontation between the armies of 2 countries. However, because the Lian clan had a close relationship with the Black Armored Army, although they didn't interfere openly, they secretly let the experts of the Lian clan infiltrate the Black Armored Army, causing the Black Armored Army's strength to increase greatly. This was the most troublesome thing for the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian frowned. Since the Lian clan made an exception and helped the Black Armored Army, the relationship between the 2 clans shouldn't be that simple, right? Yang Da nodded. Of course, the Lian clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander are sworn brothers. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Sir Chiliarch, if I didn't guess wrongly, Your Iron Blood army should have tried to split the Lian clan and the Black Armored army, but have never succeeded, right? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked. Not bad. Young Da nodded. F***ck. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but curse. What kind of mission is this? You want me to accomplish something that even your Iron Blood army can't do? Sir Chiliarch, tell me honestly, do you think I can do it? Personally, I feel that the possibility of you completing this mission is very small. However, Lord Commander said that you might be a turning point for us. Yang Da took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. He couldn't understand why the Lord Commander valued this youth so much. Commander. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. The first thought in his mind was that the Iron Blood Army's commander, Teng Yunhai, was taking revenge on him, hating him for not agreeing to stay in the Iron Blood Army and stay by his side to be his successor. Can I refuse this mission? Duan Lingtian asked. The Lord Commander specially said that due to the uniqueness of this mission, you can refuse, but you will lose the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy because of this. Yang Da said. Can't I change the mission? Duan Lingtian frowned. No. Yang Da said resolutely, this is the Lord Commander's wish. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Do you want to refuse? If you refuse, we'll turn around and return now, and you can go home directly. Yang Da asked. Let's go take a look at the situation first. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he slowly said. If he really couldn't complete this mission after arriving at Black Armored City, he would refuse. There was no need to risk his life for the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. After all, he would only be 17 in a few days. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Young Da nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian, I heard that you relied on the inscription on your sword to kill Yu Hong. Do you know an inscription master? I can be considered to know him. When I was young, I met an old man dressed like a beggar on the streets. I threw a steamed bun to him to eat, and he left this inscription for me. Unfortunately, I only found out later that he was an inscription master, otherwise, I would have taken him as my master. Duan Lingtian spoke nonsense as he sighed with emotion. Your luck is really good. The corners of Yang Da's mouth twitched, but he didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words. He had also heard that inscription masters had strange temperaments and hobbies, from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City to the Crow Mountain Kingdom's Black Armor City. Duan Lingtian and Yang Da rode at full speed, yet it still took them an entire 3 months to reach their destination. Black Armored City was a city that occupied an area similar to Iron Blood City. Looking from afar, it was like a formidable fierce beast was hibernating there, and a murderous aura assaulted one's face. After entering Black Armored City, Duan Lingtian and Yang Da found an inn to stay in. You can only rely on yourself for the following matters. If you feel that you can't complete it, you can give up on this mission and will return directly. Yang Da left these words to Duan Lingtian before entering the guest room. He didn't see a shadow for a few days. During these few days, Duan Lingtian lingered in various restaurants, inquiring about the Lian clan and the Black Armored Army. Only now did he find out that not only were the Lian clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander sworn brothers, but even their sons were best friends. They usually addressed each other as brothers and were extremely close. What kind of bullshit mission is this? Duan Lingtian frowned as he prepared to take out some silver to pay the bill and leave the restaurant to find Yang Da to give up on this mission. Soon, his movements stopped. He was attracted by the discussion of the people at the table beside him. Speaking of which, the concubine that the Lian clan's young patriarch recently took in is really pretty. I only took one look and I almost lost my soul. I heard about it too. It's said that he's been running to his concubine every night and doesn't even care about his wife anymore. It's really like dying under a peony flower, even becoming a ghost would be romantic. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Maybe, this is an opportunity. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as a plan formed in his heart. During these few days, he heard that the Black Armored Army's commander's son, Tong Lin, would go to the Spring Wind restaurant in the city every 2 days to find some fun. Tong Lin was 19 years old this year. Although his natural talent was ordinary, He still had a cultivation at the 4th level of the core formation stage. It was easy to imagine how much the Black Armored Army's commander had placed his hopes on this only son of his. Deep in the night, 2 drunk figures walked out of a restaurant. Lian Ku, you've been bewitched by that concubine of yours recently and haven't gone to the Spring Wind restaurant with me for a long time. How about it? Tonight, I'll invite you to the Spring Wind restaurant to find some fun. Will you accept? Tong Lin swayed his body as he spoke. Of course, who asked you to be my brother? Tonight, I'll let that little hussy sleep alone. Let's go. Lian Ku, who was also the Lian clan's young patriarch, went to the Spring Wind restaurant with Tong Lin. In the distance, in each of the 2 corners, a figure moved and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Humph. Looks like the Lian clan's patriarch and the Black Armored Army's commander both value their sons. One is their only son, and the other is their only son. Duan Lingtian stood on the balcony of a pavilion in the Spring Wind restaurant and watched the 2 figures leave from afar. His heart moved. Young master, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you come yet? A charming and gorgeous prostitute hugged Duan Lingtian from behind and blew into Duan Lingtian's ear. If it were any other time, Duan Lingtian would definitely punish such a good-looking woman for being teased like this. But right now, he had something important to do. He threw the woman 100 taels of silver note and said, I'm not in the mood tonight. Take this and buy some rouge and face powder. Thank you, young master. The woman's face bloomed into a smile and tactfully retreated, then I won't disturb young master. Soon, Duan Lingtian sneaked into a room. He hid on top of the bed. After a while, the door opened and a man and a woman walked in. Young Master Tong, you haven't pampered me for a long time. The woman's licentious voice slowly sounded. Good Xiao Hong, I'll properly pamper you now. The sound of clothes being taken off mixed with hurried voices sounded. Soon, Tong Lin hugged the prostitute and got on the bed. Ah! The prostitute immediately noticed Duan Lingtian hanging on the top of the bed like a spider. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed. Xiao Hong, I haven't come yet. What are you screaming for? Tong Lin didn't realize that danger was approaching and continued to make moves on the prostitute. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian made his move and knocked Tong Lin unconscious. Spare my life, hero. Spare my life. The prostitute's face turned pale and she hurriedly begged for mercy. Swish! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a stack of banknotes. He threw it at the prostitute and said indifferently, You're a smart person. Take these banknotes and leave tonight. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your life. After speaking, Duan Lingtian carried Tong Lin and disappeared in front of the prostitute. The prostitute's face changed. She counted the banknotes in her hand and exclaimed, 100,000 taels. Even if she worked in Spring Breeze restaurant for her entire life, she wouldn't be able to earn so much money. Taking a deep breath and clenching her teeth, she made a decision. After redeeming her freedom, she would leave Black Armor City that night. It was because of this that she was able to live a peaceful life and marry an honest man. Many years later, when she had a group of children, she couldn't help but think of the purple-clothed youth that changed her life that night. After taking Tong Lin away, Duan Lingtian directly snuck into the Lian clan's residence. He knocked out Lian Ku's concubine and threw Tong Lin onto the bed. Then, he took off the clothes on both of them. She's indeed a beauty. You got lucky. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lian Ku's concubine before his gaze fell on Tong Lin's body for a while before leaving. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, Tong Lin woke up groggily. What's going on? Before he had time to figure out what was going on, he felt the smooth jade body beneath him. Panting heavily, he pressed himself on top of it. Chapter 117. Spring Breeze House. In the quiet room, heavy panting sounds could be heard. The panting sounds belonged to a man and a woman. Suddenly, roar! Lian Ku let out a beast-like roar and fell on the body of the prostitute like a dead dog. Lian Ku! At this moment, a voice suddenly came into the room. Who? Lian Ku was so scared that his body stiffened, and the prostitute under him was also shivering. Lian Ku, you probably still don't know that you've been sold by your brother, right? Duan Lingtian leaned on the window and said lazily, "Who are you? What do you mean by that?" Lian Ku's face slightly froze as he slowly got off the bed and walked to the window. "Why don't you go home and take a look? Tong Lin tricked you to come to Spring Breeze House, but he went to find your concubine to have fun." Duan Lingtian left these words and directly left. He still had things to do. Buzz. Lian Ku opened the window and saw a figure disappearing into the distance. He couldn't help but frown. Taking a deep breath, he put on his clothes and went to the room next door to find Tong Lin, but he found that Tong Lin was nowhere to be found. In his heart, an ominous premonition arose. Tong Lin. Lian Ku's face slightly darkened. Although his relationship with Tong Lin wasn't bad, it wasn't to the point of wearing the same clothes and sharing the same woman. The stars were scarce in the night sky. Lian clan mansion. Lian Ku rushed in, all the way to the courtyard where the concubine lived. Not long after Lian Ku went in. At the entrance of the Lian clan mansion, 3 warhorses galloped in. A curly-bearded man wearing light armor, surrounded by 2 other generals, jumped off his warhorse and walked into the Lian clan mansion. "Commander." When the Lian clan people saw the curly-bearded man, they hurriedly saluted. This was the commander of the Black Armored Army, an existence like the local tyrant of Black Armored City. Moreover, he was the sworn brother of the Lian clan patriarch. "Where does your young patriarch's new concubine live?" The curly-bearded man's voice was like thunder as he looked at a Lian clan disciple. The Lian clan disciple's face was deathly pale as he pointed to the north. "Lead the way." The bearded man's eyes widened as his breathing quickened slightly. He had just received news that his son had been schemed against and his life was in danger. He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed over with 2 vice-commanders. At this moment, outside a pitch-black room, a figure broke into the courtyard and kicked the door open. Bang! The door was kicked open, waking up a man and a woman in the room. "Who dares to disturb this young master's sleep?" A familiar voice sounded, causing the person who kicked the door, the Lian clan's young patriarch, Lian Ku, to tremble as if he was struck by lightning. When he lit the candle, seeing the naked man and woman on the bed, his eyes instantly turned red and he shouted, "Tong Lin, you're despicable." Tong Lin was also a little confused when he saw Lian Ku appear. Only then did he realize that he was not in Spring Wind Pavilion. Lowering his head, he saw a beautiful girl shivering in the corner of the bed. Wasn't she the new concubine that Lian Ku had recently taken in? Just now was it to gallop on this concubine? He felt his scalp go numb. What was going on? Tong Lin looked at Lian Ku in panic. "Brother, it's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I don't know why I was in your concubine's room." "Misunderstanding?" Lian Ku's face darkened. He took 2 steps forward and pulled Tong Lin off the bed. Bang! With a punch, Tong Lin spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some broken teeth. Tong Lin was also angry. He punched Lian Ku and sent him flying. "Lian Ku, you dare hit me. Don't say that it's a misunderstanding. Even if it's not a misunderstanding, it's your honor that I slept with your woman. If it weren't for our Black Armored Army, would your Lian clan have become the #1 clan in Black Armored City?" Tong Lin's voice was cold and indifferent, mixed with a frightening chill. Good. Tong Lin, I'll kill you today." Lian Ku rushed forward again and fought with Tong Lin, his origin energy wreaking havoc. However, both of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine who was better, young master. Just at this moment, when Lian Ku was repelled by Tong Lin, a voice sounded. A manservant wearing the Lian clan's servant uniform walked into the room in large strides and respectfully passed the broom in his hand to Lian Ku. Lian Ku didn't think much of it. He picked up the broom, poured his origin energy into it, and smashed it towards Tong Lin. "Kai! Lian Ku, don't tell me you think you can win with a broom." Tong Lin punched towards the broom. However, before he could finish speaking, a strand of misty grey energy extended from the broom and smashed down like a 1,000-pound hammer, shaking off his fist. The terrifying energy directly smashed onto his head. Hooah! Brain matter splattered all over Lian Ku's face. Lian Ku was stupefied. He looked at the broom in his hand as if he was looking at a monster. That's an offensive inscription. Who the hell are you? At this moment, Lian Ku seemed to have understood something and turned around. However, he discovered that the servant had disappeared without a trace. He knew that he had been tricked. All of this was a trap. Ah! Just at this moment, Lian Ku's concubine saw Tong Lin's mangled corpse. She was so frightened that she screamed and fainted. Lian Ku took a deep breath. He knew that no matter what, today's matter couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, their Lian clan would definitely incur the wrath of the Black Armored Army, and even suffer great losses. If the Black Armored Army really swept over, it wouldn't be a joke, just when he had calmed down and was preparing to secretly dispose of Tong Lin's corpse. A thunderous roar caused Lian Ku's expression to change greatly. Lian Ku couldn't be more familiar with this voice. Why would he come here? For a moment, Lian Ku felt powerless in his heart. He realized that the person who designed this trap had intentionally forced him into a dead end. Uncle Lei, listen to my explanation. Lian Ku threw away the broom in his hand that was stained with blood and looked at the curly-bearded man in front of him in panic. Lian Ku, my son only played with your concubine. You actually killed my son for a woman. Die. The curly-bearded man, who was also the commander of the Black Armored Army, punched out with the force of wind and thunder. Brother Lei, please have mercy. Just at this moment, a figure that was like a hurricane flew over, but was stopped by two Black Armored Army vice-commanders. Bang! The curly-bearded man angrily attacked and directly smashed Lian Ku's head. My son. The person who came was none other than the patriarch of the Lian clan. Seeing his only son being killed with his own eyes, he was enraged. He sent the two Black Armored Army vice-commanders flying and fought with the curly-bearded man. Soon, the entire Lian clan was alarmed. No one noticed that when the Lian family estate was in a state of chaos, a Lian family servant had quietly left. Done. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out like a nimble serpent after removing his servant's outer garment, and he concealed himself at the end of the road. He knew that his mission had been successfully completed. After returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian took a bath and sat cross-legged on the bed, using his origin energy to temper his body. Suddenly, crackle crackle, instantly, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the transformation of his muscles and bones, as well as the completion of the final tempering of his body and vital energy. Duan Lingtian had a pleasantly surprised expression, as he never expected that he would complete the tempering of his body at the third level of the core formation stage. He lightly clenched his fists. Hua! Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. And this was only the strength of Duan Lingtian's fleshly body. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian exerted his origin energy, another 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. Presently, he was already able to exert the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. And this was under the premise that he didn't use a spirit weapon. If he used a spirit weapon, he could exert a strength close to the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. What a pleasant surprise. First I completed the mission, then my strength broke through. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Deep into the night, he fell asleep. The next day, the sound of knocking on the door disturbed Duan Lingtian's sweet dreams. After opening the door, Captain Yang Da bluntly walked in, and he had a strange expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was deeply asleep. You! How did you do it? Early this morning, Yang Da heard about what happened in the Lian clan last night, a major event that caused a stir in the entire Black Armor City. The 3 commanders of the Iron Armored Army were all heavily injured by the Lian clan elders. The patriarch of the Lian clan was almost killed. After repeatedly asking around, he found out the ins and outs of the matter. All of this originated from the conflict between the son of the Black Armor Army's commander and the son of the Lian clan patriarch. As far as he was concerned, there were many suspicious points. At the first possible moment, he thought of Duan Lingtian. What do you mean, how did I do it? Duan Lingtian yawned as he asked. Stop playing dumb. Don't tell me you don't know what happened in the Lian clan last night. Yang Da jokingly scolded. So it's about this. Duan Lingtian woke up and shook his head. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Small matter. The corner of Yang Da's mouth twitched. He wondered if the youth in front of him did it on purpose. Their Iron Blood army had planned for many years, but they were unable to make the Lian clan and the Black Armor army turn against each other. But now, it was done by the youth in front of him in one night. Oh right, is my mission considered completed? Duan Lingtian looked at young Da and asked. Completed. Young Da nodded. A trace of curiosity flashed through his eyes. How did you do it? Duan Lingtian roughly told young Da what happened. After young Da finished listening, he couldn't help but be moved. He didn't expect this youth to be so scheming. Just by using one of Lian Ku's concubines, he was able to cause so much trouble. More importantly, he did the whole thing flawlessly. It could be said that not even a drop of water could leak out. Perhaps Lian Ku had some suspicions. But he didn't even have the chance to explain before he was killed by the Black Armor army's commander who lost his beloved son. There's one thing I don't understand. Even if Lian Ku was angry, he shouldn't have killed Tong Lin for a concubine, right? Yang Da looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Indeed, although he was angry, he didn't have any killing intent. Duan Lingtian nodded. How did you do it? Yang Da's face was full of expectation. It's a secret. Duan Lingtian shrugged and went to wash up and change his clothes. You. Chapter 118. When Duan Lingtian and Yang Da leisurely left Black Armor City, they saw the soldiers of the Black Armor army marching towards the Lian clan's mansion. It was as if a black cloud was about to crush the city. It seems like we've gone too far. Duan Lingtian rode his horse forward and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Yang Da rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. All of this was caused by you, kid. If we're talking about the instigator, I don't think I'm the one. I have no enmity with the Black Armor army or the Lian clan, so there's no need to trick them. It's all your fault for making me complete this bullshit mission. It's a thankless task. Duan Lingtian snorted. Let's go. Now that the matter is settled, I think the commander will be relieved. As soon as Yang Da finished speaking, Duan Lingtian rode his horse out, leaving Yang Da with a face full of dust. This brat. Yang Da glared and chased after him. When they arrived, the two rode at full speed and traveled for 3 months. Now that the mission was completed ahead of time, Duan Lingtian and Yang Da slowed down and leisurely rushed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City. Along the way, they also stayed at inns in some small towns. They experienced the local conditions and customs of various places. After 5 months, they finally arrived at a small town near Iron Blood City. Let's rest here tonight. We'll arrive tomorrow after another day of travel. Yang Da said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. The two rode their horses into the small town. Every time they walked into these small towns, Duan Lingtian felt as if he was back in Fresh Breeze Town. These small towns were almost the same size as Fresh Breeze Town. Lord Chiliarch, I think those inns are pretty good. Duan Lingtian realized that Yang Da had led him into the small town, ignoring a few inns. We're not staying at an inn tonight. Yang Da smiled. Not staying at an inn? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This is Lone Goose Town, and also my hometown. A trace of gentleness flashed across Yang Da's eyes. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. At this moment, a fleet of carriages, like a swimming dragon, came from outside the town, majestic and mighty. Some cages were placed on these carriages. It wasn't a beast or a ferocious beast that was locked in the cage, but a human. These people were dressed like beggars, but they were also very fierce. Between their brows, there was a hint of viciousness. Obviously, they were not ordinary people. On the faces of these people, there were obvious brands. This is, Duan Lingtian immediately looked around. These are the slaves that the Cai clan gathered outside. They would usually sell some of them in Jiuyang town and transport them to the county city. The Cai clan has a close relationship with the county governor's estate in the county city. Yang Da said slowly. At this moment, Yang Da, the leader of the group, rode his horse forward and stopped beside Yang Da immediately. The entire convoy stopped. Cai Hi, you're actually taking action personally. Yang Da nodded and smiled at the newcomer, appearing very familiar with him. Young Da, you haven't been back for a while. Has your cultivation improved again? After I transport these slaves back, I'll come to the Young family to visit you and exchange pointers with you. Cai Hai smiled. Then you have to make the best use of your time. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Young Da smiled as well. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned. He noticed that within one of the cages, a slightly robust figure had his gaze descending onto the spatial ring on his hand. It was a middle-aged man. His gaze revealed excitement that was difficult to restrain. He recognizes this spatial ring? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It was slightly difficult for him to imagine. This spatial ring belonged to the young sect leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's boundless sect. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw that there was obviously a black pattern on the middle-aged man's neck. This pattern, within Duan Lingtian's mind, the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu flashed past. Origin sealing Gu. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he knew what this pattern represented. However, it was logically impossible for such a profound Gu poison to appear in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Origin sealing Gu was a Gu poison that sealed origin energy. Even if it was a void stage expert, if caught off guard, they would still be affected. Once they were affected, their origin energy would be sealed, and only the 9th level of the body tempering stage would remain. Boundless sect. Noticing the fierce gaze of the sloppy middle-aged man sweeping over, Duan Lingtian mouthed these 3 words. Instantly, the middle-aged man's body trembled, and his eyes revealed excitement. He's really a member of the boundless sect. Duan Lingtian's heart shook. Young Da, this is? Meanwhile, Cai Hai's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. His Duan Lingtian, a member of this year's Genius Camp. He's already passed the final test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. He's about to become a student of Paladin Academy. Young Da smiled. Cai Hai was moved, and he squeezed out a friendly smile. Brother Lingtian, I'm Cai Hai. How should I address you? Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, but he didn't know how to address Cai Hai. Cai Hai laughed heartily. If Brother Lingtian doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother Cai. How about it? Big Brother Cai. Duan Lingtian greeted, then asked, Big Brother Cai, where did these slaves you transport come from? Cai Hai smiled. We also brought in goods from other kingdoms. Most of them are prisoners of war, and some are vagrants. Brought in goods. Duan Lingtian felt sad for these slaves. They were obviously people, yet they were treated as goods. Big Brother Cai, I've always wanted to buy a slave, but I didn't have the connections. I wonder if I can buy a slave from you? Duan Lingtian probed. Brother Lingtian, you're treating me like an outsider. Not to mention the friendship I've had with your Chiliarch since we were young. You and I hit it off at first sight, and I feel extremely close as well. Which one of these slaves do you fancy? Take it as Big Brother Cai's gift to you. Cai Hai said generously. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Lingtian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, with his current age of 17, it could be seen that his natural talent was outstanding. When he graduated from Paladin Academy in the future, he would surely have a boundless future. Cai Hai wouldn't have the chance to befriend such a person in the future. Now was the perfect time to give him a favor. Who knows, he might be able to exchange it for an even greater favor in the future. Thank you, Big Brother Cai. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse, and he intentionally urged his horse closer to the slaves in the cages. These slaves all stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, wishing for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian to shreds. I choose him. In the end, Duan Lingtian pointed at the middle-aged man who might be a member of the Boundless sect. Cai Hai's brows slightly twitched as he reminded, Brother Lingtian, this is only a 9th level body tempering slave, and is the cheapest in this group of slaves. Why don't we change to another one? How about that one? 5th level of the core formation stage. He's also one of the best in this group of slaves. Big Brother Cai, I'll take this one. You gave me a meeting gift, so how could I take advantage of you? Duan Lingtian laughed. Haha. Brother Lingtian is straightforward as expected. Wait for me to go back and settle these slaves down, Then I'll bring him to the Yang clan to look for you. Cai Hai glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. He increasingly felt that this youth wasn't simple. He bid farewell to young Da before leaving. Duan Lingtian, is there anything special about that slave? Young Da looked at Duan Lingtian with slight suspicion. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Captain, what do you think is special about him? Isn't he just a 9th-level body-tempering slave? Ha. I just feel that it's strange that you're so tactful. Young Da laughed loudly. Do I look like the type of person who's greedy for petty gains? Duan Lingtian was speechless. You don't look like, that's more like it. You are. That night, Duan Lingtian stayed in the Yang clan estate. Only now did Duan Lingtian find out that the Yang clan that young Da belonged to was actually one of the 3 great clans of Lone Goose Town. The Cai clan that Cai Hai belonged to was also one of the 3 great clans of Lone Goose Town. Besides this, Duan Lingtian also found out about one more thing. The official wife of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor was actually the elder sister of the Cai clan's patriarch, Pei San, who had an arm chopped off by him, was precisely the nephew of the Cai clan's patriarch. Cai Hai was the younger brother of the Cai clan's patriarch, and was also Pei San's uncle. Enemies really do cross paths. After finding out about all this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. If that Pei San knew that not only was his uncle extremely courteous to me, he even gave me a slave. I wonder what he would think. He would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood, right? An evil thought flashed within Duan Lingtian's heart. Young Master Lingtian, the second master invites you in. Right at this moment, the voice of a servant girl sounded out from outside the room. Looks like Cai Hai has come. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. The second master that the maidservant spoke of was precisely Captain Yang Da. It was precisely the second brother of the Yang clan's patriarch. In the Yang clan audience hall, Duan Lingtian once again saw Cai Hai. Cai Hai had brought over the middle-aged man that Duan Lingtian wanted. After washing up, the middle-aged man changed into a set of clean clothes and looked rather fresh, but the brand on his face undoubtedly spoke of his lowly status as a slave. Big brother Cai. Duan Lingtian smiled to Cai Hai. Brother Lingtian, your eyesight isn't bad. Although this slave's cultivation is slightly inferior, his appearance and bearing are rather extraordinary. Cai Hai smiled. After exchanging some more pleasantries, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells and left with the middle-aged man. Within the quiet room, Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man stood facing each other. Why do you have the young sect leader's spatial ring? What did you do to him? The calmness on the middle-aged man's face vanished without a trace, and he grabbed onto Duan Lingtian's shoulders as he spoke agitatedly. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Bang! He struck out like a bolt of lightning and pushed the middle-aged man flying. The middle-aged man's face went grim as he shouted in a low voice. If I wasn't poisoned, even if there were 1,000 ignorant kids like you, I would be able to turn them into ashes with a flip of my palm. You said you were poisoned. I only know that you're only a 9th-level body-tempering stage trash. Behave yourself. Duan Lingtian took 2 steps forward and gave the middle-aged man another slap. You. The middle-aged man's face went grim as he once again struck out at Duan Lingtian. You seem to have forgotten that I'm your master now. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent as he raised his hand and struck out like a python swinging its tail, blasting the middle-aged man flying once again. Slap. Chapter 119. The middle-aged man's face flushed red, and he wanted to struggle free, but he was unable to. What? Unconvinced. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he exerted force on his leg. The middle-aged man's face went pale, and his body started to tremble. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian withdrew his leg. The middle-aged man gasped for breath and only recovered after a long time, then he stared at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze. Duan Lingtian didn't mind as he said indifferently, serve me as your master, and I can help you remove the origin restriction GU in your body. You know about the origin restriction GU? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with astonishment. As far as he was concerned, logically speaking, It was impossible for anyone to know about the origin restriction GU in this tiny kingdom. But the violet-clothed youth before him seemed to have a deep understanding of the origin restriction GU. Most importantly, he saw the Boundless sect's young sect leader's spatial ring in the violet-clothed youth's hand. You can really remove the origin restriction GU in my body? The middle-aged man took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered. What? You doubt me? Duan Lingtian swept the middle-aged man with a cold and indifferent gaze, then said indifferently, "Now, tell me why you were inflicted with the origin restriction GU, and why you appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom." The middle-aged man caught his breath. "I'm called Xiong Quan, a guardian of the Boundless sect. The Boundless sect suffered a calamity of annihilation, and I escaped with the young sect leader. For the sake of preserving our lives, we each led away our pursuers. Later on, although I was lucky enough to escape, the origin restriction GU from before flared up, and I walked for a while in a sorry state before fainting from exhaustion. When I awoke once again, I discovered that I was locked up, and was branded with a slave mark." As he finished speaking, Xiong Quan gnashed his teeth. The dignified Boundless sect's guardian had actually become a slave now. At the beginning, he even wanted to die. In the end, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He believed that he would be able to remove the origin restriction GU sooner or later and recover his strength. At that time, he would kill all the people that branded him with a slave mark. So that's how it is. Your spatial ring was actually not taken away by them. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiong Quan's right hand. There was a rusty ring on Xiong Quan's right middle finger. Others would not even take a second look at it, but Duan Lingtian could tell that it was a storage ring. Perhaps it was precisely because Xiong Quan's storage ring was inconspicuous that it wasn't taken away. Xiong Quan put away the storage ring with a cautious expression. "Remove the ownership. Leave it to me." Duan Lingtian was stunned as he shouted. Xiong Quan's expression changed as a bitter look appeared on his face. He reluctantly removed the storage ring and handed it over to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian dripped a drop of blood on it and opened it to take a look. However, he discovered that there were only some 7th-grade medicinal pills and a 7th-grade spirit weapon narrow saber. That's it. Duan Lingtian frowned as he removed the ownership of the storage ring and threw it back to Xiong Quan. Trash. Xiong Quan's mouth twitched. Who exactly was this young man? How could he call a 7th-grade spirit artifact and a 7th-grade pill trash? Little brother, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. "Who's your brother? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't acknowledge me as your master, I won't let you live, not to mention detoxifying your poison." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian emitted a dense killing intent. Xiong Quan took a deep breath. However, he still spoke calmly. "I want to know what happened to young sect leader. If young sect leader was killed by you, I'd rather die than acknowledge you as my master." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan in surprise. "I couldn't tell that you had such a backbone." Xiong Quan snorted. "When I found your young sect leader, he was already on his last breath. He left me a voice transmission jade slip and instructed me to pass the other one to an old man called Shangguan Yang. After I detoxify your poison and let you recover your elemental energy, I'll pass the voice transmission jade slip to you to determine if it's real or fake." Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Young sect leader." Xiong Quan cried out sorrowfully, tears flowing down his old face. Finally, he held back his tears and bowed to Duan Lingtian. "Xiong Quan greets master." Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiong Quan indifferently. "I can do my best to detoxify your poison, but I'll also leave a backup plan. I'll let you consume another type of strong poison." Xiong Quan's expression changed. "Don't worry, the strong poison I'll let you consume will only act up once every 6 months. As long as you consume the antidote within 6 months, you'll be safe for half a year. This is also the method I'll use to prevent you from going back on your words after you recover your elemental energy," Duan Lingtian added. Xiong Quan's eyes flashed and his face was filled with bitterness. He didn't expect this young man to be so far-sighted. Just now, he indeed had this thought. "Don't have any thoughts of being lucky, I'm an alchemist myself." Duan Lingtian withdrew the Alchemist Guild's Grade 9 Alchemist badge and waved it before Xiong Quan's eyes before putting it away. Grade 9 Alchemist. Xiong Quan's expression froze. This young man that looked to be only 17 years old was a Grade 9 alchemist. Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there wasn't such a young Grade 9 alchemist. Come back with me tomorrow, I'll refine a medicinal pill to detoxify the origin restriction parasite for you. However, my current cultivation is limited, so the medicinal pill I refine can at most detoxify 1/3 of the origin restriction parasite's medicinal strength. What was your cultivation when you were at your peak? Duan Lingtian asked Xiong Quan as he spoke. 6th level of the void prying stage. Xiong Quan said respectfully. 6th level of the void prying stage? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stretched out his hand to rub his chin. After detoxifying 1/3 of the medicinal strength, your cultivation ought to be able to recover to the nascent soul stage. As for how many levels of the nascent soul stage you can recover to, it'll depend on your fortune. I can't fully recover. Xiong Quan's expression froze and was slightly disappointed. I'm only a Grade 9 alchemist now, so my pill fire is restricted. Once I step into the origin core stage, I'll be able to become a Grade 8 alchemist. At that time, I'll be able to refine medicinal pills to help you detoxify 1/3 of the medicinal strength. Once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage and become a Grade 7 alchemist, I'll be able to help you completely detoxify the medicinal strength. In other words, once I step into the 7th level of the origin core stage, your cultivation will recover to your peak. Duan Lingtian swept Xiong Quan with a cold and indifferent gaze. What? Can't wait. No. Xiong Quan hurriedly shook his head. To him, being able to recover his origin energy in his lifetime was already not bad. Earlier, he'd been possessed for a moment. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan along as he followed Yang Die back to Ironblood City. At this moment, Xiong Quan had already worn a mask that could cover half his face, covering his slave brand. After returning to Ironblood City, Duan Lingtian gave Xiong Quan some silver and asked him to stay at a designated inn before following Yang Die back to the Ironblood Army's campsite. Only at this moment did Duan Lingtian find out. He was the first member of the Genius Camp to complete a mission and return. There's only a month left before the 1-year deadline. The other 28 people actually haven't completed their missions and returned. Looks like the place they went is extremely far. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly jerked as he secretly guessed. As expected, Duan Lingtian was once again summoned by the Ironblood Army's commander, Teng Yunhai. This time, Teng Yunhai specially set up a welcoming banquet for Duan Lingtian. At the welcoming banquet, besides Teng Yunhai and the vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, the 7 captains, including Yang Die, were shockingly present. All the high-ranking generals stationed at the Ironblood Army's campsite had arrived. Duan Lingtian, we represent the Ironblood Army to toast you with this cup of wine. From today onwards, the Black Armored Army is nothing to fear. Teng Yunhai laughed heartily as he picked up a wine cup. The others followed suit and picked up wine cups. To the Ironblood Army, the Black Armored Army losing the assistance of the Lian clan was equivalent to losing a pair of wings. Cheers! Duan Lingtian also picked up a wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Satisfying. They all say that heroes come from the youth. This time, my horizons have truly been broadened. One of the captains looked at Duan Lingtian and took the lead to praise him. Subsequently, the remaining captains weren't stingy with their praises for Duan Lingtian. After the banquet ended, Duan Lingtian followed Teng Yunhai to the largest tent in the Ironblood Army's campsite, which was also the tent of the commander, Teng Yunhai. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect that you would really complete that mission. Teng Yunhai sighed with emotion. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. What? Since commander isn't confident, why did you still assign that mission to me? Teng Yunhai laughed. From your tone, it seems that you have some resentment. Commander, where's my proof of enrollment? Not answering Teng Yunhai, Duan Lingtian spread out his hands. Obviously, he wasn't in the mood to stay here for long. Teng Yunhai raised his hand and passed a certificate to Duan Lingtian. The time to report to Paladin Academy is half a year later to a year later. After you return, you can prepare to depart. If you bring your family and travel by horse carriage from Aurora City to the Imperial City, it would take at least a year's time. You investigated me? Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly displeased. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. Teng Yunhai always had a smile on his face. Farewell. Duan Lingtian put away the proof of enrollment, then turned around and left. He's young, but his temper isn't small. Duan Rufeng, you have a good son. Teng Yunhai's eyes flashed with a trace of envy. Now that Duan Lingtian had passed the Genius Camp's training, the restriction order for the Genius Camp members was lifted, and he could freely enter and leave the Iron Blood Army's campsite. After he left the Iron Blood Army's campsite, he found a few medicine shops and gathered enough medicinal herbs before going to the inn to look for Xiong Quan. Master. Xiong Quan was very tactful now, and he was respectful and reverent in front of Duan Lingtian. Stand guard for me, I'll refine the antidote for you. Duan Lingtian flicked his sleeve and directly entered the room. Xiong Quan replied excitedly when he heard this, and he respectfully stood guard outside the door like a guardian. In the room, Duan Lingtian first classified all the medicinal herbs, then he picked them up one by one and placed them into the cauldron. Alchemy fire appeared and was pressed into the cauldron. Kai. The flame shot out, and the cauldron became restless. Chapter 120. Spirit Cleansing Pill. The medicinal pill that Duan Lingtian refined now. It was a type of detoxification spirit pill that Samsara Emperor Wu created after researching 100 poisons, and it was divided into 9 grades. Duan Lingtian was only a grade 9 alchemist now, so he could only refine grade 9 spirit cleansing pills. Duan Lingtian opened the door and saw Xiong Quan looking at him with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian casually threw 3 spirit cleansing pills to Xiong Quan and said indifferently, "Consume one first. The medicinal effect will probably take around a month to completely dissolve. After a month, consume the second pill. After 2 months, consume the third pill. After 3 months, you can recover 1/3 of your peak strength." "Thank you, Master." Xiong Quan didn't hesitate and directly stuffed a spirit cleansing pill into his mouth and swallowed it. As for the other 2 pills, he put them away in his spatial ring as if they were treasures. "Remember, I mixed a strong poison into the medicinal pill. If you don't behave, only death awaits," Duan Lingtian added. "Yes, Master." Xiong Quan was already mentally prepared. In the following days, Duan Lingtian stayed at the inn. The conditions of the Iron Blood Army's campsite were much worse than the inn. Currently, he had already started to charge towards the 4th level of the core formation stage. Once I step into the 4th level of the core formation stage, my origin energy will undergo a qualitative change and directly increase the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's eyes abruptly shone. At that time, even if I don't use a spirit weapon and fight barehanded, I'll still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths, comparable to an 8th level core formation martial artist. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique is worthy of being a cultivation method on the same level as the 3 Lives Rebirth technique that Emperor Wu cultivated. In the future, once I break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage and complete the final tempering of the Raging Python form, I'll possess the strength of 23 ancient mammoth. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist would only possess the strength of 12 ancient mammoths if they don't rely on a spirit weapon as an external force. But because my fleshly body far surpasses an ordinary person, I'll possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than them. Even a 1st level origin core stage martial artist only possesses the strength of 20 ancient mammoth. When I was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, I was able to steadily defeat a 1st level origin core stage martial artist. However, a 2nd level origin core stage martial artist possesses the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. Only by stepping into the 1st level of the origin core stage would I be able to go against him. Duan Lingtian's agitated emotions quickly calmed down. Cultivate seriously. 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Raging Python transformation. Origin energy ceaselessly circulated within Duan Lingtian's body in hopes of breaking through to the 4th level of the core formation stage as soon as possible. Although Duan Lingtian had now obtained the proof of admission to Paladin Academy and could directly return home, he didn't, as he wanted to know the results of Xiao Yu, Wang Mang, and Lo Cheng's test. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian was the second person to return. Su Li had completed the assessment mission and obtained the admission certificate. Duan Lingtian, I challenge you. Su Li's gaze focused as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Su Li, you've broken through? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Whoosh. Su Li's body lightly trembled as 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above him. Su Li, are you sure you want to battle me? Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face as he took a step forward. A single step was like a collapsing mountain. Whoosh. Above Duan Lingtian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. You, Su Li had a dumbstruck expression as a sense of loss arose within his heart, but he quickly recovered. I understand. Su Li took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and the battle intent in his eyes was as before. Duan Lingtian, I'm inferior to you now. But I'll work hard to catch up to you. I'll see you at Paladin Academy 1 year from now. After saying this, Zhongxian nodded. Su Li's figure flashed, transforming into a gust of wind that left the Iron Blood Army's campsite. This Su Li is rather interesting. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. In the next few days, Tian Hu and Yu Xiong returned. Duan Lingtian, my county city's Yu clan will absolutely not let you off. Yu Xiong planned to threaten Duan Lingtian before leaving. What? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you on your way back? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as killing intent flashed within. Yu Xiong's face went grim. He was really frightened by Duan Lingtian's words. Although he'd obtained the proof of entrance to Paladin Academy, he didn't dare leave for the time being. He went to look for his older brother's good friend, the centurion Fang Chun. He wanted Fang Chun to send him out of Iron Blood City, so as to prevent Duan Lingtian from killing him. Unexpectedly. Yu Xiong, I've been rather busy recently, so I'm afraid I don't have the time to send you back. Fang Chun tactfully refused. What a joke. From the moment Duan Lingtian killed Yu Hong, he'd vowed in his heart that he would absolutely not offend Duan Lingtian, this malefic star. Now, he even suspected that the centurion Bai Feng had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, with Bai Feng's strength, how could he suddenly vanish from the face of the earth? Yu Xiong's face slightly sank. Yu Xiong, how about this? Since you're worried that Duan Lingtian will look for trouble with you, you can temporarily stay at our Iron Blood Army's campsite. After Duan Lingtian leaves, you can take advantage of the night to take a detour and leave. How about it? Fang Chun thought for a moment. After all, he was friends with Yu Xiong, so he gave Yu Xiong a friendly reminder. Yu Xiong's face was as unsightly as it could be. He was a dignified genius disciple of the county city's Yu clan, and now that he'd obtained the proof of entrance to Paladin Academy, he actually had to leave in such a cowardly manner. But he also knew that he had no other choice. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that a casual threat of his actually caused Yu Xiong to be in a state of panic, and that Yu Xiong only dared to leave after Duan Lingtian left Iron Blood City. Another few days passed. Duan Lingtian waited for Xiao Yu, who'd completed his mission and returned. Xiao Yu, you broke through? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Xiao Yu again. How did you know? Xiao Yu was stunned. Looking at your high-spirited appearance, it wasn't hard to guess. Duan Lingtian smiled. Accompany me on a trip. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered as he slowly spoke. What? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I want to challenge Yu Xiong. Xiao Yu's voice had a trace of icy coldness mixed within. Yu Xiong was afraid of Duan Lingtian, but he wasn't afraid of Xiao Yu. Since he was challenged by Xiao Yu, he naturally accepted the challenge. The two of them battled, and in the end, Xiao Yu relied on sleeve dimension to win by a slight margin. Xiao Yu recalled the enmity of the past, and he swung his sleeve to blast Yu Xiong flying, causing Yu Xiong to be heavily injured and unconscious. Have you vented your anger? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Xiao Yu nodded, and his face was filled with a brilliant smile. Before long, the remaining centurions returned one after another along with the arrival of the 1 year period. Most of the centurions returned alone, and only a few centurions brought back the youths from the genius camp. In the end, the centurions that traveled with Meng Quan and Lo Cheng returned as well. However, Meng Quan and Lo Cheng were nowhere to be seen. Duan Lingtian and Lo Cheng's hearts sank. In the end, they obtained the answer. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng were dead. At this time, all the centurions had returned. The people that passed the test, including Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu, were only 7 people. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu. Just when Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu had just found out about this news, the vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, appeared in front of the two of them. In his hands were 2 letters. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng's wills. Meng Quan and Lo Cheng each left behind 2 wills when they were alive. Meng Quan's wills, one of them was signed by Xiao Yu. Lo Cheng's wills were signed by Duan Lingtian. Qiao Qingshan handed the 2 wills to Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. My condolences. Qiao Qingshan sighed and turned around to leave. He had seen too many parting of life and death and knew how Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu felt at this moment. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and opened Lo Cheng's wills. Lo Cheng's handwriting was graceful, as if it was written by a little girl. Duan Lingtian, when you receive this letter, I probably didn't pass the final test. Alas, I still failed. However, I don't regret it, because I tried my best. Being able to get to know you, Meng Quan, and Xiao Yu was the happiest thing in my life. It was all of you that allowed me to know how to be a man. Thank you all. Send my regards to Meng Quan and Xiao Yu. If they're still alive when you see this letter. Also, there's something I can't let go of. This matter is also the driving force that urged me to come to the genius camp. If possible, I hope you can help me. Lo Cheng's last words. Huala. Duan Lingtian's hand trembled and the letter in his hand was twisted into a ball. Although he had only known Lo Cheng for 3 months, he had already taken Lo Cheng as a friend in his heart. Now, this friend of his was eternally separated from him. Lo Cheng, don't worry. I'll surely help you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and silently said in his heart. Meng Quan. The nearby Xiao Yu had finished reading Meng Quan's last words as well, and a trace of sorrow appeared on his cold face. Meng Quan, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but recall. When he was still in Aurora City, Meng Quan was in such high spirits. Meng Quan, have a safe journey. Duan Lingtian, I plan to leave today and return to help Meng Quan complete his unfulfilled wish. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and took a deep breath as he spoke bluntly. I want to make a trip to Lo Cheng's family as well. Duan Lingtian nodded. The 2 of them went to look for the vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, and brought along the other last words of Lo Cheng and Meng Quan before leaving Ironblood City. Xiong Quan silently followed behind and protected his master, Duan Lingtian. A month had passed, and he had digested the medicinal strength of the first clear spirit pill. His origin energy had already returned, and his cultivation had recovered to the origin core stage. Lo Cheng's family was located in Polonia City. Polonia City was between Ironblood City and Aurora City, so it was on the way. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 turned halfway and entered the nearby Polonia City. The Luo family was only a small family in Polonia City. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrived outside the Luo family estate and bribed a Luo family disciple to smoothly enter the Luo family estate and see Lo Cheng's sister, Luo Shi. When he saw Luo Shi for the first time, Duan Lingtian had a breathtaking feeling. Luo Shi was around the same age as him, graceful, delicate, and moving, in terms of appearance. Luo Shi was only slightly inferior to Ke, Li Fei, and Xiao Lan. She even slightly surpassed Li Sheshe. You all, Luo Shi had just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Xiong Quan's fierce shout. Chapter 121. Xiong Quan's shout caused the people hiding outside the courtyard to have nowhere to hide. They simply walked out openly. Xiao Yu frowned. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression, as if he wasn't surprised in the slightest. Luo Hu, Luo Qian, you 2 monitor me. Seeing the 2 of them, Luo Shi was so angry that her face went slightly pale. Luo Shi, this is the Patriarch's order. The two Luo family youths had calm expressions. Luo Shi took a deep breath and ignored the two of them, then looked towards Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. You two are my brother's friends. But my brother went to Iron Blood City and hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu looked at each other, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. They really couldn't bear to tell Luo Shi about Lo Cheng's bad news, but they also understood that Luo Shi would find out sooner or later. Luo Shi, this is the letter your brother left for you. Duan Lingtian took out Lo Cheng's letter and passed it to Luo Shi. Luo Shi's face went pale as she realized something. She received the letter with trembling hands and opened it to read. Unknowingly, her tears had already fallen like rain. Brother, I already told you that the Genius Camp's training is very dangerous. Why didn't you listen? How am I going to live without you? Lo Cheng is dead. The two Luo family youths squinted their eyes. My condolences. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu comforted her. Your big brother Lingtian? Luo Shi's delicate body slightly trembled and twitched a few more times before she spoke. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. My brother asked me to listen to you in the future. Luo Shi spoke while crying. I came this time to take you away from the Luo family, as this is also your brother's wish. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Me. Lo Cheng is dead, and according to the agreement between him and our Luo family, he can't obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Luo Qian will have to listen to our Luo family's arrangements and marry the Qian family's young master, forming a marriage alliance with the Qian family. None of you can take her away. Two young men from the Luo family took a step forward and stared at the Duan Lingtian trio like a tiger watching its prey. If I want to take someone away, no one can stop me. Duan Lingtian sneered with a domineering expression. Whoosh. Xiao Yu was even more direct. He took a step forward and his body trembled. Whirled in the sleeve. With a wave of his sleeves, his origin energy surged and sent the two Luo clan youths flying. Scram. Along the way, Xiao Yu also learned from Duan Lingtian what Lo Cheng's unfulfilled wish was. Lo Cheng did not want his sister to become a tool for the Luo family's merit. This was also the reason why he went to the Genius Camp. Everything he did was for the sake of this sister of his. The will he gave Duan Lingtian was to ask Duan Lingtian to help him rescue his sister, take her away from the Luo family, and give her a stable life. Fourth level of the core formation stage. The two young men from the Luo family noticed the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiao Yu and their faces went pale. They glanced at each other before leaving in a sorry state. Pack up and leave with us. Duan Lingtian smiled to Luo Qian. Luo Qian nodded. Her tears couldn't be stopped, but when she thought of the contents of the will Lo Cheng left for her, she wiped away her tears and had a strong expression. She had to be strong and not disappoint her brother. I'll help you. Xiao Yu followed Luo Qian into the room. With Xiao Yu's help, Luo Qian's things were packed up in a short while. Duan Lingtian took the lead, and Xiong Quan followed closely behind. Xiao Yu and Luo Qian followed behind. The four of them walked out of the Luo family estate. When they arrived at the entrance of the Luo family estate, 3 figures stood there like door gods, a middle-aged man and 2 old men. Patriarch. Luo Qian's face went pale when she saw the middle-aged man. Luo Qian, I'll give you a chance. You stay, and I'll let them leave. Otherwise, they'll die for sure. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. Luo Qian's face went pale. She struggled for a while before looking at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. Thank you for taking care of my brother. You can leave. After the patriarch and the 2 elders appeared, she realized that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to take her away. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu were her brother's friends, and she couldn't implicate them. She had the will to die in her heart. Once Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu successfully left, she would choose to end her own life. Now that her brother was gone, she had nothing to worry about. Brother, I'll be able to accompany you soon. If you want me to marry that good-for-nothing young master of the Qian family, I'd rather die. A trace of sorrow flashed within Luo Qian's heart. Xiao Yu's face sank, and his cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the Luo family's patriarch. I'm the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao family's supreme elder. If you're sensible, Then hurry up and F***K off. Aurora City's Xiao family? The Luo family's patriarch laughed. It's not the Aurora City's family's turn to meddle in our Luo family's affairs. 2 elders, see the guests out. Yes. Instantly, the 2 old men standing behind the Luo family's patriarch attacked, flashing straight towards Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiong Quan. Above the 2 old men, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared, 2 first-level origin core stage martial artist. Xiao Yu's face went ghastly pale. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian finally spoke with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. 2 first-level origin core stage martial artists dare be presumptuous before my master. F***K off. Xiong Quan snorted coldly, then took a stride forward and slapped the 2 old men flying with a single slap, causing them to crash onto the ground and lose consciousness. Above Xiong Quan, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before vanishing. 3rd-level origin core stage. The Luo family's patriarch's face went grim, and his gaze was filled with coldness as he took a stride forward. Above him, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Pig-headed. Duan Lingtian's face went cold. Xiong Quan, cripple him. Yes, master. Xiong Quan moved, taking a stride forward, and his entire body seemed to have instantly moved from one end to the other, heaven and earth. Whoosh. An azure sword light flashed past, accompanied by a shrill cry. The Luo family's patriarch knelt on the ground, then his entire body crashed onto the ground, losing all support. Fresh blood sprayed out from his 4 limbs, the tendons in his arms and legs were completely severed. The Luo family's patriarch lay on the ground, looking up at the 49 ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed before vanishing above Xiong Quan, and his voice was trembling. Grade 7 spirit weapon. In the end, the Luo family's patriarch lost too much blood and fainted. Patriarch. The 2 Luo family youths that went to inform the Luo family stood in the distance, and when they saw this scene, they were terrified to the point their legs trembled and their faces went ghastly pale. Duan Lingtian's gaze coldly swept past the 2 of them. I said earlier. No one can stop the people I want to take away. Let's go. Only when Duan Lingtian's group left the Luo family estate did the 2 Luo family youths react. The violet-clothed youths' domineering words reverberated by their ears. No one can stop the people I want to take away. When they heard these words for the first time, they thought that the violet-clothed youth was arrogant and conceited. Now it would seem that the violet-clothed youth was really confident. Outside the Luo family estate, Duan Lingtian leaped onto his horse. Xiao Yu instead pulled Luo Chen onto his horse, then embraced her and spurred the horse forward. When he saw this scene, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth flashed with a trace of a smile. He'd long since noticed the unusual light that flickered within Xiao Yu's eyes. Looks like Xiao Yu has taken a fancy to Luo Chen. This is good as well, at least Luo Chen will have someone to rely on in the future. Lo Cheng should be at ease in the afterlife if he knows about this. On the way, Xiao Yu's gaze never left Xiong Quan from the beginning. He wasn't sure of Xiong Quan's origins. Since the moment they left Iron Blood City, this middle-aged man that wore a mask that covered half his face had always been following Duan Lingtian, and even addressed Duan Lingtian as master. At the moment Xiong Quan noticed the 2 Luo family youths, he realized that Xiong Quan wasn't simple. When Xiong Quan revealed his strength at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage and even took out a Grade 7 spirit weapon sword, he was completely dumbstruck. This Xiong Quan actually has a spatial ring, as for a Grade 7 spirit weapon. Even his grandfather, the Xiao clan's supreme elder, an existence at the nascent soul stage, didn't have one. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu spurred his horse to approach Duan Lingtian as he asked in a low voice. He's my servant. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke indifferently. Servant. The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. Even Luo Chen, whose tears hadn't dried yet, seemed to have forgotten her sorrow for a moment, and was indescribably astonished. This person whose strength was even stronger than the Luo family's patriarch was actually Duan Lingtian's servant. Who the heck is this friend of Big Brother? Her heart slightly trembled. Duan Lingtian could be considered to be satisfied with Xiong Quan's recovered strength. According to the current situation, Xiong Quan ought to be able to recover his strength to the 7th level of the origin core stage or above when the second spirit cleansing pill's medicinal effect took effect a month later. 2 months later, when the third spirit cleansing pill's medicinal effect took effect, Xiong Quan's strength would be sufficient to recover to the nascent soul state. To Duan Lingtian, the current Xiong Quan was like a sharp blade in his hand. Anyone who dared obstruct his footsteps was bound to die under this sharp blade. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. Why was there such a huge gap between them? It was fine if Duan Lingtian's natural talent and strength surpassed his. But now, even the servant he'd taken in was in existence at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, causing him to feel a wave of unfairness in his heart. Before long, he felt at ease. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a monster, and couldn't be looked at with the gaze of a normal person. Half a month later, Aurora City finally appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. "We're home." Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. "Mother, I've returned. Kerr, I've returned. Little Fei, I've returned." Xiao Yu's eyes flickered with an excited sheen. "Xiao Yu, you'll take care of Lil Qian in the future, how about it?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu and asked. "No problem." Xiao Yu nodded. Duan Lingtian then looked at Luo Qian and lightly smiled. "Lil Qian, Xiao Yu is a person worthy of relying on. I believe he'll take good care of you and allow you to be worry-free for your entire life." After half a month of time, Luo Qian had recovered a lot. Now, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words that had a meaning behind them, her beautiful face blushed slightly, and she was speechless as she lightly nodded. "Yes, big brother Lingtian." "Xiao Yu." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu with a serious expression. "From the moment Lo Cheng entrusted me to take care of Luo Qian, I've taken her to be my own little sister. Now that I'm handing her over to you, if you let her suffer any grievance, I'll absolutely not let you off. Don't worry." Xiao Yu nodded with a serious expression, and a trace of gratitude flashed within his eyes. Chapter 122. After parting ways with Xiao Yu and Luo Shi, Duan Lingtian threw some silver to Xiong Quan and sent him to stay at an inn. He returned to the Li clan estate alone. Duan Lingtian. On the way, many Li clan disciples looked at Duan Lingtian as if they'd seen a ghost. "Duan Lingtian has returned. Oh my god, he actually returned from the Devil's Genius camp." For a time, the entire Li clan was in an uproar. The matter of Duan Lingtian going to the Iron Blood Army's Genius camp had long since spread throughout the Li clan, so many people knew. But they never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to return alive. What did returning alive represent? Everyone understood. It represented that Duan Lingtian had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy, the most sacred existence in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, was so far out of reach to every single Li clan disciple. Now, someone from their Li clan had actually obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. This was undoubtedly a piece of exciting news. In the quiet courtyard, a graceful and beautiful young girl was practicing her sword. As the tip of her sword flashed, traces of icy cold aura were emitted. Suddenly, the young girl withdrew her sword and stood there. She glanced at the 2 little pythons on her wrist and sighed. "Young master has already left for a year and a month, why hasn't he returned? Little black, little white, do you miss him?" "Of course they don't miss my cur." Right at this moment, a familiar voice entered the young girl's ears, causing her delicate body to involuntarily tremble as she slowly turned around. "My cur has grown up." Duan Lingtian looked at the graceful young girl before him. The young girl had grown a little taller, and the childishness on her beautiful face had faded a little. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, nothing could surpass this. "Young master." The young girl's eyes were slightly red. At this moment, she'd forgotten all the unnecessary formalities and swiftly moved with graceful steps, charging towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian opened his arms and hugged the girl. Smelling the fresh fragrance of the girl's hair, he said softly, "Kerr, I'm back." The girl nodded, unwilling to leave Duan Lingtian's embrace for a long time. How she wished this moment could last forever. Creak. At this moment, the door of a nearby room opened. Tian'er is back. A radiant and beautiful woman slowly walked out with a trace of excitement in her eyes. Mother, I'm back. Duan Lingtian looked at the woman, a gentle light flowing out of his eyes. The young girl was so shy that she left Duan Lingtian's embrace. Ma! Madam! Silly girl, don't be shy. Li Ru shook her head and smiled. That's right, Ke. You're my fiancé. What's there to be shy about? Duan Lingtian added. A year had passed, but his mother Li Ru hadn't changed much. She was still as beautiful and moving as before. She didn't look like the mother of a 17-year-old boy at all. Scoundrel. Suddenly, an excited voice came from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw a hot figure running in. She ran straight into his embrace and pounded his chest. You rascal, you didn't even come to see me when you came back. If I didn't hear about it from others, I wouldn't have known that you were back. Little Fei. After not seeing each other for a year, Li Fei had become more mature. She was constantly emitting her charm, causing Duan Lingtian's little brother that had been silent for more than a year to have a reaction. Li Fei also felt it. Her face was red, and only then did she realize that Ke and Li Ru were beside her. She hurriedly left Duan Lingtian's embrace. Aunt Ru, little sister Ke. Li Fei greeted Li Ru and Ke. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Tian'er, you've been on the road all day. Are you hungry? Mother will go prepare some food for you. Li Ru went into the kitchen and busied herself. Ke also followed in. At this time, Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian. Are you going to see grandfather, right? Duan Lingtian interrupted Li Fei's words, as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei lightly nodded her head. Of course I want to see him. After not coming back for more than a year, I also miss grandfather. Furthermore, you are already mine. I naturally want to be filial to grandfather with you. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand and squeezed her palm. Seeing Lida again, Duan Lingtian did not know if it was his misperception or what, but when Lida saw him, he actually let out a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Could it be that he was worried that something would happen to him in the genius camp? Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. Grandfather. Duan Lingtian smiled to the old man. It's good that you're back. What do you plan to do in the future? Lida asked. At this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Lida's eyes had an extra trace of anticipation. Grandfather, I plan to leave in a few days. This time, I plan to bring my mother, Ke, and little Fei to the imperial city. Grandfather, you come with us. Duan Lingtian spoke of his plans. Just as the Iron Blood Army's commander, Teng Yunhai, had said, if he dragged his family and rode a carriage to the imperial city and stopped to rest on the way, it would take almost a year's time. So, he didn't plan to stay long this time. I won't go. I'll stay in the Li family for the rest of my life. The old man shook his head. Grandfather, if you don't go, then I won't go either. Li Fei pouted her lips and acted like a spoiled child. Fei, you've grown up and aren't the little girl of the past. Grandfather believes that Ling Tian will treat you well. Even if you leave, can't you come back and visit grandfather when you have time? Don't worry, grandfather isn't old enough to need someone to serve him. The old man's face was filled with doting love. Grandfather. Li Fei's eyes were slightly red. Duan Lingtian's gaze was always on the old man's face. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Grandfather, let's eat dinner together tonight. Glancing at the darkening sky, Duan Lingtian said to the old man. Okay, I'll come to your house for a meal today. The old man laughed. I can ask you about the training in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. I'm very curious about the training in the genius camp as well. Tonight's dinner was especially lively. Besides the old man who was interested in the genius camp, Ke, Li Fei, and Li Ru were all very interested as well. Duan Lingtian then told them about his experiences in the genius camp. Apart from some of the more dangerous things, he told them everything else. When he talked about the deaths of Meng Quan and Lo Cheng, Duan Lingtian let out a long sigh. In life, everyone will eventually die. In life, there is no lack of separation between life and death. It's good to be more open-minded. Moreover, you've already helped Lo Cheng complete his wish. Even if he knows in the underworld, he should be able to rest in peace. The old man had experienced many things and had the most right to speak. Grandfather, don't worry. I'm still open-minded about this. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. 98 people passed the Genius Camp exam, but only 7 people survived. The Devil Genius Camp really lives up to its name. Li Fei sighed. Mother, you and Kerr should pack up for the next 2 days. I've decided to leave for the Imperial City in 3 days. After finishing dinner and sending off the old man and Li Fei, Duan Lingtian said to Li Ru. Li Ru nodded her head. She was already prepared, so she wasn't surprised. Then, Duan Lingtian started to tease the 2 little pythons. Little black, little white. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Has your strength increased? Don't tell me you're still in the same place. As if they understood Duan Lingtian's words, the 2 little pythons proudly raised their heads and nodded their heads at Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the horns on Little Black and Little White's heads were almost completely revealed. It seems that you've also improved a lot. Duan Lingtian could guess from the changes in the 2 little pythons' appearance that their strength had increased. The increase in a vicious beast's strength was usually accompanied by a change in appearance. This was the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu. The next morning, as soon as he finished eating, an unexpected guest arrived at Duan Lingtian's house. Patriarch Li Ao. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Li Ao had a brilliant smile on his face. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile. This is a small token of appreciation from our Li clan. I hope that when you enter Paladin Academy in the future, you won't forget that you're a member of the Li clan. As Li Ao spoke, he passed a large stack of silver bills to Duan Lingtian. Patriarch, I'm not a person who forgets his roots. Actually, you don't have to be so courteous. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he still extended his hand to receive the silver bills. After weighing them in his hand, he realized that these silver bills were at least 2 million silver. He naturally understood Li Ao's thoughts. Li Ao wanted to rope him in early and make him submit wholeheartedly. In this way, if he became famous in the future, the Li clan would be able to rise to the top with him. This money is only of some help to you now. In the future, it will only be a drop in the ocean. Li Ao sighed. So long as it was someone who graduated from Paladin Academy, there was no mediocre person. Every single one of them was a great figure. At the very least, they would have an official position. At that time, in terms of status, it would be far from what he, the patriarch of the Li clan, could compare to. No matter what, I still have to thank Patriarch for your timely help. Duan Lingtian smiled. When do you plan to head to the Imperial City? Li Ao asked. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian said. So anxious. Li Ao was surprised. If it was me alone, I'd arrive in a few months. But this time, I want to bring my mother along and prepare to use a carriage instead of walking. Duan Lingtian said. Since it's like this, leave the matter of the carriage to me. Li Ao said. Then thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he sincerely thanked Li Ao. After sending Li Ao off, Duan Lingtian left the Li family estate and went to the medicine store to see Tang Ying. Kid, you've finally returned alive. Tang Ying scolded with a smile. I think you're hoping that I won't return, right? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Tang Ying. When do you plan to leave? Tang Ying asked the same question as Li Ao. I came to tell you about this matter. I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. Duan Lingtian smiled. If you leave, you'll definitely take that girl with you. What about the 6 treasures body tempering liquid? Tang Ying stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. How about you sell the formula to me? Not selling. Duan Lingtian replied very bluntly. Chapter 123. However, Duan Lingtian's next words caused Tang Ying's eyes to light up. I can't sell the medicinal formula to you, but I can pass it down to you. However, you have to guarantee that I'll get the same share of profits as before. Also, you can't spread it out. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Tang Ying. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the medicinal formula and kill you? After Tang Ying was pleasantly surprised, he joked. Can you bear to do that? I have even better things in my hands, and maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. You're a smart person, so you should know that killing the goose that lays the golden eggs is a stupid action. Duan Lingtian laughed. You're a little fox, Tang Ying said angrily. Duan Lingtian took out the medicinal formula he prepared and had Tang Ying memorize it, then he ignited a strand of alchemy fire and burned it to ashes. When did you become an alchemist? Seeing the alchemy fire in Duan Lingtian's hand, Tang Ying was stunned. He didn't know that Duan Lingtian was an alchemist. Duan Lingtian took out the Grade 9 alchemist badge issued by the Alchemist Guild and waved it in front of Tang Ying. Under Tang Ying's stunned gaze, he swaggered out of the medicine store. How many more secrets does this kid have? Tang Ying suddenly felt that he really couldn't see through this youth anymore. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Lingtian returned to the Li family estate. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard a wave of hurried voices coming from inside. Although he didn't hear clearly what was said, he still recognized the owner of the voice. Little fatty Li Xian. Why's this kid here? Could it be that he was recommended to the main family by the branch family? Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile as he walked in. However, the slightly oppressive atmosphere in the courtyard caused him to feel slightly heavy. Boss. Seeing Duan Lingtian return, little fatty was excited. Li Xian, what happened? Duan Lingtian noticed that his mother Li Ru's expression wasn't too good, and faintly realized that something might have happened. Boss, the Grand Elder is dead. The little fatty's chubby face was trembling, and his words were filled with excitement. The Grand Elder the little fatty spoke of was naturally the Grand Elder of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, Li Hua. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. He grabbed the little fatty's shoulders with both hands. What's going on? How did the Great Elder die? He was very clear about the Great Elder's situation. After he cured the Great Elder's hidden illness, with the Great Elder's cultivation, he would be able to live for several more decades. There was only one possibility. The Grand Elder was killed by someone. Boss, it was someone from the Fang family. An old guy from the Fang family who had been away for many years came back. He forced the head elder to hand over the formula for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The head elder would rather die than submit, so he was killed by him. The little fatty was extremely agitated. Fang family, it's the Fang family again. What's that old man's cultivation? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. It seems to be a second-level origin core stage martial artist. He attacked out of rage, and 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. The little fatty's expression sank slightly. If it wasn't for him having misgivings about our Li family being a branch family of the Aurora City's Li family, I'm afraid our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family would have already ceased to exist. I came here this time to see if the Li clan is willing to help take revenge for the Grand Elder. If the Li clan isn't willing, then I'll go look for my grandfather. There's no need for the Li clan to make a move, I'll go with you. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the air seemed to become slightly colder. But, boss, that's an origin core stage martial artist. The little fatty was slightly hesitant. So what if he's at the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. Presently, Xiongquan had already digested the medicinal strength of the second spirit cleansing pill, and his cultivation had recovered to the 9th level of the origin core stage, not to mention that the old guy from the Fang family was only a second-level origin core stage martial artist. Even if he was at the 9th level of the origin core stage, he would still die without a doubt. Xiongquan was once a void stage martial artist. Even if his current cultivation was far inferior to before, but in terms of experience, how could an ordinary 9th level origin core stage martial artist compare to him? Not to mention this, Xiongquan relied on the grade 7 spirit weapon in his possession. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there was absolutely no one below the nascent soul stage that was a match for him. Mom, I'm going back to Fresh Breeze Town. I'll be back tomorrow and won't delay the journey. Tell Kerr. Duan Lingtian spoke to Li Ru before grabbing onto the little fatty's shoulder and bringing him along as he flashed out of the Li family estate. The little fatty only felt the cold howl of the wind ceaselessly enter his ears, causing his chubby face to go pale from fright. When he raised his head and saw the scene above Duan Lingtian, he was completely dumbstruck. 9. The strength of 9 ancient mammoth. When did Boss become so strong? The little fatty fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When the little fatty noticed that Duan Lingtian had stopped, only then did he notice that an inn had appeared before his eyes. Boss, why did you bring me here? The little fatty had a puzzled expression. Wait for me here. Duan Lingtian informed the little fatty before entering the inn to look for Xiong Quan. Come with me. Yes, master. Xiong Quan didn't ask anything and respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian. He could clearly feel that his master's voice was very oppressive and was obviously suppressing a breathtaking rage. I wonder which unlucky fellow actually dares to provoke my master. After Duan Lingtian left the inn with Xiong Quan, he called the little fatty over and bought 3 horses before directly setting off for Fresh Breeze Town. Boss, who's he? Is he the helper you found? Although the little fatty was shocked by Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was very obvious that the current Duan Lingtian was absolutely not a match for that old fellow from the Fang family. Now that he saw Xiong Quan, his heart calmed down. I'm his master. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Master? The little fatty urged his horse forward while sizing up Xiong Quan, his small eyes revealing suspicion. In his opinion, a servant that could be subdued by Duan Lingtian definitely wouldn't be stronger than Duan Lingtian. Boss, why don't I go find my grandfather? The little fatty said. If you keep nagging, do you believe that I won't kick you off your horse? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he urged his horse closer to the little fatty. Boss, don't. The little fatty was so scared that his chubby face turned white. He hurriedly waved the horsewhip in his hand. Go. The 3 of them rode into Fresh Breeze Town. Fresh Breeze Town was still the same as before. It was bustling with activity, with endless streams of carriages and horses. However, the Li family's mansion seemed a little quiet. Mourning was everywhere. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and led the little fatty and Meng Quan into the Li family's mansion. The members of the Li family were currently gathered in the morning hall. Duan Lingtian walked in. With a glance, he saw the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the Li family's elders taking turns to offer incense and respectfully bow. The great elder's married daughter had also returned. She brought her child and knelt at the side, crying. Duan Lingtian. Soon, Li Nanfeng and the Li family's elders all noticed Duan Lingtian. They should have been happy, but they couldn't. The great elder was dead. The Li family's biggest pillar of support had fallen. What would the Li family do in the future? Patriarch, elders. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Nanfeng and the others. He took a few steps forward, took 3 incense sticks, and bowed 3 times to the great elder Li Hua's memorial tablet. Great elder, you were willing to live in Fresh Breeze Town for the sake of the Li family. Thank you for your hard work. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Hua's memorial tablet with a slightly emotional expression. Although he hadn't known Li Hua for long, Li Hua had constantly helped him and tolerated his youthful frivolity. He remembered all of this deeply in his heart. He had always respected Li Hua. Great elder, don't worry. I will avenge you. After today, the Fang family of Fresh Breeze Town will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian respectfully inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. Duan Lingtian's last sentence caused Li Nanfeng and the Li family elders to be moved. Based on their understanding of Duan Lingtian wasn't the type of person who liked to boast, but what did he have? Xiong Quan, follow me. Duan Lingtian's figure trembled, and 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above his head. Spirit serpent movement technique. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before the eyes of everyone in the morning hall. Xiong Quan followed closely behind, and 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above his head as well, following him like shadows. The strength of 9 ancient mammoth. Duan Lingtian, he. Li Nanfeng was stunned. Even he, with his cultivation at the 6th level of the core formation stage, could only exert the strength of 8 ancient mammoths at full strength. The Li family elders were stunned as well. The current Duan Lingtian had already completely exceeded their imaginations. Patriarch, even if Duan Lingtian's current strength is close to the 7th level of the core formation stage, it's still impossible for him to be a match for that old freak from the Fang family. One of the Li family elders couldn't help but speak. Don't worry, didn't you see that he brought another person with him? Li Nanfeng obviously believed in Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian had never done anything he wasn't confident in, no matter if it was the battle with 7th Elder Li Kuan's son, Li Jie, or the battle with the Fang family's manager, Fang Qiong. Both times, he exceeded everyone's expectations. Patriarch, it's different this time. Little fatty Li Xian had an anxious expression. Patriarch, I'm guessing that the cultivation of the person by boss's side is about the same as his, and probably isn't a match for that old fellow from the Fang family. Why? Li Nanfeng stared blankly. 5th Elder Li Ting looked at his son as well. What the hell is going on? Speak quickly. That person addresses boss as master and is boss's servant. Do you think Li Xian had a bitter smile on his face. He hadn't even finished speaking when the expressions of the Li family's higher-ups, including Li Nanfeng and Li Ting, all changed. Let's go. Li Nanfeng took the lead and flashed out of the morning hall. The Li family's higher-ups followed one after another. Duan Lingtian, that little fellow, is too impulsive. Li Ting's face sank. I thought that the helper he brought back would be able to suppress that old fellow from the Fang family, but I didn't expect that it was only his servant. Li Nanfeng's voice was filled with anxiety. Quick. If we're too late, Duan Lingtian will most likely die. Today, our Li family will have a bloody battle with the Fang family. We'll fight to our heart's content and avenge Grand Elder. Even if we die, we'll have no regrets. Grand Elder has devoted his entire life to the family. Now, it's time for us to do something for Grand Elder. Chapter 124. In the Fang family mansion. Unlike the Li family, the Fang family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was as lively as the new year. In the Fang family hall, a thin old man in his 70s sat at the head of the table and enjoyed the respectful gazes of the Fang family's higher-ups. Second grandfather, you've helped our Fang family take revenge this time. Ever since the Grand Elder went missing, the Li and Chen families have been oppressing our Fang family. More than half of our Fang family's market has been taken over by them. Now that you've returned, we've taken back everything. The patriarch of the Fang family, Fang Yi, looked at the old man at the head of the table with a face full of smiles. Now that Li Hua is dead, the Li family has no one to rely on. Once we reorganize the businesses we took back, we can annex the Li family's market as well. A Fang family elder said with a smile. That's right. Even if we do that, the Chen family won't dare to make a single fart. Chen family? That Chen family originally wanted to help the Li family, but after seeing the second master's strength, didn't they become terrified? They watched as Li Hua was killed by the second master and didn't even dare to make a single fart. That's right, I still remember the appearance of the Chen family's grand elder, Chen Kuan, at that time. He wanted to make a move but didn't dare to. I'm dying of laughter. All the Fang family elders flattered the old man sitting at the head of the table. The old man's gaze turned cold as he slowly said, if that Chen Kuan really dared to make a move, I would have killed him as well. However, our Fang family suffered a great loss because we didn't get the formula for the miraculous medicinal liquid. Yeah, did you find out where that Li Hua got the formula? The old man looked at Fang Yi and asked. No. Fang Yi shook his head. However, we can be sure of one thing. He only got the prescription 2 years ago. Even a useless member of the Li family who doesn't share the same surname rose to the sky because of that medicinal liquid. Our Fang family was completely wiped out. It's a pity that that little bastard went to the Li family. Otherwise, I would definitely make him wish he was dead. A cold glint flashed in Fang Yi's eyes. I heard about it too. That little bastard really deserves to die. The old man's eyes turned cold. Patriarch. At this moment, a flustered figure rushed into the Fang family hall. This was a young man from the Fang family. His face was pale, and his entire body was trembling. He was terrified to the extreme. "Who let you barge in?" Fang Yi's face darkened. "What happened?" The old man sat at the head of the table, his gaze falling on the young disciple. "Second Master, clan head, 2 people have broken into our Fang family's residence. They're currently charging towards the main hall. Many of our Fang family's members have died." The young disciple's voice was trembling. "What?" The expressions of the Fang family's higher-ups in the main hall all went pale. "Let's go. I want to see who dares to be presumptuous in my Fang family's residence." The old man flew out. The upper echelons of the Fang family, under the patriarch Fang Yi, followed closely behind. As soon as Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan into the Fang family's residence, he drew out his violet myrtle flexible sword and started a massacre. As long as it was a member of the Fang family, he would kill them on sight. Xiong Quan followed behind Duan Lingtian. Every time the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flashed, a life would wither away. Whoosh! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and another member of the Fang family died under his sword. His face and clothes were already soaked with blood. Wherever he went, blood would flow like a river. Killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Now, these words couldn't be more suitable to be used on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't know how many people he had killed. His gaze was incomparably cold. As far as he was concerned, no matter how many members of the Fang family died, they couldn't compare to Grand Elder Li Hua. Now, he was wantonly slaughtering for the sake of comforting Grand Elder's soul in heaven. Whoosh! 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 The violet sword light and azure sword light were like the scythe of the god of death. Every time they struck, a member of the Fang family would fall. Waves of terrified cries sounded out from all around. Finally, no more members of the Fang family dared to approach, and they all stood in the distance with terrified expressions. "It's Duan Lingtian." Someone recognized Duan Lingtian. "It's really him. Oh my god, there are actually 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. Doesn't that mean his strength is even stronger than the patriarch's?" Impossible. He's only 17 this year. One by one, the members of the Fang family were terrified. "Duan Lingtian, it's you." An enraged explosive shout sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian's forward footsteps slowly came to a stop, and his cold eyes returned to normal as well. The main character had finally appeared. Xiong Quan sheathed his sword and stood ramrod straight behind Duan Lingtian, as if he was a guardian god. Duan Lingtian glanced over. An old man with a thin figure and eyes that flickered with a bright light took the lead and walked over to confront him. The patriarch of the Fang family, Fang Yi, and the group of Fang family elders followed closely behind. Presently, the expressions of all the members of the Fang family were extremely gloomy. The one who shouted out explosively was precisely Fang Yi. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with the old man's cold question. "Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. Looks like you ought to be that old bastard from the Fang family. Then do you know that you're courting death?" Killing intent shot out from the old man's eyes. "Courting death?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "Old fellow, you're so confident. Presumptuous. Duan Lingtian, you actually dare be rude to my second grandfather. I'll kill you." Fang Yi's face sank as he shouted out explosively, transforming into a gust of wind that flashed towards Duan Lingtian. "Then let's see if you have the ability." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at the 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him as Fang Yi flew over. In terms of strength, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, this Fang Yi was still inferior to him by the strength of an ancient mammoth. In terms of martial skill, this Fang Yi couldn't catch up to him. Die. Fang Yi arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and with an explosive shout, his palm smashed down as if it had transformed into a cattail leaf fan. Duan Lingtian moved. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths exploded out, spirit serpent movement technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian circled behind Fang Yi. Xiu. A violet sword light flashed past, and Fang Yi's head directly flew off. His body that was charging forward was fiercely flung away, and a pillar of blood spurted out, emitting traces of hot air. Fang Yi was completely unable to keep up with Duan Lingtian's speed. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. The Fang family's higher-ups, including the gaunt old man, were all dumbstruck. Patriarch, the distant Fang family disciples were all terrified. This Duan Lingtian was simply monstrous. Killing their Fang family's patriarch with only a single sword strike, too terrifying. Patriarch. The Fang family elders reacted and cried out sorrowfully. Their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with fear and disbelief. It was extremely difficult for them to imagine how it was possible for Duan Lingtian to possess such terrifying strength since Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town less than 2 years ago. The strength of 9 ancient mammoth. Not a single one of them was able to compare to it. Yeah. The gaunt old man's face was livid, and he burst into rage. His cold and indifferent gaze seemed to be able to freeze Duan Lingtian. Little bastard, I'll use your blood as an offering to Yi Er's soul in heaven. Old man, do all of you Fang family members like to boast? Duan Lingtian laughed, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Li family had arrived. When they saw the corpse of the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi, a trace of excitement flashed within their eyes. Today, none of you Li family members can think of leaving. The old man took a step forward, and his body was suffused with origin energy. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, second level of the origin core stage. The expressions of the higher-ups of the Li family didn't change, and a wisp of resolution appeared within their eyes. Take revenge for the Grand Elder. Fight. Even if they die in battle, they have no fear. But right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out, causing them to be stunned. Is the second level of the origin core stage very awesome? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and sneered. You'll know once you try. The old man sneered, and his eyes emitted a trace of insanity. At this moment, he'd already thrown the Aurora City's Li family to the back of his mind, and he had no scruples. Xiong Quan, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to kill her. Duan Lingtian took a step back and spoke indifferently. 3 breaths of time? Under the gazes of everyone present, Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, took a step forward and confronted the old man. Master, you're underestimating me too much. He'll surely die within a breath of time. Everyone present was completely dumbstruck. No matter if it was a member of the Li family or a member of the Fang family. Originally, they were already shocked when Duan Lingtian asked this middle-aged man to kill the old man within 3 breaths of time. Now, what did this middle-aged man say? Within a breath of time? Was it possible? A breath of time? The old man laughed from extreme anger. Junior, let me see how you can within a breath of time. The old man didn't finish speaking. Because it was impossible for him to open his mouth again in this lifetime. Whoosh. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the middle-aged man who spoke arrogantly earlier had already vanished on the spot, and instantly appeared before the old man. It was like teleportation. Whoosh. An azure sword light that was swift to the extreme flashed past, and the old man's head flew up, and the remnants of his body that spurted out a pillar of blood crashed onto the ground. He followed in the footsteps of the Fang family's patriarch, Fang Yi. The old man's head flew into the distance, and his eyes that were wide open in death just happened to face everyone present. Xiong Quan, you did well. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in satisfaction, and a trace of a sneer appeared in his heart. Who did this old bastard from the Fang family think he was? Calling Xiong Quan, the former protector of the Boundless sect, a junior? Thank you for your praise, master. Xiong Quan said respectfully. The members of the Fang family were stupefied, and the members of the Li family were stupefied. They only felt their scalps go numb. Who exactly was this servant of Duan Lingtian? Second master. The elders of the Fang family came back to their senses, and their expressions changed one after another. They were completely terrified. Kill. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Nanfeng, was the first to react, and his figure moved, pouncing towards the elders of the Fang family. The elders of the Li family also charged forward. The elders of the Fang family only glanced at Xiong Quan, and then they no longer had the will to fight, and fled in all directions in panic. Xiong Quan, go help the patriarch and the others. Duan Lingtian ordered. Yes, master. Xiong Quan's figure moved, and he flew out. With his help, the higher-ups of the Li family quickly slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Fang family. Chapter 125. Duan Lingtian knew that Grand Elder Li Hua's death caused the grief of the patriarch and the other elders to be no less than his own. Now, they finally had a chance to vent. Let them vent to their heart's content. Grand Elder, you should be able to rest in peace. After today, the Fang family will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the sky as flowing lights flashed within his eyes. Before long, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and all the Li family elders were covered in blood. Of course, this was the blood of the Fang family elders. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Before long, Li Nanfeng led all the Li family elders to deeply bow to Duan Lingtian. This was gratitude that came from the bottom of their heart. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the Grand Elder. Patriarch, I'm a member of the Li family as well. Duan Lingtian's words made his position clear. Ha ha. Good, ninth elder having a good son is the fortune of my Li family. Li Nanfeng laughed heartily and was extremely excited. The gazes of the Li family elders unknowingly descended onto Xiong Quan, who stood respectfully behind Duan Lingtian. Now, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian had the confidence to say those words about annihilating the Fang family. So it was because of the servant by his side. When Duan Lingtian's servant killed the Fang family's old fellow, they all saw the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above him, causing them to feel a wave of fear. Third-level origin core stage expert. If they were to know that the current Xiong Quan was actually in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage, and had only used 1/3 of his strength earlier, it was unknown what their expressions would be. The death of all the Fang family higher-ups represented the decline of the Fang family. The Fang family had become the history of Fresh Breeze Town. Just as the Li family was preparing for the funeral of Grand Elder Li Hua, this shocking news spread throughout Fresh Breeze Town like a hurricane. The Li family, who had been at a disadvantage just a moment ago, suddenly made a shocking counterattack and uprooted the Fang family. The Fang family is gone just like that. Could it be that the main branch of the Li family, the Aurora City's Li family, is here? That's impossible. Unless our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family is facing a calamity of annihilation, the Li family of Aurora City should not make a move. Do you really not know the reason? Could it be that you know? Of course. Let's hear it. I heard it from a brother of mine from the Li family. Supposedly, Duan Lingtian returned and brought back a servant. That servant of his killed the supreme elder of the Fang family, an existence at the 2nd level of the origin core stage, within a breath of time. Duan Lingtian's servant. This is too exaggerated. Fresh Breeze Town was in an uproar, and similar discussions could be heard everywhere. Deep into the night, the Li family's audience hall was brightly lit. The group of Li family higher-ups sat in a circle, eating and drinking together. The person who sat at the head wasn't Li Nanfeng, but Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was somewhat forced to do something beyond his ability. He refused repeatedly but to no avail, so he sat down as well. He had always been a casual person. Actually, if Duan Lingtian didn't sit at the head of the table, the Li family higher-ups would surely be restless. Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was so conspicuous. This was an origin core stage powerhouse. Sir, sit down as well. Li Nanfeng looked at Xiong Quan as he spoke respectfully. Although Xiong Quan was only Duan Lingtian's servant, Xiong Quan's strength caused him to feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. This time, if it wasn't for Xiong Quan, it would have been impossible for him to take revenge for the Grand Elder. However, Xiong Quan remained indifferent. Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Lingtian with slight embarrassment. Xiong Quan, sit down. Duan Lingtian spoke. Yes, master. Xiong Quan sat down at the side. After a meal, the higher-ups of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family found out about what happened after Duan Lingtian went to the Li family in Aurora City. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Gold, no matter where it went, would always shine brightly. This saying wasn't false in the slightest. The number one person on the Hidden Dragon ranking had passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's accomplishments caused Li Nanfeng and the others to be indescribably shocked. Haha. I didn't expect that our branch family Li family would be able to produce such a great figure. Sixth Elder Li Ping laughed heartily as he raised his wine cup and toasted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, there were some unpleasant matters between us in the past. Today, I solemnly apologize to you. Li Ping had once colluded with the deceased seventh elder, Li Kuan, and made things difficult for Duan Lingtian at every turn. Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with regret. Sixth elder, you're too courteous. At that time, the Fang family's manager, Fang Qiong, made a move against me, and you lent a helping hand. From that moment onwards, the gap between me and sixth elder completely disappeared. Duan Lingtian returned the toast with a light smile. That was because I was too narrow-minded, so I'll punish myself with a cup. Li Ping poured another cup for himself and downed it in one gulp. Duan Lingtian, once you leave, who knows when you'll be able to return in the future. Fifth elder Li Ting sighed. The other elders also agreed with him. Elders, no matter when, I, Duan Lingtian, will always remember that I'm a disciple of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. When I return this time, I'll ask the Patriarch for a favor and ask him to properly take care of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. Duan Lingtian slowly said. When the higher-ups of the Li family heard this, their gazes abruptly lit up. They knew that Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, was already worthy of the Patriarch's full effort to rope him in. Their Patriarch would absolutely not refuse Duan Lingtian's request. Duan Lingtian, I won't say any polite words. The Fresh Breeze Town's Li family will always be your home. Whenever you're tired and want to come back, you can come back at any time. The door here will always be open for you. Li Nanfeng took a deep breath, raised his wine cup, and downed it in one gulp. Definitely. Duan Lingtian solemnly nodded his head. That night, Duan Lingtian returned to the courtyard where he used to live. The courtyard was very clean, and the rooms were also very tidy. Obviously, there were people who usually cleaned the place. Boss, it was the Grand Elder who ordered people to clean your house. He said that there would be a day when you would return. Unfortunately, the Grand Elder won't be able to see you return. Little Fatty followed behind Duan Lingtian and sighed. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian was originally wondering who would be so considerate, but he didn't expect that it would be that old man. His heart slightly trembled. Grand Elder, don't worry. I promise you, as long as I, Duan Lingtian, am here, the Li family that you've dedicated your entire life to, will never collapse. Duan Lingtian glanced at the night sky that was filled with dazzling stars as he secretly swore. Grand Elder Li Hue, as a grade 9 alchemist, could have gone to the main clan and become an elder of the medicine department. However, he didn't do so. In his entire life, he lived for the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town's branch clan, and he never complained. In Duan Lingtian's heart, the Grand Elder was an elder worthy of respect. Go get 2 jugs of wine and have a drink with me, Duan Lingtian said to Little Fatty. Okay. Little Fatty hurriedly nodded his head and eagerly left. Just as he drank with Little Fatty Li Xian for a while, Duan Lingtian welcomed an uninvited guest. Chen Mai the daughter of the Chen family's patriarch, came alone. Duan Lingtian frowned. Miss Chen, are you here to look for me? Duan Lingtian, I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of my father and Grand Elder. Chen Mai's face was slightly bitter. She didn't expect that the youth from before would have grown to such an extent. She was destined to only be able to look up to him in this lifetime. Watching him walk further and further away. Apologize to me. Duan Lingtian laughed. Apologize to me for what? If it's only for this, then Miss Mai I won't send you off, please. He'd heard of the Chen family's reaction when the Li family was facing a crisis. Needless to say, he really loathed the Chen family now. You. Chen Mai was exasperated and wanted to get angry, but she inadvertently saw Xiong Quan standing behind Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan was coldly staring at her, causing her face to go pale from fright. If she didn't guess wrongly, this person should be the Origin core stage expert that caused a stir in Fresh Breeze Town today. He was also Duan Lingtian's servant. Duan Lingtian, my father and grand elder, originally wanted to help the Li family, but who knew that the Fang family's ancestor was really too strong. If our Chen family interferes, we'll definitely suffer a calamity. My father and grand elder's choice was also for the sake of the Chen family. Our Chen family isn't like your Li family that has the protection of the main family. Chen Maier explained. Miss Maier, I think you've really misunderstood. I have nothing to do with your Chen family, and the Li family also has nothing to do with your Chen family. No matter what you choose, it has nothing to do with me or the Li family. Xiong Quan, send the guests off. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Chen Maier with his gaze, then picked up his wine cup and looked towards little fatty. Li Xian, let's continue. Take this wine as a farewell for me. Next time, we brothers don't know when we'll be able to meet again. Boss, I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation and go find you in the Imperial City in the future, Li Xian said seriously. Then you have to work hard. Duan Lingtian smiled. Miss Chen, please. Xiong Quan stood in front of Chen Maier, causing her face to go pale with fright as she walked out in panic. Before she left, she didn't forget to turn around and glance at Duan Lingtian. But she noticed that from the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian didn't even look at her. Father, Grand Elder. Your choice has completely cut off our Chen family's connection with him and the Li family. Chen Maier came with hope, but left with disappointment. Li Xian, I'll leave Fresh Breeze Town early in the morning tomorrow, so I probably won't have to say goodbye to the Patriarch. Tell the Patriarch that in the future, someone will deliver the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to his door every once in a while, so he doesn't have to worry. Duan Lingtian said to Li Xian. The tragedy of Grand Elder Li Hua made him realize that he couldn't let the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town have the formula for the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. He had a plan in his heart. After returning to Aurora City, he would find Tang Ying and ask her to deliver a batch of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town every once in a while. Chapter 126. The next morning. At dawn, Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town with Xiong Quan and rushed back to Aurora City at noon. After first going to find Tang Ying and sending Xiong Quan back to the inn, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. Tian, how's the matter going? Li Ru impatiently asked as soon as Duan Lingtian arrived home. She understood her son. Since he was so confident yesterday, he surely had a way to deal with it, so she wasn't worried. However, she was still puzzled. How did her son deal with the Fang family's Origin core martial artist? Mom, it's all been dealt with. The Fresh Breeze Town Fang family no longer exists. The Grand Elder can rest in peace in the Netherworld. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Li Ru was slightly moved. The Fang family was uprooted. She suddenly felt that her son was even more mysterious. Duan Lingtian asked again. Mom, where's Ke? She should still be cultivating. Li Ru shook her head and sighed. Ke, that little girl, has been working extremely hard during the time you left. She's even cultivated to the 5th level of the core formation stage now. But she seems to be unsatisfied and still cultivates very hard. I think she hopes to be able to help you in the future. Ke, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of a gentle flowing light, and his heart slightly trembled. What a silly little girl. Mom, I have some matters to attend to and won't be back for lunch. Duan Lingtian informed Li Ru. He would be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, so he planned to bid farewell to the few friends he had in Aurora City. After leaving the Li family estate, Duan Lingtian went to the Xiao clan. When he arrived at the Xiao clan estate, Duan Lingtian saw Xiao Yu and Luo Shi. To his surprise, the Lin clans Lin Zhuo and Lin Qi were actually present as well. Duan Lingtian, you're so mean. You didn't even ask me for a drink when you came back. When Lin Qi saw Duan Lingtian, He deliberately put on a stern face. I just came back the day before yesterday. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect to see Lin Qi and his brother here. There was no need to go to the Lin clan to bid farewell to them. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian said, I was just about to look for you two brothers and Xiao Yu to have a meal together. I'll be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, so take it as my farewell to all of you. Leaving tomorrow? Lin Zhuo and Lin Qi were both surprised. Xiao Yu wasn't too surprised. Since Duan Lingtian planned to bring his family to the imperial city, he would definitely have to leave half a year in advance. The speed of a carriage was far slower than that of a horse. Little Qian, come along as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Qian. Luo Qian lightly nodded in an extremely obedient manner. We'll go as well. Just at this moment, two beautiful figures slowly walked over from afar. It was precisely Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Lan, and the daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Yun. The one who spoke was precisely Xiao Yun. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 years, the immaturity on Xiao Lan's face had faded quite a bit. She seemed even more otherworldly, like a living fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. As for Xiao Yun, although her charm wasn't as good as Xiao Lan's, she had matured quite a bit and lost some of her drive. With so many people, I still don't know if I have enough silver. Duan Lingtian joked. Actually, with the wealth in his spatial ring, even if he ate in the best restaurant in Aurora City for 100 years, it wouldn't be enough. Back then, when he inscribed the Blood Crescent inscription for Tang Ying, Duan Lingtian had already earned a few million silver. In addition to the profits from the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid that Kerr had given him over the past year, there was also the 2 million silver that the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, had given him. As of now, the wealth in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was over 9 million silver, close to 10 million silver. Don't worry, this meal is on me. Xiao Yu and Lin Zhuo practically spoke at the same time. Just kidding. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I still have this bit of silver. Duan Lingtian's group quickly left the Xiao clan estate and entered Aurora City. On the way, Duan Lingtian faintly noticed that Xiao Lan's flickering gaze would occasionally fall on him, causing him to be stunned. This Xiao Lan couldn't have fallen for me, right? Maybe I'm thinking too much. Duan Lingtian himself felt that it was an exaggeration, so he shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. Xiao Lan, the granddaughter of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. She had an appearance that could topple the world and was like a celestial fairy. Within Aurora City, countless men had bowed down to her, but she didn't even spare them a glance. How could she so easily fall for someone? Within the restaurant, the group of people sat together in a circle, and it was extremely lively. Duan Lingtian, you were right. Lin Qi suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall what Duan Lingtian had said to him in this very restaurant. My ambition isn't within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments, he would soon be able to enter the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, which had a special status. With Paladin Academy as a springboard, he was bound to walk even higher and further. All of this wasn't something that could be obtained by joining the Violet Tulip Trading Company. You can do it too. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. What are the two of you talking about? Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows knit together. She didn't understand the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi. Actually, it wasn't only her who didn't understand, even Xiao Yu and the others were completely unable to make heads or tails of it. They completely didn't know what the baffling conversation between Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi meant. Nothing. Lin Qi shook his head, but a trace of firmness flashed within his eyes, as if he had made some sort of decision. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Xiao Yun curled her lips in disdain. The group of people chatted and laughed, and unknowingly, they talked about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, about Meng Quan and Lo Cheng. When Lo Cheng was mentioned, Luo she couldn't help but feel sad. Luckily, Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun, who treated her like sisters, comforted her. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. It looked like Luo she had completely integrated into the Xiao clan. With Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun taking care of her, there was no need to worry that she would suffer in the Xiao clan. Meng Quan. What a pity. Lin Zhuo sighed. Back then, Meng Quan was so high-spirited at the genius gathering. Now, he was gone just like that. Yeah, who would have thought that he would have such an ending? Xiao Yu sighed. However, I finally helped him fulfill his wish. He should rest in peace in the underworld. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and his gaze was extremely complicated. No matter what, you and Duan Lingtian have escaped death this time. It's worth celebrating. Lin Qi changed the topic and raised his cup. Come, cheers. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Xiao Lan also raised her cup and looked at Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face without any makeup, but still capable of causing the downfall of a nation, revealed a hint of shyness. Duan Lingtian was startled. This Xiao Lan couldn't have really fallen for me, right? Xiao Yu also noticed this scene. As Xiao Lan's twin brother, how could he not see through his younger sister's thoughts? Little sister, are you really willing to share this man with other women? Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. With his understanding of Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to abandon the two women by his side, whose looks were not inferior to his younger sister's. Come, drink. Duan Lingtian raised his cup and no longer let his imagination run wild. Let's leave everything to fate. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted for the entire afternoon before leaving the restaurant. Xiao Yu, I'll wait for you in the Imperial City. Before parting, Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu. Don't say it so early. There's only one road from our Aurora City to the Imperial City. Who knows, I might be able to catch up to you. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian thought about it and agreed. They were using a carriage to lead the way, while Xiao Yu was using a fast horse. The speed of the two couldn't be compared at all. Then I'll wait for you to catch up. Duan Lingtian smiled. After sending them off with his gaze, he went to the market and bought a large pile of medicinal ingredients for the origin-increasing pill before returning to the Li family estate. On the way home, Duan Lingtian bumped into an acquaintance. It was completely out of his expectations. Duan Lingtian. Li Shusha looked at Duan Lingtian with a somewhat evasive and panicked gaze. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian smiled at Li Shusha. Although he didn't approve of Li Shusha's actions in the past, there was nothing between him and Li Shusha, so he didn't mind. Without love, how could there be hate? Li Shusha was destined to be a passerby in his life. I heard that you're leaving tomorrow? Li Shusha asked softly. Her gaze was very complicated. The youth who had just arrived at the Li family estate had now grown to a level that she couldn't hope to reach. In her heart, there was only regret. But she also understood that she couldn't be as close to Duan Lingtian as before. She had shattered all of this with her own hands. Ian, I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. See you later. Duan Lingtian nodded. After bidding farewell to Li Shusha, he left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Li Shusha faintly sighed. She lightly bit her white teeth and her delicate body slightly trembled. Like a wild flower swaying in the wind, she stood there alone, without anyone to rely on. That night, Duan Lingtian's family and Li Fei's family once again gathered together for dinner. It could also be considered as bidding farewell to Li Fei's grandfather, leader. Grandfather, why don't you come with us? Li Fei still wanted to persuade her grandfather. Fei, don't force grandfather. Grandfather has stayed in the Li family for most of my life. My roots are here. In the future, if you want to see grandfather, you can come back anytime. Don't worry, grandfather's body is fine. I'll definitely be able to hold your and Ling Tian's child. As the old man finished speaking, his face was full of smiles. It was as if he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei having a house full of children and grandchildren. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Who wants to have a child with him? Li Fei lowered her head shyly. She was bewitching. Swallow Mountain County, County City. Even in the county city, the Yu clan was a large clan that could be ranked in the top. Outside the Yu clan estate, a person galloped over on a horse. After dismounting, he dashed in. Father, big brother is dead. The person who had just returned was precisely Yu Xiong. After Duan Lingtian left Iron Blood City, Yu Xiong finally mustered up the courage to leave. He spurred his horse on and rushed back to the Yu clan. What? Yu Xiong's father was the second elder of the Yu clan. He was also the younger brother of the Yu clan's patriarch. Chapter 127. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian's family departed. The Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, had specially prepared a large carriage for Duan Lingtian, and it was pulled by 5 strong and tall horses. On the way out of Aurora City, it attracted the gazes of many people. Where did this great figure come from? He's actually riding such an exaggerated carriage. Didn't you see the Li clan crest carved on the side of the carriage? Could it be that the Li clan's patriarch is inside? Ignorant and inexperienced. It's Duan Lingtian inside. He's preparing to depart for the imperial city. Could it be that you've all forgotten that Duan Lingtian and the Xiao clan's Xiao Yu both passed the genius camps training and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy? He's leaving so early. Since he's riding a carriage, he naturally has to leave early. We're very far from the imperial city. This Duan Lingtian is only 17 this year. I'm sure that he'll surely become a great figure of our Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future. Nonsense. Who doesn't know this? The gazes of the Aurora City residents that stood by the roadside and gazed at the departing carriage from afar emitted reverence. They only recovered from their shock when the carriage disappeared before their eyes. They felt proud that a figure like Duan Lingtian had appeared in Aurora City. As a carriage pulled by 5 tall horses, the interior of the carriage was spacious and luxurious. 2 beds covered in top-quality mink fur were separated into 2 sides, and there was even a small table in the middle that was filled with fresh fruits and snacks. The carriage the patriarch prepared isn't bad. Duan Lingtian lazily lay on the soft bed, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. He could imagine that Patriarch Li Ao had certainly spent a lot of effort for this carriage. Of course, I heard that the patriarch ordered the craftsman to spend 2 days and 2 nights to rush this carriage. As Li Fei spoke, she touched the mink fur on the bed and sighed with emotion. Just these top-quality mink furs are probably worth hundreds of thousands of silver. Li Ru sat on the edge of the other bed, looking at Duan Lingtian, smiling faintly as she said, "Family leader is really considerate. Tian you must remember this favor of the family leader." "Mother, I know." Duan Lingtian was lying comfortably on the bed with his legs crossed and swaying gently. He was extremely satisfied. "Young master, where did you find our coachman? Why did he call you master?" Ker's eyes curved like 2 crescent moons as she asked Duan Lingtian softly. Li Fei and Li Ru also looked at Duan Lingtian. They both realized that the middle-aged coachman who was driving them was not simple. He was wearing a mask and had a cold and extraordinary appearance. He was definitely not an ordinary coachman. "Ker, he is not a coachman. He is my servant," Duan Lingtian corrected, and then he said with a smile, "When the time comes when you marry me, he'll have to address you respectfully as mistress." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ker was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She was speechless. "Scoundrel, you're bullying little sister Ker again." Li Fei stretched out her slender jade-like hands and pinched the flesh on Duan Lingtian's waist, twisting it slightly. "Little Fei are you trying to murder your husband?" Duan Lingtian cried out in pain. He stretched out his hands and pulled Li Fei into his arms, slapping her sexy butt. "Pa." Li Fei's sensitive body trembled. She realized that Li Ru and Ker were also present. Her face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She was so embarrassed that she sat to the side, not daring to bully Duan Lingtian anymore. "Tian pay attention to the occasion." Li Ru lightly coughed and shook her head helplessly. "Yes, mother." Duan Lingtian laughed slyly and was slightly embarrassed. Only now did he remember that his mother was still sitting opposite him. On the way to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Lingtian's group would take a short rest if they passed by a town before continuing on their way. The speed of this carriage far surpassed ordinary carriages, so there was no rush in terms of time. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. Xiong Quan became more and more familiar with driving the carriage. As a former guardian of the Boundless sect, it was the first time in his life that Xiong Quan was acting as a coachman. However, he didn't dare complain, as his life was in the hands of the violet-clothed youth within the carriage. Swallow Mountain County, County City. Giddy up. Accompanied by a loud shout, a Fergana horse that was completely drenched in blood dashed on the streets of the county city, and it quickly arrived at the entrance of the Yu-clan estate. The person on the horse dismounted and dashed into the Yu-clan estate. Within the Yu-clan audience hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat at the head of the table, and beside him sat a middle-aged man and a young man. They were precisely the Yu-clan's patriarch, Yu Jian, the Yu-clan's second elder, Yu Li, and Yu Xiong. Presently, the gazes of the three had descended onto the Yu-clan disciple that was gasping for breath. "Have you found it?" The dignified middle-aged man lightly rubbed the stubble on his chin and slowly asked with a calm expression. After this calm expression, there seemed to be a trace of breathtaking coldness mixed within. "Patriarch, the Duan Lingtian that young Master Xiong spoke of is a disciple with another surname from the Aurora City's Li clan. As for that Xiao Yu, he's a member of the Aurora City's Xiao clan. Supposedly, he's the grandson of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. That Xiao clan's supreme elder is a nascent soul stage expert." The Yu clan disciple caught his breath and reported respectfully. "The grandson of a nascent soul stage expert?" Yu Xiong's face sank slightly. That Xiao Yu actually has such a background. However, so what if he's the grandson of a nascent soul stage expert? The nascent soul stage experts in those small clans are at most at the first level of the nascent soul stage. "You said Aurora City earlier?" Unexpectedly, Yu Jian's brows knit together. "Yes." The Yu clan disciple respectfully nodded. "Uncle, what's wrong?" A bad premonition arose within Yu Xiong's heart. "According to what I know, the Aurora City's Xiao clan is a branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan," Yu Jian slowly said. "A branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan?" Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiong's face went gloomy as he recalled something. "No wonder I was wondering how he could have such a strong defensive martial skill. I never imagined that the clan he's from is related to a large clan in the Imperial City. Second brother, Xiong, you can't touch this Xiao Yu." Yu Jian looked at Yu Li and Yu Xiong as he slowly spoke. Their Yu clan could be considered a large clan in Swallow Mountain County, but when compared to the large clans in the Imperial City, it was nothing. The clans that truly had deep pockets within the Crimson Sky Kingdom were none other than the few large clans in the Imperial City and the Imperial City. The Yu clan was like a clay chicken or a pottery dog before them. "Uncle, he's only a branch family disciple. Even if we kill him, the Imperial City's Xiao clan might not pursue the matter." A trace of coldness flashed within Yu Xiong's eyes. Until now, he still couldn't forget the scene of Xiao Yu making him swallow the steamed bun that was covered in mud and grass. Also, Xiao Yu challenged him and even knocked him out. This matter was a great humiliation to him. The hatred he had towards Xiao Yu in his heart was second only to Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Yu Xiong's father, Yu Li, spoke in a deep voice. "Xiong, don't cause trouble. That Xiao Yu might have been looked down upon by the Imperial City's Xiao clan in the past. But now that he's passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, his significance is completely different. Even if it's the Imperial City's Xiao clan, such a person would be heavily fostered. If our Yu clan were to touch him, once the Imperial City's Xiao clan finds out, it would be a disaster for our Yu clan. Do you understand? The Yu clan could look down upon the Aurora City's Xiao clan. But to the Yu clan, the Imperial City's Xiao clan was an unreachable colossus. "Father, I understand." Yu Xiong took a deep breath. Although killing intent still shot out from his eyes, he knew that it was impossible for the clan to take such a huge risk for him. "Xiao Yu, consider yourself lucky. What's the background of that Duan Lingtian?" Yu Xiong looked at the Yu clan disciple that had returned from scouting and asked in a deep voice. He recalled the offensive inscription that Duan Lingtian used to kill his brother. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't have some background, right? He was slightly perturbed in his heart. The Yu clan disciple said respectfully, "Young Master Xiong, that Duan Lingtian doesn't have any background. He's only a disciple of another surname from the Aurora City's Li clan, and is said to be a branch family disciple." "Uncle, You must seek justice for my brother. Yu Xiong had an excited expression as he looked at Yu Jian with eyes filled with pleading. I've never heard of that Li clan having any background. Moreover, that Duan Lingtian is a disciple of another surname from the Li clan's branch family. He's only a country bumpkin. This person killed Yu Hong, so he's dead for sure. Yu Jian's eyes flickered, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. Patriarch. Meanwhile, the Yu clan disciple spoke again. 10 days ago, when I arrived at Aurora City to investigate that Duan Lingtian, I found out that he had already left Aurora City on a carriage 2 months ago and headed towards the Imperial City. On a carriage? He sure knows how to enjoy himself. Yu Xiong sneered as killing intent flickered in his eyes, ready to devour someone. Big brother, I want to take revenge for my son with my own hands. Yu Li looked at Yu Jian and was slightly excited. Don't worry, second brother. I'll go with you to see the Grand Elder right now and ask the Grand Elder to go with you. There's only one official road from Aurora City to the Imperial City, so I presume he wouldn't have gone far if he rode on a carriage. You guys can easily catch up to him if you chase after him on Fergana horses. Yu Jian stood up and spoke with a clear voice. Grand Elder. Yu Li's gaze abruptly lit up. Their Yu clan's Grand Elder was the 4th nascent soul stage expert besides the 3 supreme elders. With a nascent soul stage expert accompanying him, it would be absolutely safe. Father, I recognize that Duan Lingtian, I'll go with you. Yu Xiong was extremely excited as well, and his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. Yu Li hadn't even spoken when Yu Jian had already agreed. Xiong don't worry. Uncle will prepare a Fergana horse for you. At that time, I'll let you personally witness the Grand Elder and your father kill your brother's enemy, even to the extent that you can ask the Grand Elder to capture that Duan Lingtian alive for you to personally deal with him. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Chapter 128. Under the setting sun, the quaint little town seemed to have transformed into a tranquil painting, causing one to feel relaxed and happy at a glance. A large horse carriage pulled by 5 tall horses entered the small town, causing a commotion. Oh my God! What a large carriage! I wonder where this great figure came from. The residents of the little town had never seen such an exaggerated carriage, and they all stopped to look. Master, we've entered the town. The middle-aged carriage driver slightly turned his head and spoke towards the carriage. A lazy voice sounded out from within the carriage, as if someone had just woken up. Yes, find an inn to stay at. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Yes. The middle-aged carriage driver respectfully nodded. The people in this carriage were naturally Duan Lingtian's group. Now, an entire 3 months had passed since they left Aurora City. Under the gazes of many people, the carriage stopped at the entrance of an inn. Under the gazes of everyone present, the middle-aged carriage driver pulled open the curtain of the carriage. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 17 slowly walked out from within. Subsequently, under the support of the violet-clothed youth, a beautiful young girl around the same age as him walked out as well. The moment the young girl appeared, she attracted the gazes of everyone present. Skin like white jade, appearance like a celestial fairy. The same thought abruptly emerged in everyone's minds. Very quickly, their gazes became sluggish again. After the young girl, another beautiful young girl that wasn't even 20 years old walked out. The young girl had an angelic face and a devilish figure, causing the eyes of all the males present to be unable to help but light up. Very quickly, another young and beautiful woman that still retained her charm walked out of the carriage. At this moment, everyone was numb. When had they ever seen such a beautiful young girl? Today, they saw 3 of them. Guests, please come in. 2 servants walked out from the inn and welcomed Duan Lingtian's group in with a respectful and humble attitude. At this moment, the group of people outside the inn gradually dispersed. Why are there so many boring people everywhere? What's there to see? Li Fei's beautiful brows knit together and she had an unhappy expression. Along the way, every time they stopped at a place, she would enjoy the same treatment and become the center of attention. Isn't it because my little Feier is beautiful? This is my recognition of you. Why are you unhappy instead? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile and immediately went to book a total of 4 rooms. His mother, Li Ru, Xiong Quan, him, Li Fei and Ke were in the same room. After settling down, Duan Lingtian left his room and easily found his way into Li Fei and Ke's rooms. You scoundrel, always leaving a room empty. What a waste of money. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Along the way, every time they stopped at a town, Duan Lingtian would book 4 rooms. But at night, his room would always be empty and he would directly sneak into Li Fei and Ke's rooms and sleep with them. Li Fei and Ke also changed from their initial resistance to helplessness. In the end, they simply followed Duan Lingtian. It's not a waste. The biggest use of that room is to deceive people. Duan Lingtian chuckled and his eyes wandered over the beautiful bodies of the 2 girls without the slightest scruple. Young master, you're deceiving the madam. Ke said with a red face. Ke, you've been led astray by little Fei Er. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. That pure and cute little maid of his seemed to be gone forever. Pei. If anyone is to be led astray, it's you who led us astray. Scoundrel, I plan to go out with little sister Ke to buy a veil. Do you want to come with us? Li Fei asked Duan Lingtian. Obviously, Li Fei didn't want to be the center of attention. Why do you want to buy a veil? There's nothing shameful about you two. Duan Lingtian's thoughts were different from Li Fei's. In his opinion, a woman's beautiful side should be shown. There was no need to hide it. It wasn't like they were thieves. If you're not going with us, we'll go by ourselves. I'm just joking. If you two want to go out, how can you miss out on me? Let's go. Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked out of the room and out of the inn. Li Fei and Ke, one on the left and one on the right, walked side by side with him. Now that the sky had darkened, the streets of the small town were brightly lit, and the night market was extremely lively, full of people bustling with activity. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked past and naturally attracted the gazes of many people. Right at this moment, at the corner of the road that Duan Lingtian's group of 3 took, a young man in embroidered clothes that was a little over 20 years old was slowly walking over with 2 servants. I heard that a carriage with 5 horses came to town today. The young man in embroidered clothes suddenly spoke and asked the 2 servants behind him. Yes, young master, I was there at that time. One of the servants hurriedly nodded. Thinking of the scene at that time, he felt a wave of shock in his heart. Those 3 women that came down from the carriage were absolutely the most beautiful women he'd seen in his life. They were so perfect that there was practically no flaw to pick out. Now the more the rumors spread, the more amazing it is. They even said that the 3 women that came down from the carriage were all beautiful like celestial fairies. The young man in embroidered clothes lightly shook his head and didn't mind. Young master, it's not the rumors, it's true. Those 3 women are absolutely not inferior to celestial fairies. The servant hurriedly said. At that time, he'd seen it with his own eyes, so he knew that the rumors were true. Is it so exaggerated? Although the young man in embroidered clothes didn't mind on the surface, a trace of a luster flashed in his eyes. I'm slightly curious now. Come, follow me to that inn to take a look. Young master. The other servant's face went grim. Those people obviously have extraordinary origins, and the clan probably can't afford to offend them. I'm only going to take a look and don't intend to do anything. Besides, they only have 3 women, a young man, and a carriage driver. Even if they're members of a large clan outside, if we secretly detain them, who would know that it was us? The young man in embroidered clothes' eyes revealed a trace of a fierce light as he spoke with disdain. Young master, it's them. Suddenly, the servant behind the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to have discovered a new continent and pointed towards the distance. Duan Lingtian had just helped Li Fei and Ke put on their veils when he noticed 3 gazes sweeping over, and he couldn't help but frown. With a glance, it was a young man around the age of 20 in embroidered clothes, and he brought along 2 servants as he walked over. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them, and he held the hands of the 2 women. Come, let's go ahead and take a look. Stop. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes shone as he blocked the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Although the 2 women before him had veils covering their faces, Those two lively eyes and half of their faces that were pure white like jade undoubtedly spoke of their beauty. The young man in embroidered clothes swallowed a mouthful of saliva as a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. K off. Li Fei frowned with disgust as she berated. Your temper is hot enough. This young master likes it. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes lit up as he completely disregarded Duan Lingtian's expression that sank, and he looked at Li Fei and Ke. Two little beauties, come, take off your veils and let this young master have a look. This young master is very curious if the two of you are really as beautiful as the rumors say. I told you to K off, didn't you hear? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and his voice seemed as if it came from an icy cave, causing one's heart to tremble. Usually, when people were stunned by Li Fei and Ke's peerless appearance and took a few more glances, it was nothing in his opinion. After all, everyone had the heart to love beauty. But the actions of this young man before him had already touched his bottom line. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd of spectators increased as they discussed animatedly. Isn't this the violet-clothed youth that walked out of the carriage that entered the town at night? And these two women, aren't they the two little fairies? Just by looking at their carriage, I know they aren't ordinary people. This Tian clan's eldest young master actually dared to offend them. Isn't he afraid of bringing disaster to the Tian clan? Many people recognized Duan Lingtian's group of three. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the young man in embroidered clothes' expression was as unsightly as it could be. But now, he was in a difficult position. Could it be that he had to admit defeat in front of so many people? If this happened, how would he still have a foothold in Rain Valley Town? As the son of the Tian clan's patriarch, one of the three great clans of Rain Valley Town, the eldest young master of the Tian clan, Tian Guang had his own dignity. My patience is limited, I'll give you one more chance. Scram. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted cold lights as he spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. Kid, I don't care where you're from, but you have to understand that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunt. Today, if you don't let them lift their veils for this young master to see, this young master will waste his time with you. Tian Guang sneered, with an expression of a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Little Fei, Ke, close your eyes. Duan Lingtian's voice was very calm. Li Fei and Ke were able to detect traces of breathtaking coldness within this calmness. However, Duan Lingtian standing up for them like this caused them to feel extremely happy in their hearts. What? Scared? That's fine, beauties should look pretty good when they lift their veils with their eyes closed. Tian Guang's eyes shone, as he didn't notice the arrival of danger in the slightest. Whoosh! A wisp of violet sword light instantly flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it entered its sheath. Under the night sky, the numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian's head flashed and vanished, and no one was able to notice it. Ah! A miserable cry sounded out almost instantly. At the same time that Tian Guang screamed shrilly, his body lay straight down, and then he started rolling all over the ground. At his lower abdomen, blood gushed out without end, and the lump of flesh that belonged to a man had fallen off as well. It would probably be completely useless in the future, young master. The faces of the two servants went pale as they hurriedly rushed up to help Tian Guang stop the bleeding, but they discovered that they were completely unable to stop it. As a person, one must have self-awareness. In this world, there are some people that you can't afford to offend. I'm a rather kind person, so I'll spare your life today. If there's a next time, you'll die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Tian Guang with his gaze, then held Li Fei and Ke's hands and walked forward. Pu. When Tian Guang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Before he fainted, he only had one thought left. Chapter 129. The surrounding crowd of spectators went deathly silent as they gazed at the violet figure that held the two girls' hands and left. That violet-clothed youth was too terrifying. He actually directly crippled the Tian clan's young master's family jewels. This Tian Guang was the only son of the Tian clan's patriarch. It could be imagined that the Tian clan was bound to be unable to calm down tonight. Duan Lingtian didn't think so much as he patiently accompanied Li Fei and Ke to walk around the night market before returning to the inn. Scoundrel, do you think that local bully will call someone to look for trouble with you? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her eyes with a spurious smile. Local bully? I think it's just a local bug. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, not taking it to heart. It was only a clan in a small town and probably didn't even have an origin core stage martial artist. It was fine if they didn't look for trouble, but if they did, instantly, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a piercingly cold light. I'll go give the veil to madam. When they were strolling around the night market, Ke didn't forget to buy another veil for Li Ru. Little sister Ke is really considerate. No wonder Aunt Ru dotes on her so much, even I'm slightly jealous. Li Fei looked at Ke's back and spoke with slight envy. I feel that my mother dotes on you as well and has long since taken you as her daughter-in-law. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to embrace Li Fei's small waist, and his mouth pressed against her earlobe as he panted heavily and said in a light voice, Little Fei, I haven't eaten you in a long time, scoundrel. Li Fei's cheeks flushed red as she struggled free from Duan Lingtian and ran back to her room. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that this little girl couldn't withstand teasing so easily. After Ke returned, Duan Lingtian embraced the two girls and prepared to sleep. Knock, knock. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. The voice of the inn's attendant sounded out. Guest, the Tian clan's patriarch and two Tian clan elders have arrived. They've invited you to meet them. Tian clan? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he let go of the two girls and got off the bed. You two go to sleep first. Duan Lingtian said to Ku and Li Fei before leaving the room. His voice was as gentle as water. Xiong Quan. After leaving the room, Duan Lingtian was just about to knock on the door next door when the door opened with a creak. Xiong Quan walked out in large strides. Master, continue to rest. I'll go deal with them. Xiong, wait. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. I want to see what exactly they want to do. Duan Lingtian shook his head as a mischievous smile appeared in his eyes. Under Xiong Quan's escort, Duan Lingtian saw the Tian clan's patriarch, a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Beside him were two old men. At this moment, when the two old men looked at Duan Lingtian, their faces were filled with fear. You're that Tian clan's patriarch? Duan Lingtian lazily glanced at the middle-aged man and yawned. Just say what you have to say. This young master has to wake up early tomorrow and doesn't have time to waste here with you. You. The Tian clan's patriarch, whose expression was already extremely gloomy, saw Duan Lingtian's attitude and his expression changed greatly. Patriarch. Between the two old men, the grey-robed old man frowned slightly and stopped the Tian clan's patriarch from turning hostile. The Tian clan's patriarch took a deep breath and suppressed the fury in his heart. Only now did he remember that the other party's background was probably not simple. If it wasn't because of this, why would he swallow his anger? Tian Guang was his only son, and now that his family jewels were crippled, it also meant that he would have no descendants. The fury in his heart could not be any greater. Where exactly are you from? Why are you so vicious? The other green-robed old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see something from Duan Lingtian's face. Vicious? Duan Lingtian laughed. Old man, it's easy for you to say. If your wife was taken liberties with in public, I wonder what your reaction would be. I'm already being merciful by not killing him. Otherwise, based on my character in the past, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. What Duan Lingtian said was the truth. If it was him from his previous life, even if Tian Guang died 8 or 10 times, it wouldn't be too much. What big words. I'm curious, where exactly are you from? Which clan are you from? The Tian clan's patriarch asked in a low voice. As long as the other party wasn't from the county city or the imperial city, even if he had to take the risk, he would still kill the other party to vent the hatred in his heart and take revenge for his son. On this point, before he came, he had already obtained the approval of the two elders beside him. At that time, they would make a move together and eliminate all hidden dangers. Tian clan patriarch thinks too highly of me. I'm only a nobody, not worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. When the three Tian clan people heard this, their faces couldn't help but sink. The more Duan Lingtian was like this, the more they felt that Duan Lingtian was mysterious and unfathomable, and didn't dare to act rashly. What, you dare to cripple my son, but you don't even have the courage to introduce yourself? Tian clan patriarch said in a low voice, intending to use provocation to force Duan Lingtian to reveal his background. But unfortunately, how could Duan Lingtian fall for this little trick of his? Tian clan patriarch, I know what you're thinking in your heart. Today, I'll say this, I'm just a nobody, and I don't have any backing behind me. So, there are many things that you really don't have to worry about. Just do what you think in your heart. Duan Lingtian's words caused the Tian clan patriarch to fly into a rage out of humiliation, and the two old men beside him became even more fearful, not to mention anything else, just this composure was sufficient to show that this youth wasn't simple. Then I want to see exactly how capable a nobody like you is. The Tian clan patriarch's face sank, and the origin energy that he had long since accumulated exploded out. Instantly, his figure moved, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian like a rock spreading its wings with a menacing aura. Above him, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 7th level of the core formation stage. Patriarch. The faces of the two old men of the Tian clan went pale, as they never imagined that the patriarch would be so rash. They wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. They noticed that the violet-clothed youth had a warm smile on his face from the beginning. He stood there without moving like a mountain, as if he completely didn't care about their Tian clan patriarch's methods. In next to no time, they obtained their answer. Humph. A mere 7th level core formation martial artist dares be presumptuous before my master. Xiong Quan moved, his entire body seemed to have suddenly vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Lingtian. The Tian clan patriarch's face went pale. Isn't this masked person a carriage driver? How could he have such terrifying speed? He wasn't able to catch the slightest trace of Xiong Quan's movement speed earlier. He knew clearly in his heart what this meant. Bang! Xiong Quan attacked, striking out with his fist. He didn't use any martial skills, and the simple and unadorned punch carried an incomparably violent force as it smashed onto the Tian clan patriarch's chest. The terrifying origin energy exploded out, blasting the Tian clan patriarch flying. Instantly, more than 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Xiong Quan. The Tian clan patriarch crashed onto the ground, his chest completely caved in, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He struggled for a few moments before losing all signs of life. Dead. Origin core stage. The two old men's faces went pale. Even though their Tian clan patriarch was killed in front of them, they didn't dare act rashly. Their strength was only at the 8th level of the core formation stage. If an origin core stage martial artist wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as cutting grass. The two old men took a deep breath, glanced at each other, then looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. Young master, all of this is the fault of our Tian clan's patriarch and his son, please forgive us. Yeah, young master, you're a great person and don't fuss over the past wrongs committed by us lowly people. The two old men bowed in apology with perturbed expressions. Not far away, the inn's manager and the two attendants were completely dumbstruck when they saw this scene. As residents of Ravine Rain Town, they naturally knew who these two old men were. They were the two elders with the strongest strength in the Tian clan. Normally, they were existences that could call the wind and summon the rain in Ravine Rain Town, and were no different than local tyrants. But now, in front of this violet-clothed youth, they were like grandsons. Originally, if you two didn't come looking for me tonight, I wouldn't have pursued this matter. What a pity. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he calmly looked at the two old men. The two old men's faces went pale. Young master, please be magnanimous and let our Tian clan off. Our Tian clan is willing to pay the price as compensation. An origin core stage martial artist could easily annihilate the Tian clan. This was something they didn't doubt in the slightest. Compensation? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone, and his expression that was originally cold as ice changed to reveal a brilliant smile. Why didn't you two elders say so earlier? Since it's like this, I won't be courteous. How about 1 million silver? Such a small amount is probably not worth mentioning to your Tian clan. 1 million silver. The two old men were completely dumbstruck. This youth had such a big tone. They originally thought that spending 200,000 or 300,000 silver would be enough to get rid of the calamity, but they never expected that the youth would ask for 1 million silver right off the bat. The Tian clan was only a clan in a small town. In terms of resources, it was far from being comparable to those clans in large cities. Although the Tian clan was able to take out 1 million silver, it would still hurt them greatly. They were just about to open their mouths to plead for leniency. Xiong Quan, accompany the two elders. Come back once you get the silver. Don't be rash. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to give Xiong Quan an order. After he finished speaking, he yawned and waved his hand at the two old men. Elders, I'll be going back to sleep first. Thank you for your Tian clan's generous gift. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian left. The two Tian clan elders looked at each other with a helpless and bitter smile. Looks like they couldn't save that 1 million silver. Now, they wished for nothing more than to strangle Tian Guang to death. If it wasn't for that kid causing trouble, the Tian clan wouldn't have lost 1 million silver for no reason. They secretly swore in their hearts that after this incident, they must severely punish Tian Guang as a warning to others, so as to prevent such a black sheep from appearing in the Tian clan in the future. Let's go. Xiong Quan's cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the two old men, causing them to tremble as they respectfully led the way. My God! Our inn actually has such a great figure. Chapter 130. Early in the morning, everything came to life as the dawn rose from the east and enveloped the earth. Within Rain Valley town, a carriage pulled by 5 tall horses galloped out. After a night, it once again walked on the spacious road and continued towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Swoosh. Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian weighed the stack of silver in his hand as his face revealed a brilliant smile. He never imagined that money would come so easily. Presently, the silver in his hand had already exceeded the 10 million mark. Tian, where did these silver come from? Li Ru's beautiful brows slightly knit together as she had a puzzled expression. She only saw that the money was given to Duan Lingtian by Xiong Quan, but she didn't know what had happened or where the money came from. Aunt Ru, it's surely him extorting the Tian clan from Rain Valley town. Li Fei covered her mouth as she laughed lightly. Although she didn't see the entire process of what happened last night, when Xiong Quan gave the silver to Duan Lingtian this morning, he mentioned the Tian clan, so it wasn't difficult for her to connect all of this. When Li Ru found out the sequence of events, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. That Tian Guang really went for wool and came home shorn. But, Tian, who exactly is that Xiong Quan, and why did he acknowledge you as his master? To be able to deter the entire Tian clan, Li Ru realized that Xiong Quan wasn't simple. Mom, he was captured to be a slave, and I coincidentally saved him, so he acknowledged me as his master. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly explained. With his strength, how could he be captured to be a slave? Li Ru was slightly puzzled, but at the same time, she came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Xiong Quan wore a mask, it turned out that it was to conceal the slave brand. He was poisoned before and only had a strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I saved him and cured the poison for him. His current strength has barely recovered to the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian leaned on Ker's jade legs as he ate the grapes that Ker passed over as he spoke with a lisp. Nascent soul stage? At this moment, not only Li Ru, but even Li Fei was stunned. Although Li Fei could tell that Xiong Quan was very strong, she didn't expect him to be this strong. Nascent soul realm, such a cultivation base was already not inferior to the Aurora City's 3 great clans' grand elders. She was deeply shocked. Ker was the only one who didn't seem too surprised. She continued to peel the grapes for Duan Lingtian and put them into Duan Lingtian's mouth. In her heart, the young master she admired the most was omnipotent. No wonder you were so resolute about the Fang family in Fresh Breeze Town. Li Ru was relieved. Some of the doubts in her heart were completely solved. I really didn't expect Xiong Quan to be a nascent soul realm expert. Li Fei was stunned for a long time, Isn't he just a nascent soul stage martial artist? Is there a need to be so surprised? Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei and slowly said, "Little Fei, as long as you cultivate the Starry Sun technique seriously, it won't be difficult for you to step into the nascent soul stage within 5 years." Only now did Li Fei recall that the Starry Sun technique she cultivated was a top cultivation technique that could be cultivated to Emperor Wu's level. Coupled with the high-purity medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian refined, her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. "Tian, is that Xiong Quan reliable?" Compared to Li Fei, Li Ru considered more, and her pitilessly beautiful face became serious as she was slightly worried. As far as she was concerned, keeping such a strong person by her side was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. "Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He naturally knew what his mother was worried about. It was none other than being afraid that Xiong Quan would harm him, but unfortunately, Xiong Quan's life was currently in his hands. In the entire world, besides him, no one was able to cure the slow-acting poison he gave Xiong Quan. That was the secret recipe of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, a royal-grade alchemist. When Duan Lingtian's group left, the atmosphere in the entire Tian clan was extremely oppressive. Their Tian clan's patriarch was dead. Dad. When Tian Guang woke up and noticed that his family jewels were gone, he was already deeply shocked. Now that he heard the news of his father being killed, he cried out in sorrow and was unable to accept this sudden double blow, causing him to faint once more. He understood that the death of his father meant that his status in the Tian clan would plummet. A few days later, Tian Guang, who'd recovered slightly with great difficulty, was dragged to the punishment court by a few Tian clan disciples, and he was beaten 100 times before the eyes of everyone in the Tian clan. Before he fainted from the pain, he heard the words of the Tian clan's grand elder. "Tian Guang brought calamity to our Tian clan. According to the orders of the 2 guardian elders, he is hereby punished. If anyone commits the same mistake in the future, they'll be directly executed according to the clan rules." When he woke up once more, his aura was weak, and his eyes were filled with regret. Never had he imagined that a single thought from that night would cause him to fall to such an end. If the heavens gave him a chance to start all over again, then even if he abandoned his dignity and kowtowed 10 times to that violet-clothed young man, he would still beg for the young man's forgiveness. Now, he had nothing, let alone dignity. "Tian Guang, the Grand Elder asked you to go to the audience hall." Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside, and it caused Tian Guang's face to go pale. When he arrived at the audience hall, Tian Guang directly knelt before the Tian clan's Grand Elder and hugged the Grand Elder's legs as he cried bitterly. "Grand Elder, I know my mistake, I really know my mistake. Don't punish me anymore. I beg you, I beg you." The Tian clan's Grand Elder frowned, and his expression was slightly unsightly as he glanced at the nearby 3 people and said embarrassedly, "Distinguished guests, please excuse me." Subsequently, his face sank as he kicked Tian Guang flying. "Tian Guang, I didn't ask you to come here today to punish you. Besides the 2 guardian elders, only you are familiar with that violet-clothed young man's appearance. Now, describe in detail the appearance of that violet-clothed young man to these 3 distinguished guests." When Tian Guang heard that it wasn't to punish him, he caught his breath and noticed that there were 3 more people in the audience hall, an aged old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man around the age of 20. "You all. What's your relationship with that violet-clothed young man?" Tian Guang asked with slight trepidation. He was really afraid that these 3 people were on the same side as the violet-clothed young man and had come to stand up for the violet-clothed young man. If it was like this, then he would really be extremely unlucky. He's our irreconcilable enemy. We came here this time precisely for the sake of catching up to him and killing him. The young man around the age of 20 spoke, and his voice was filled with ruthlessness and hatred. Tian Guang's eyes abruptly lit up when he heard this, but he seemed to have thought of something and dimmed down. "It's useless. He has an origin core stage expert protecting him, and even my father, the Tian clan's patriarch, died at his hands. Origin core stage?" The young man laughed in disdain. "He's only at the origin core stage, what's there to fear? This person beside me is our Yu clan's Grand Elder, an existence at the nascent soul stage. A mere origin core stage martial artist. If the Grand Elder were to make a move, he'd be able to kill him with a flip of his palm. Nascent soul stage expert? Tian Guang was shocked. The Tian clan's Grand Elder's pupils constricted, and he only reacted after a short moment. You clan? Nascent soul stage expert? You all wouldn't be members of our Swallow Mountain County's county cities you clan, right? Tian Guang's gaze lit up once again, like the numerous stars in the night sky, and when he looked at the young man, it was as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Exactly, we're members of the Yu clan. This is our Yu clan's Grand Elder, and this is my father, the Yu clan's second elder. The young man raised his head arrogantly and enjoyed the reverent gazes of the two Tian clan members. So it's the Yu clan's Grand Elder, second elder, and young Master Yu. Tian Qiong has not received you well, please forgive me. Tian Guang, quickly get the kitchen to prepare a first-class banquet. I have to properly entertain our distinguished guest. The Tian clan's Grand Elder, Tian Qiong, looked at Tian Guang and ordered. Yes, yes. Tian Guang hurriedly stood up. His eyes flickered and his mood surged. Father, there's going to be someone taking revenge for you soon. So what if that little bastard has an origin core stage martial artist by his side? The Yu clan has dispatched a nascent soul stage expert this time, and it's even the Yu clan's Grand Elder. That little bastard is dead for sure. You can rest in peace in the netherworld. Wait. Right at this moment, the Yu clan's Grand Elder, Yu Hui, stopped Tian Guang and said indifferently, we didn't come to your Tian clan this time for a meal. Now, describe the appearance of that violet-clothed youth to me right now. Tian Guang didn't dare dally and hurriedly nodded. He recalled the scene of when he saw the violet-clothed youth that night and roughly described the youth's appearance. Grand Elder, it's right, it's him. The young man, who was the Yu clan's Yu Xiong, had a face full of excitement. It's fine as long as it's him. In this way, he left this place 7 days ago. Yu Hui nodded. Since it's like this, let's depart now. Grand Elder. Tian Qiong took a step forward and said respectfully, the three of you have traveled for an entire day and I'm sure you're hungry. How about staying for a meal in our Tian clan? It's our honor that the three of you are able to come to our Tian clan, and I hope that the three of you can allow us to fulfill our duties as hosts. Yu Hui didn't directly agree, but instead looked at Yu Xiong and the Yu clan's second elder, Yu Li. What do the two of you think? Grand Elder, since that Duan Lingtian has already left 7 days ago, we're not in a hurry. Let's finish this meal before we depart. Yu Xiong suggested. Exactly, we'll use the Fergana horses to travel. No matter if we eat this meal or not, we'll surely be able to catch up to him within 2 days. Yu Li nodded as well, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. Yu Hui nodded, then looked at Tian Qiong. Then I'll be troubling Elder Tian. It's no trouble, no trouble. A smile had bloomed on Tian Qiong's face since long ago. During these past few days, first, the Tian clan's patriarch had died, then they were exploited of 1 million silver. It could be said that the Tian clan was in a precarious situation. The other two great clans of Cove Raintown had been restless these past few days, and they obviously wanted to annex the Tian clan in one fell swoop. As far as he was concerned, so long as the Tian clan was able to form a relationship with the county city's Yu clan, they would surely be able to ensure their safety. I'll go instruct the kitchen. Chapter 131. Bang! Origin energy charged out from Duan Lingtian's body, breaking through the last bottleneck, a carp leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon in a single day. At the instant his origin energy charged through the bottleneck, it instantly underwent a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Broke through. 4th level of the core formation stage. During these past 3 months, Duan Lingtian hadn't stopped cultivating on the way to the imperial city. The facts proved that his hard work wasn't in vain. With my current strength, I can exert the strength of 11 ancient mammoths without using a spirit weapon. Comparable to an ordinary 8th level core formation martial artist. Once I complete the tempering of my fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage, the raging python form, I'll gain the strength of an ancient mammoth and be comparable to a 9th-level core formation martial artist. A trace of a bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingxing, we'll meet soon. At that time, what you gave me, Ke, and Li Xian, I'll make you pay back 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. Raising his head to look, he noticed that his mother, Li Ru, was cultivating as well. As for Li Fei and Ke, they were both asleep. These two little girls are probably really tired. A light smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and his eyes were filled with gentleness like water. He would use his entire life to protect these two girls and make them the happiest women in the world. This was the vow and promise he made to himself, and it would never change in this lifetime. Pulling open the carriage's curtain, Duan Lingtian looked outside, and the scene that entered his eyes constantly moved behind him. Along the way, they did encounter some blind horse bandits. However, those bandits failed to kill and rob, and were all killed by Xiong Quan in the end. With Xiong Quan here, Duan Lingtian was extremely at ease. Not long after, Duan Lingtian felt slightly tired and dozed off for a while. Soon, he was awakened by the sound of galloping horses. The sound of hooves came from 3 horses. Their speed was far faster than that of an ordinary horse. 3 Fergana horses. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian lifted the curtain and looked back. His eyebrows moved slightly. Soon, he saw one of the 3 people who were getting closer and closer. Yu Xiong. The Yu clan's actions are quite fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He closed the car window without waking up his mother, Li Ru, Li Fei, and Ke. He pulled open the curtains and sat beside Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan, the 3 people behind us are coming for me. Stop the carriage by the side and let's go meet them. Yes, master. Xiong Quan nodded and parked the carriage by the side of the road. He followed Duan Lingtian and ran in the direction behind the carriage. Law. Nay tilde tilde, the 3 Fergana horses stopped before Duan Lingtian. The sweat on their bodies was like fresh blood, and under the scorching sun, it flickered with a strange luster. The young man on one of the Fergana horses had a piercingly cold gaze as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he sneered. Duan Lingtian, you know you can't escape death, so you came here to give your life away? What? You want to use this to beg us to let your family go? Yu Xiong, you still like to think you're infallible. Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiong and spoke indifferently. His gaze had never looked at Yu Xiong from the beginning until the end, but had instead descended onto the other 2 people. An old man and a middle-aged man. Martial artists above the core formation stage couldn't be easily discerned, but Duan Lingtian had, after all, inherited the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could vaguely discern that the middle-aged man was an origin core stage martial artist, and the old man was a nascent soul stage martial artist. This old man's strength wasn't inferior to Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao. Humph. Duan Lingtian, you're still being stubborn when you're about to die. I'll say it today. Even if you deliver yourself to die, I won't let your family go. As long as it's someone related to you, they'll die without a doubt. Yu Xiong burst into rage when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to disregard him. What did you say? Duan Lingtian's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold. A terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and flashed towards Yu Xiong. His family was his reverse scale. Yu Xiong was suddenly enveloped by this killing intent, and his face went pale. His body trembled and he actually fell off the horse with a bang, in an extremely sorry state. The old man, the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui, glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight astonishment. Such killing intent was something he'd never developed even after fighting for more than half his life. This youth around the age of 17 wasn't simple. You're courting death. Yu Li's face sank, and his legs shook as he instantly left the back of his horse and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. His palm descended, strong winds swept out, and the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. Duan Lingtian, you killed my son, Yu Hong. Today is the day you die. Yu Hong. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he came to a sudden understanding. So this person was Yu Hong's father. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he gazed at the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Li. This Yu Hong's strength wasn't bad, as he'd actually cultivated to the 8th level of the origin core stage. However, this little bit of strength, you dare be rude to my master? Die! Xiong Quan shouted out explosively as he instantly flashed out to intercept Yu Hong. Above him, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well, 7th level of the origin core stage. Yu Hui sat on the Fergana horse and was slightly surprised, but he had no intention of interfering. As far as he was concerned, Yu Li alone was sufficient to deal with a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Humph! A mere 7th level origin core stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before me? I'll kill you first and bury Duan Lingtian with your corpse. Yu Li's eyes revealed disdain as he sneered, then his palm strike that was filled with raging origin energy blasted towards Xiong Quan. Whoosh! Right at this instant, the 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan had instantly turned into 200 ancient mammoth silhouette. No! The sneer on the corners of Yu Li's mouth completely froze when he saw this scene, and his eyes revealed terror. He never imagined that his opponent was actually a nascent soul stage martial artist. Only a martial artist at the first level of the nascent soul stage or above was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but noticed that it was too late. All the strength in his body poured into this palm strike, and it was difficult to withdraw it. Stay your hand. Yu Hui's face went ghastly pale, as he never imagined that Xiong Quan had concealed his strength. His figure swiftly flashed as he pounced over, wanting to save Yu Li. Above him, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed when he saw Yu Hui attack, but his expression remained unchanged. Whoosh! Xiong Quan moved, and a 3-foot-long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. It whistled past and instantly swept past Yu Li's throat. After he succeeded, he returned to Duan Lingtian's side and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. Yu Hui caught Yu Li's body, but noticed that fresh blood was violently gushing out from Yu Li's throat, and Yu Li struggled for a moment before losing all signs of life. Second Elder. Yu Hui's face went ghastly pale. The middle-aged man in his embrace wasn't just the Yu clan's second elder, he was also the patriarch's younger brother. Now that he had died before him, how would he explain this to the patriarch? Early on when Xiong Quan exerted the strength of a nascent soul stage martial artist, Yu Xiong was already scared silly. Now that he saw Yu Li die, his face went ghastly pale, and he pounced forward and ceaselessly shook Yu Li's corpse, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Father! Father! Yu Hui put down Yu Li's corpse, and his gaze was cold and indifferent as he strode out and walked towards Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Today, even if you're at the first level of the nascent soul stage, you'll still die without a doubt. And you, Duan Lingtian, after I kill him, I won't kill you. I'll capture you and hand you over to Yu Xiong to be dealt with personally. Yu Hui's voice was cold and indifferent, and his chilly gaze first flashed past Xiong Quan before descending onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll let you watch with your own eyes as the flesh on your body is shaved off piece by piece by piece. I'll make you wish you were dead. Hearing Yu Hui's words, Yu Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian and his eyes emitted a ruthless sheen. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Then let's see if this old fellow can live up to your expectations. Whoosh! Yu Hui moved, and his speed was so swift that with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to catch a glimpse of Yu Hui. Xiong Quan moved along with Yu Hui, but seemed to be able to easily see through Yu Hui's location and directly moved to intercept him. A mere first-level nascent soul stage martial artist, die. Yu Hui revealed himself and coldly shouted. A spirit weapon narrow saber that was thin like a cicada's wing suddenly appeared in his hand, and it whistled out towards Xiong Quan. The saber light emitted outwards, and against the scorching sun, it flickered with a dazzling luster. Grade 8 Spirit Weapon. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he discerned the grade of the spirit weapon in Yu Hui's hand. Meanwhile, beside the 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Hui, another 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. This was the amplification of strength from a spirit weapon. Grade 8 spirit weapon amplified strength by almost 20%. Yu Hui's saber art martial skill was extremely brilliant, and he perfectly displayed his strength, following like a shadow as he enveloped Xiong Quan. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, you encountered me. Facing Yu Hui's brilliant saber strike, Xiong Quan didn't dodge, and the 3-foot-long blade flashed out to intercept it. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Yu Hui's mouth curled into a sneer. But in next to no time, his expression completely changed. What did he see? Right at the instant Xiong Quan attacked, the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan instantly became 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Third level of the nascent soul stage. This wasn't all. Along with the spirit sword in Xiong Quan's hand flashing out, the might of the spirit weapon was perfectly displayed. Beside the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 100+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The amplification of the spirit weapon was almost 30%. The strength of 500+ ancient mammoths against the strength of 360 ancient mammoths. The two of them weren't on the same level at all, and the outcome was obvious. Clang. As a grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3-foot-long blade flashed past, instantly slashing apart Yu Hui's grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber, and its momentum didn't decrease in the slightest as it went on to chop off Yu Hui's head. Before Yu Hui died, he only had one thought left. Third level of the nascent soul stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. The eyes of Yu Hui's head that flew out from his body stared wide open, as if he never imagined that Xiong Quan would have such strength. Grand Elder. No, it can't be. It can't be. I must be dreaming, I must be. The scene before him caused Yu Xiong's eyes to almost split open, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Chapter 132. The intense pain coming from his thigh caused Yu Xiong to be unable to stop himself from screaming out. Only now did he realize that everything before his eyes was real, and he wasn't dreaming. Yu Xiong. Seeing Yu Xiong's actions, how could Duan Lingtian not know what he was thinking? The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Now, tell me, how should I deal with you? Should I let you watch as the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece, living a life worse than death? Or should I give you a quick death? In the next moment, Yu Xiong's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Thump. This Yu Xiong actually directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him, ignoring the fresh blood flowing from his forehead. Duan Lingtian, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. As death approached, Yu Xiong forgot his dignity, forgot everything. Let you go. Duan Lingtian sneered, let you go, and then let you go back to the Yu clan to find someone to take revenge on me? Yu Xiong hurriedly shook his head. He was terrified to the extreme, and his body trembled. I won't take revenge on you. Really, I won't take revenge on you. Your brother and father both died in my hands. Are you sure you won't take revenge on me? Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Really, really. Yu Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian with a begging expression. However, the cold light that flashed in the depths of his eyes was still noticed by Duan Lingtian. However, even if Duan Lingtian didn't notice this, he still didn't intend to let Yu Xiong go. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. This Yu Xiong's heart was vicious, and Duan Lingtian could be considered to have witnessed it. Yu Xiong, I still remember your overbearing and arrogant appearance when we first met. It was as if you didn't take me seriously at all. Originally, I didn't intend to bicker with you, but you actually conspired with your brother to get someone to take my life. It can be said that your brother's death, and even your father's death, was caused by you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yu Xiong. You. The disappearance of Centurion Bai Feng is related to you? Yu Xiong's expression changed drastically. When his brother's good friend, Bai Feng, went missing, he felt it was very strange. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he faintly guessed something. That's right, Bai Feng died in my hands. I used the same inscription that killed your brother to kill him in the setting Sun Mountain range. Duan Lingtian nodded and admitted it. Yu Xiong's face was ashen. He didn't expect that from the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried about his revenge. Now that he thought about it, all of this seemed to be caused by him. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't kill me, I can promise you anything. I can be your dog and be ordered around by you. How about it? Yu Xiong's eyes emitted the desire to survive. He was only 20 this year and wasn't willing to lose his life. Be my dog. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that Yu Xiong would actually disregard his dignity in order to survive. The current Yu Xiong was simply like a completely different person from the Yu Xiong he met for the first time. If Yu Xiong could still maintain his arrogant appearance like before, Duan Lingtian might think slightly more highly of him. Now, he couldn't even be bothered to kill this Yu Xiong himself. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and his tone contained dense coldness mixed within. Yes, master. Although Duan Lingtian didn't specifically instruct him to do anything, Xiong Quan was still able to understand what Duan Lingtian meant, as he'd followed Duan Lingtian for a few months after all. No. When he saw Xiong Quan walking over, Yu Xiong realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, and he let out a sorrowful shout before turning around and fleeing. However, that bit of speed of his was nothing in front of Xiong Quan. After a short moment, Xiong Quan caught up to him and he died under Xiong Quan's sword. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, Xiong Quan searched the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members for a while before withdrawing some silver and a spatial ring. That spatial ring was precisely the possession of the Yu clan's Grand Elder, Yu Hui. Master. Xiong Quan respectfully passed the spoils of the battle to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, then glanced at the broken grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber, then glanced at the 3 Fergana horses. Put away his spirit weapon as well, I'll be able to use it when refining weapons in the future. As for these 3 Fergana horses, find a town ahead and replace our 5 horses, and let these 3 Fergana horses pull the carriage. Xiong Quan's gaze twitched as he said in astonishment, Master. You're also a weapons craftsman? Is it very strange? Come, let's go back. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then he ignited his pill fire and burned the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members before turning around and leaving. Meanwhile, he claimed ownership of Yu Hui's spatial ring while he was at it. 2 million silver? Not bad. This Yu Hui is wealthier than Aqua Mist City's He clans He Zudao. Xiong Quan led the 3 Fergana horses and respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian. He felt that the master he'd acknowledged seemed to not be an ordinary person. What a joke! Could an ordinary person be so wise and far-sighted at such an age, as if everything was under his control? Xiong Quan even felt that. Even the former sect leader of the Boundless sect was far inferior to his current master in certain aspects. Perhaps, being able to follow master is my fortune. With master's natural talent, he'll sooner or later go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I keep having the feeling that my life will change because of this. Such a thought suddenly arose within Xiong Quan's heart. This thought was like a seed that gradually took root and sprouted. Many years later, when he suddenly looked back, only then would he realize how correct his thoughts were at this moment. Returning to the carriage, Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes of Li Fei, Ke, and his mother, Li Ru, had all descended onto him in unison. You're all awake. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Young master, what happened? Ke asked. Nothing, it's just a few bandits that blocked the way. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. For the sake of avoiding his mother from being too worried, he found an excuse. Bandits? Since when did bandits ride Fergana horses to rob us? Li Ru pulled open the carriage window and glanced outside. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile when she saw Duan Lingtian leading 3 fine horses that were covered in sweat that seemed to be dyed with blood. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. It's really Fergana horses, and there's even 3 of them. Li Fei was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well, and flowing lights flashed within her eyes. What beautiful horses! These are Fergana horses. Big sister Fei Fei, are these Fergana horses very special? Ke was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well. No matter if it was in terms of leg strength or appearance, A Fergana horse was absolutely the best amongst horses. The speed of a Fergana horse is a few times faster than an ordinary fine horse, and it can travel 500 kilometers in a day. Moreover, just a single Fergana horse is worth 1 million silver. Li Fei explained. Kerr was frightened. 1 million silver taels for a horse. Very quickly, the gazes of the three women that were slightly scrutinizing fell upon Duan Lingtian at the same time. Duan Lingtian's heart tightened, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. Xiong Quan, call me when we reach the town ahead. I'm sleepy, so I'm going to catch up on my sleep first. Duan Lingtian yawned and called out to Xiong Quan outside. Under the burning gazes of the three women, he lay down on the bed and pretended to be asleep. Scoundrel! Li Fei angrily said. Li Ru also helplessly shook her head, but she didn't intend to probe any further. She closed her pair of beautiful eyes and continued to cultivate. After a moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at his mother, Li Ru. After discovering that she was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, he reached out and grabbed Li Fei's hand. Little Fei, come. Li Fei was still puzzled. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a ring appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the spatial ring of the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui. This is. Li Fei took a deep breath. She had a guess in her heart, and she was slightly excited. Haven't you always envied Kerr for having a spatial ring? As Duan Lingtian spoke softly, he removed the ownership of the spatial ring and put it on Li Fei's hand. It's really a spatial ring? After Li Fei dripped her blood onto the spatial ring, she excitedly lowered her head and kissed Duan Lingtian. After that, she noticed Kerr looking at her with a spurious smile. She was so embarrassed that she turned her head away and didn't dare look back for a long time. Little Fei, you're still shy. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and domineeringly pulled Li Fei into his embrace, and his other hand embraced Kerr. He hugged one in each arm and fell asleep. Not long after, Xiong Quan drove the carriage into a small town. After dealing with the original 5 steeds, he hitched the 3 Fergana horses onto the carriage. When they left the small town, 100% of the people turned their head. There were even quite a few people who chased them out of the small town and only returned to their senses after they saw the carriage disappear into the distance. My God, those are Fergana horses, right? 3 Fergana horses are worth 3 million taels of silver. Using 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage is too extravagant. The group of small-town residents deeply engraved this scene in their hearts. This was the most extravagant action they'd ever seen in their entire lives. After switching to the 3 Fergana horses, the carriage galloped like the wind at an extremely fast speed. In Duan Lingtian's original plan, it would take nearly a year to reach the imperial city. But now that he'd switched to the Fergana horses, it was an entire 3 months ahead of time. The imperial city is in front. Li Ru's gaze was complicated as she looked at the vast and majestic city in the distance through the carriage window. That year, she'd brought her son, who was still immature, and left this place. She didn't expect that after so many years, she'd once again set foot on this land. She seemed to have recalled. That year, the scenes when her husband, Duan Rufeng, was still alive. Although her husband had been missing for many years, she was sure that her husband was still alive. Tian-o. Li Ru looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, when we reach the imperial city this time, Mother hopes that you can accompany Mother to make a trip to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan. That year, it was she who'd secretly brought Duan Lingtian away. After all, Duan Lingtian had the blood of the Duan clan flowing through his veins, and he was still a member of the Duan clan. Acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan? Duan Lingtian frowned. Mother, I'm not going. Tian-er. Li Ru's tone became heavier. She'd always been a person who valued relationships and righteousness, and she couldn't bear to see her son being so immature. Mother. Duan Lingtian's eyes were crimson red as he said in a deep voice, all these years, has the Duan clan ever cared about the life and death of us? Also, when Duan Lingxing almost killed me 2 years ago, has that so-called 4th uncle ever treated me fairly? Chapter 133. Within the carriage, it was deathly silent. Li Fei and Ke were very sensible and didn't speak. Li Ru's eyes were slightly red. She could feel her son's resentment from his tone. After a long time, she sighed and said softly, "All right, Tian, if you're unwilling to go, then we won't go." "Mom, don't be sad." Duan Lingtian felt his heart ache when he saw his mother like this. He sat over and held Li Ru's hand. "I know you want me to go and acknowledge my ancestors for father's sake. But, why did you leave the Duan clan that year? Could it be that you've forgotten everything? When father was still alive, everyone respected you. Once father went missing, those jealous people took the initiative to make things difficult for you. I believe that even if father was still alive, he wouldn't blame us." Li Ru nodded and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. "Tian, you've grown up. Mom can be at ease. Mom doesn't have any other wishes for the rest of her life. I only hope to be able to see you, Fei and Ke give birth to children, and I'll be satisfied." Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A mother's love was as heavy as Mount Tai, causing his heart to feel slightly sour and his eyes to feel bitter. "Mom, you rest for a while." Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian returned to Li Fei and Ke's side and sighed. He would go to the Duan clan, but not to acknowledge his ancestors, it was to kill that Duan Lingxing. In next to no time, the carriage arrived at the foot of the imperial city. The enormous carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses naturally attracted the attention of many people everywhere it passed. The imperial city was vast and vast. It stood there like an enormous ferocious beast that was hibernating, and it brought a feeling of oppression to others. The imperial city was surrounded by a wide moat, leaving only a stone bridge that led to the entrance of the imperial city. This was also the only city gate of the imperial city. This was the only way in and out of the imperial city. As the carriage walked on the stone bridge, one could vaguely see numerous ferocious fish-type ferocious beasts leaping up from the moat and revealing their savage fangs. The density of these ferocious fish beasts made one's scalp numb. One could imagine that even if a nascent Soul Realm martial artist fell into it, they would most likely die. As the only gate of the imperial city, it was extremely large. It was made of steel and was dozens of meters tall. On both sides of the gate, there were mighty soldiers in armor. They held sharp spears in their hands and stood there in 2 lines, as motionless as mountains. Wherever Duan Lingtian's carriage passed, the crowd would make way. Even the soldiers on both sides of the city gate did not dare to approach. A carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses was a rare sight even in the imperial city. Those who could sit in such a carriage were either rich or noble. After entering the imperial city, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Ke looked out the window and carefully observed everything in the imperial city. On both sides of the wide road, there were many shops and restaurants. It was very lively. Li Fei faintly sighed. Compared to the imperial city, Aurora City can only be considered as a small rural town. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed. Aurora City could not be compared to the imperial city at all. "Master, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city is divided into an inner city and an outer city. We are currently only in the outer city." At this moment, Xiong Quan's voice sounded. "Outer city?" Duan Lingtian was surprised. Such a bustling place was only in the outer city of the imperial city. "Master, look, the inner city is in front." After the carriage traveled for another half an hour, Xiong Quan's voice sounded out again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked over and noticed that at the end of the road, there was a city within a city. This inner city did not look much different from the outer city. If there was a difference, it would be that the area it occupied was smaller than the outer city. No matter if it was the moat, the city walls that surrounded the city like a water bucket, or the only stone bridge, they were all no different from the outer city. Presently, the inner city's gate was tightly shut and there was not a single person on the stone bridge. The inner city is actually not open. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. "There should be a time limit," Xiong Quan said. "Xiong Quan, you seem to know the imperial city very well. Have you been here before?" Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. From Xiong Quan's introduction earlier, he noticed that Xiong Quan seemed to be very familiar with the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. "I've been here once before." Xiong Quan sighed as he reminisced. At that time, he took the identity of the Boundless Sect's guardian and brought the Boundless Sect's disciples out to handle some matters, and they just happened to pass by here. Now that he thought back, he sighed endlessly. Let's find an inn in the outer city to stay first. Duan Lingtian instructed. Yes. Xiong Quan replied respectfully and found a slightly luxurious inn to stay in. The innkeeper of the inn personally came out to welcome them. The carriage driven by 3 Fergana horses caused him to tremble with fear, as he was deeply afraid of offending the esteemed guests. Mother, let's go out to eat. Duan Lingtian arrived outside Li Ru's room and said softly. Mother isn't hungry and wants to rest for a while. You guys go ahead. Remember to bring Xiong Quan along. The experts in the Imperial City are as numerous as the clouds, so you must not take the initiative to cause trouble. Li Ru's voice sounded out, and she didn't forget to warn Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied and left the inn with Li Fei and Ke. Xiong Quan followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian found a nearby restaurant that looked pretty good and walked in with large strides. This restaurant was a pavilion that was divided into 3 floors. The surroundings of the first floor were filled with flowers and plants, and it was extremely pleasant. It was currently mealtime, and the lobby of the first floor was already full, bustling with activity, and extremely lively. Duan Lingtian followed the stairs and walked up to the second floor with large strides. Compared to the clamor of the first floor, the second floor was much quieter. Although there were many people talking, they intentionally lowered their voices and were extremely mindful of their image. Guest, this way please. Before long, a waitress greeted Duan Lingtian's group and brought them to a table near the street. Give me a portion of each of your signature dishes and a jug of good wine. Duan Lingtian instructed. Yes. The waitress nodded respectfully before turning and leaving. Before long, fine wine and delicacies were placed on the table. This restaurant is rather special. Li Fei lightly smiled. Sitting on the second floor, they were practically unable to hear the sounds of the lobby on the first floor. Everything seemed to be so quiet and peaceful. Although they could hear the conversations of some of the patrons on the second floor, they were all suppressed to an extremely low level. If they didn't intentionally listen, they would be completely ignored. A small portion of the patrons in the surroundings were discussing private matters, but most of them were discussing Paladin Academy. I wonder if Paladin Academy will receive a genius student like Shu Qing this year. What kind of joke is this? That Shu Qing is a rare genius martial artist. In the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, there was only one person from 20+ years ago that was able to compare with him. Who? Naturally, it's the Duan Rufeng clan's Duan Rufeng. Who's Duan Rufeng? You actually don't even know who Duan Rufeng is? He's a peerless genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom 20 years ago, and is also a direct descendant of the Duan clan. I've actually never heard anyone mention him. Of course, because he went missing 15 years ago. If he didn't go missing, then the #1 expert of our Crimson Sky Kingdom might not necessarily be that person from the Imperial family. Be quiet, are you courting death? Is that person from the Imperial family someone you can talk about? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard the discussion of the people at the nearby table. Duan Rufeng was precisely his father in this lifetime. I never imagined that there would still be people who remember that deadbeat father of mine. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he was slightly surprised. Humph. Duan Rufeng is only a short-lived ghost. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the stairs. A red-clothed young woman around the age of 19 walked up to the second floor, and behind her was an old woman. The old woman leaned on a walking stick, but her eyes were dazzling like an array of stars. Obviously, her cultivation wasn't low. Little girl, you're too presumptuous. If that Duan Rufeng was here, would you dare say such words? The expression of the middle-aged man who'd been praising Duan Rufeng earlier sank slightly. Slap her. The red-clothed young woman's voice was icy cold, and it was unknown who she was talking to. Instantly, the old woman behind her moved, and she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards the middle-aged man. Above the old woman, a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, then vanished in a flash. Slap. A clear sound echoed out as the old woman returned behind the red-clothed young woman, whereas, half of the middle-aged man's face was swollen, and his expression was extremely unsightly, yet he dared to be angry but didn't dare say anything. The old woman's strength was far above his. For a moment, the second floor was deathly silent. So overbearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as a cold light flickered within them. Although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his, he was still his father after all. Now that he was being insulted, a ball of flames couldn't help but arise within his heart. Truly laughable. A short-lived ghost is worthy of such praise from all of you. The red-clothed young woman's icy cold gaze descended onto the other people that participated in the discussion earlier, causing them to hurriedly lower their heads and not dare say another word. These days, people aren't even allowed to speak the truth. If that Duan Rufeng was still here, would you dare to insult him? Li Fei obviously couldn't bear to see the red-clothed young woman's actions, and she grunted coldly. The red-clothed young woman's gaze descended onto Li Fei's face, and she mocked. An ugly freak with a veil on her face is worthy of speaking to this young miss. I'll give you a chance, slap yourself 30 times. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Ugly freak. Li Fei was dazed, then sneered. You really think highly of yourself. Even if you were to deliver yourself to a beggar on the side of the road, a beggar might not dare to marry you, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This girl's mouth is unforgiving. You're courting death. A trace of a cold light flashed within the red-clothed young woman's eyes. Her hand trembled, and a strong wind swept out. A black whip that was like a venomous snake brought out a string of whip images that were suffused with origin energy as it flashed straight towards Li Fei. Her attack was incomparably ruthless. Above her, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 4th level of the core formation stage. Just when most people thought that Li Fei would suffer a loss, Duan Lingtian moved. Whoosh. Just when Li Fei's gaze went slightly cold and she intended to make a move, Duan Lingtian embraced her and dodged the red-clothed young woman's attack. Chapter 134. Going too far. The red-clothed girl's expression was extremely unsightly after her attack missed. There are some people you can't afford to offend. In front of me, not to mention mocking, she doesn't even have the qualifications to speak. The qualifications to speak? That's really new. This is the first time I've heard that speaking requires qualifications. But I wonder where you got the qualifications to injure someone, and who gave you the qualifications? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he started laughing from extreme anger. Even if he didn't interfere earlier, with Li Fei's strength at the 5th level of the core formation stage, it would still be sufficient to defeat the red-clothed girl who was at the 4th level of the core formation stage. He embraced Li Fei and moved aside, not because he was worried that Li Fei would suffer a loss, but because he listened to his mother, Li Ru, and tried his best not to cause trouble. If the matter really got out of hand, then he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Some of the surrounding customers frowned as they looked at the red-clothed girl, as they all felt that she was going too far. Some people are born lowly, like ants. There are some people who are born to be noble and are supreme. The red-clothed girl arrogantly raised her head and said with a condescending tone, "You asked where this young miss got the qualifications, and this is this young miss qualification. In front of this young miss, she's only an ant. You're similarly an ant. So, you don't have the qualifications to speak in front of this young miss." The red-clothed girl had only just finished speaking when the black whip flashed out once again, swinging towards Duan Lingtian. What a good-born lowly. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, and let you know that no one has the qualifications to casually trample on the dignity of another. Duan Lingtian's voice was icy cold, as he was truly enraged. Die. The red-clothed girl shouted in a low voice, and the whip in her hand seemed to transform into numerous black poisonous snakes that scuttled towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand. He only used the strength of less than 7 ancient mammoths. Slap. He easily caught the red-clothed girl's whip in his hand and fiercely shook it. Pu. The red-clothed girl's hand that held the whip trembled, and she was shaken to the point she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was ghastly pale as she stared at Duan Lingtian, as if she had encountered something extremely inconceivable. You actually dare injure this young miss? What a joke. You want to kill me, but I can't hurt you. Duan Lingtian sneered. Did this crazy woman really think that the heavens were the greatest and she was the second? She could kill people, but others could only stand there and let her kill them? What kind of logic was this? For a moment, all the customers in the restaurant looked at the woman in red as though they were looking at an idiot. Although they had seen many hedonistic sons of rich families, this was the first time they had seen such an exaggerated one. Do you know who I am? This young lady will give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to this young lady 3 times. Perhaps this young lady will show mercy and spare your life. The woman in red looked at Duan Lingtian. Her voice was cold as if she was giving alms to Duan Lingtian. What a joke. Do you really think that you're the judge of life and death? Do you really think that you're the judge of life and death? Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and the icy cold bloody killing intent on his body swept out. The woman in red was enveloped by the killing intent, and her face went pale. Her entire body trembled as she continuously retreated a few steps. She once again looked at Duan Lingtian as if she was looking at a devil. You. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Enough. The old woman spoke out as she took a step forward and blocked the woman in red, blocking the peerless killing intent that stretched out from Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even the old woman couldn't help but be moved. This youth that looked to be around 18 years old not only had a strength that wasn't inferior to her young miss, he actually possessed such a terrifying killing intent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there probably weren't many people who possessed such killing intent. Who the hell are you? The old woman looked at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. She faintly realized that this violet-clothed youth wasn't simple, and might even have an extraordinary background. Who am I? Duan Lingtian started laughing as he swept the red-clothed woman behind the old woman with his gaze. I'm the ant she spoke of. A naturally lowly ant. What? The naturally noble young miss can only hide behind others now and don't dare make a move to show off your nobility. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with ridicule. Kill him, I want him to die. The red-clothed woman was provoked by Duan Lingtian to the point her face flushed red, and she roared with a fierce voice. The old woman's gaze focused as killing intent flashed within. Originally, when she saw Duan Lingtian being so mysterious and unfathomable, she still had misgivings in her heart. Now, when she heard her young miss's order, she didn't hesitate any longer. No matter how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's identity was, he would still die today. Whoosh! The old woman moved, attacking with her full strength, and 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, revealing her cultivation. 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Xiong Quan, don't let her disturb me. Right when the hearts of the customers on the 2nd floor were in suspense for Duan Lingtian instead suddenly spoke such words, causing these customers to feel slightly bewildered. Yes, master. Xiong Quan moved, only using the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to stop the old woman and suppress her, causing her to be unable to make a move against Duan Lingtian. 7th level of the Origin Core stage. The old woman glanced at Xiong Quan in terror, and her face went ghastly pale. You. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. The red-clothed woman's face went ghastly pale when she saw her backer being stopped by someone, then she saw Duan Lingtian walking towards her. Slap. Duan Lingtian walked forward and raised his hand to slap the red-clothed girl, then he said in a cold voice, Noble eldest young miss, today, allow me, a lowly ant, to properly discipline you on behalf of your parents. This slap is for my wife. Li Fei sat at the side, and a happy smile appeared on her face. You dare slap me? The red-clothed woman was dumbstruck. Even her father had never hit her. Now, a strange man actually dared slap her. You're dead. You're dead. The red-clothed woman looked at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze, as if she was looking at a dead man. Slap. Duan Lingtian gave the red-clothed woman another slap, then sneered. This slap is for that big brother from before. Nearby, the The middle-aged man with half his face swollen glanced at Duan Lingtian with gratitude. Kid, you'll regret this. Do you know who she is? Meanwhile, the old woman that was suppressed by Xiong Quan, her body that seemed as if it would fall in the wind lightly trembled. Don't worry, no matter who she is, I'll properly teach her how to behave on behalf of her parents. Duan Lingtian swept the old woman with a cold and indifferent gaze, then looked at the red-clothed woman with a cold expression. Slap. 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 Slap after slap was swung out, hitting the red-clothed woman until her cheeks were completely swollen, turning her into a pig's head. Didn't you say that you were born noble and supreme? Didn't you say that I was born lowly and wanted to kill an ant like me? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with coldness and indifference. The red-clothed woman's eyes flickered with icy cold killing intent, as if she was already numb, and she spoke incoherently. You will surely, regret this. Stubborn. Duan Lingtian gave the red-clothed woman another slap, and after slapping her down, he stopped and coldly shouted. Fuck off. Don't appear before me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Meanwhile, Xiong Quan had also returned to Duan Lingtian's side. The old woman regained her freedom and helped the red-clothed woman up before walking down the stairs in large strides. Her icy cold voice sounded from afar. Kid, no matter who you are or what your background is, you, prepare to receive the fury of the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Fair Sun County's county governor's estate? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The county governor's estate again. He seemed to have a special affinity with the people of the county governor's estate. First it was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate, and now it was the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Could it be that the red-clothed woman from before was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? I've long heard that the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter is an unruly girl, but I never imagined that she's unruly to such an extent. The expressions of many customers went pale as they paid their bills and left one by one, deeply afraid that they would get into trouble. Little brother. In a short while, only the middle-aged man with a swollen face remained. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate isn't to be trifled with. You'd better leave the imperial city quickly. This is the imperial city. Could it be that the county governor's estate can overturn the heavens? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. No matter how strong the county governor's estate was, it seemed that its reputation was only spread far and wide within the county that it governed, right? Within the imperial city, a mere county governor's estate dared to be presumptuous. Perhaps he perceived Duan Lingtian's indifference. The middle-aged man had a bitter smile on his face as he explained, Little brother, you don't know. If it was the county governor's estate of the other 17 counties, then it would be fine. But the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate is different. If I'm not wrong, that red-clothed woman from before ought to be the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor and the younger sister of His Majesty's concubine. That concubine of His Majesty's concubine is also the mother of the current 5th prince. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left the restaurant, and he didn't forget to remind Duan Lingtian once again to quickly leave the imperial city. So in this way, that woman from before is the cousin of the 5th prince. Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned as she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. Scoundrel, what should we do now? They'd just arrived at the imperial city and had already indirectly offended the 5th prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. This wasn't a good sign. What's wrong, little Fei? Weren't you so confident just now? Are you afraid now? Duan Lingtian teased. Timpy. I'm just worried about you. Li Fei grunted. All right, let's eat. Duan Lingtian sat back between Li Fei and Ke as he smiled. Before long, Duan Lingtian looked at the female attendant in the distance and called out to her. Guest, do you need anything? The female attendant didn't dare look straight at Duan Lingtian. She was also frightened by Duan Lingtian's overbearing side from before. Don't be nervous, I just wanted to ask you if you know when the inner city is open to the public. Duan Lingtian squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face as he asked curiously. Guest, The inner city is open for an hour in the morning, noon, and evening. The female attendant's expression eased up a bit. What's the difference between the inner city and the outer city? Duan Lingtian asked again. Compared to the outer city, the inner city is much more prosperous. The imperial palace, the mansions of the various large families, and Paladin Academy are all in the inner city. However, even if outsiders enter the inner city, they wouldn't spend the night inside. The inns inside are more than 10 times more expensive than the inns outside. Those who are able to buy a mansion inside are either wealthy or respectable. Chapter 135. From the female attendant, Duan Lingtian found out about the difference between the inner city and outer city. Compared to the outer city, every inch of land in the inner city was worth an inch of gold. Young master, are we going to the inner city? Ke looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian smiled. There's no rush. There's still some time before dusk. Let's return to the inn first after we finish eating. Ke nodded obediently. When they left the inn, Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart. He would enter the inner city at dusk and find an inn to stay at, then buy a house to house his family in the imperial city. After all, he had to spend the next few years in Paladin Academy. Looks like I have to work hard to earn money again. On the way back to the inn, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Although he had 10 million silver on him now, he understood that this little bit of money was probably enough to buy a house in the inner city where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. Swallow Mountain County's county city, Yu Clan Estate. Within the audience hall, a travel-worn Yu Clan disciple was reporting to the patriarch, Yu Dian. Patriarch, I'm afraid the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and young Master Xiong have met with misfortune, I'm afraid. Yu Dian's face sank and his voice was chilly. This is the result of your investigation. The Yu Clan disciple took a deep breath and slowly said, Patriarch, I searched all along the way and didn't notice the tracks of the Grand Elder and the others. But, I've been tracking them all the way to the vicinity of the Imperial City, and I heard that someone used a carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses to travel, and that carriage had the Li Clan crest on it. The Li Clan's crest? Me. It ought to be that little bastard Duan Lingtian's carriage. Looks like I've underestimated him. Yu Dian's eyes went cold as he ordered. You, go invite the 3 supreme elders over. Yes. The Yu Clan disciple received his orders and left. Only when he left the hall did he heave a sigh of relief. Earlier, the patriarch's rage had pressured him to the point he was practically unable to breathe. Second brother, Xiong. Don't worry. Even if that Duan Lingtian goes to the Imperial City, I'll still make his blood splatter everywhere to comfort your souls in heaven. At this moment, Yu Dian, the patriarch of the Yu Clan, was burning with rage. He understood that it was impossible for the 3 of them to still be alive after not hearing from them for nearly half a year. Outside the Imperial City, in an inn that was quiet amidst the chaos. Pa. 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 The sound of things being smashed came from the best room in the inn. Obviously, the guests inside were venting their anger. In the room, the woman in red seemed to have gone mad. Almost everything in the guest room that could be smashed had been smashed by her. When have I, Tong Li, ever suffered such humiliation in my life? If he doesn't die, I swear I'm not human. The red-clothed woman was tired from the fall and sat down on the bed. Her eyes were crimson red, as if she was a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out from hell. The old woman stood at the side and kept silent. She knew that when the young miss got angry, not to mention her, even the county governor would be powerless. Granny Wang, the inner city should be open soon. Let's go, I'm going to look for cousin. Tong Li stood up and walked out angrily. Yes. The old woman respectfully followed behind. Rumble. At dusk, along with the gate of the inner city slowly opening, the stream of people that had been waiting on the stone bridge at the gate, as well as the stream of people that had been waiting to leave the city, intertwined as they entered and exited. As a horse carriage walked onto the stone bridge, although the stream of people on the stone bridge surged endlessly, they still moved to the sides. Everyone looked at the horse carriage with reverence as it passed by. A horse carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses. The people inside were surely wealthy and respectable, and weren't people they could afford to offend. This is the inner city. So many people. Within the carriage, Kerr glanced outside and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Within the inner city, there was an endless stream of horse carriages, and what entered her eyes was a dense mass of people. When I saw so many people on the stone bridge earlier, I thought it would take half a day to squeeze in. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Li Fei's angelic face was filled with smiles, and her devilish figure lazily leaned against the carriage window. Of course, don't underestimate the deterrent force of 3 Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian smiled. Even the county governor's estates of the 18 counties under the Crimson Sky Kingdom might not have the courage to use 3 Fergana horses to pull a horse carriage. It wasn't that they couldn't afford so many Fergana horses, but that they wouldn't waste them like this. Fergana horses were worth tens of thousands of gold, and very few people would be willing to let them pull a horse carriage. When Duan Lingtian's horse carriage smoothly entered the inner city and found an inn to stay at. Outside the gate of the inner city, a horse carriage that was similarly pulled by 3 horses walked onto the stone bridge, but it could only slowly walk on the stone bridge with the speed of an ant. Too slow. The red-clothed girl in the carriage had an extremely unsightly expression. Hey, hurry up. The red-clothed girl pulled open the carriage curtain and shouted at the coachman. Miss, I can't help it. There are so many people, and the carriage can't move at all. The coachman had an aggrieved expression. Me. The red-clothed girl snorted coldly and walked out of the carriage. Her face sank as she looked at the surrounding people on both sides and in front of her. These lowly commoners actually dare to block my path. Slap. The red-clothed girl raised her hand, and the black whip in her hand tore through the sky with a sound. However, this sound was quickly covered by the surrounding clamor, and not many people were able to hear it. You lowly commoners, fuck off. The red-clothed girl swung the whip in her hand and roared with a stern voice. Her voice entered into the ears of the group of people around the horse carriage. These people revealed looks of disdain as they coldly glanced at the 3 ordinary yellow horses pulling the horse carriage, and mocked them without holding back. Do you really think her horse carriage is also pulled by Fergana horses? Yeah, sitting in such a lousy horse carriage, you really think you're somebody. If you have the ability, then go get 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage, just like the horse carriage in front. You don't have to say anything, and we'll automatically make way for you. Brother, how can you say that? Do you think everyone has the courage to get 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage? That's true. The mocking words entered into the red-clothed girl's ears, and it caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Slap. She swung the black whip in her hand, wanting to whip these people that mocked her. Miss. The old woman walked out of the carriage and grabbed the red-clothed girl's hand. Granny Wang, what are you doing? I want to teach this group of lowly commoners a lesson. The red-clothed girl's face sank. Miss, if you injure people in front of so many people, you'll surely become the target of everyone. Now, His Majesty the Emperor is old, and the throne is being replaced. Could it be that you want the matter of you whipping commoners for no reason to become a bargaining chip for the other princes to attack the 5th prince? The old woman laughed bitterly as she reminded in a light voice. The red-clothed girl took a deep breath and returned to the carriage with a gloomy expression. This miss can't take it anymore. These lowly commoners actually dared to talk about this miss like this. If this miss finds out who used 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage through the streets and caused this miss to be ridiculed, this miss won't forgive him. The red-clothed girl was precisely Tong Li, the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor. She was also the girl that Duan Lingtian taught a lesson in the restaurant. But if Tong Li knew that the owner of the carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses was precisely the youth that slapped her in the restaurant not long ago, what expression would she have? In a quiet inn in the inner city. You two stay and chat with my mother. I'll go out with Xiong Quan to do something. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei and Kerr before leaving with Xiong Quan. The inner city of the imperial city had businesses that specialized in selling houses, and these businesses were directly under the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. Now, Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan into a spacious store. Sir, may I know what kind of house you're looking for? Among the female attendants standing at the entrance of the store, the most beautiful one had a respectful expression as she welcomed Duan Lingtian into the hall. She was able to discern that the violet-clothed youth was the leader of the two people in front of her. The hall was very simple. Besides a few counters, there was only a model laid out in the middle of the hall. These models were all models of houses, and they were all separated from each other. I didn't expect that in this world, there would be something similar to the building models on Earth from my previous life. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and he felt a wave of familiarity. Sir, these are all houses that haven't been sold yet. Please take a look and see which one you like. The female attendant pointed at the rows of house models and introduced them with a smile. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to carefully size up these houses, a young man around the age of 19 walked into the store with an old man. The young man had an arrogant expression, and he was obviously a rich playboy. Sir, may I ask if you want to buy a house? Another female attendant went up to greet them. Nonsense, if this young master didn't come here to buy a house, could it be that I'm here to see you? Let this young master see what kind of houses you have here. The young man's words were full of condescension, causing the female attendant's face to turn green and white. However, she didn't dare to say anything. A person who could afford a house in the inner city was not someone she could afford to offend. Duan Lingtian frowned and glanced at the young man indifferently, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at the house model in front of him. Hey, this young lady looks pretty good. Hey, it's you. This young master doesn't need her to entertain him. You entertain this young master. The young man walked to Duan Lingtian's side and looked at the female attendant who greeted Duan Lingtian. His lustful eyes seemed to be able to strip off all the clothes on the female attendant. Sorry, sir. I'm currently entertaining this customer, so I don't have time for the time being. The female attendant took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said in a low voice. What did you say? The young man glared and scolded. Young lady, do you fucking know who this young master is? This young master is a member of the Jade Orchid County's Duan clan. The Imperial City's Duan clan is the main clan of our Duan clan. Besides that, do you know the Imperial City's Duan clan's direct descendant, young master Duan Lingxing? Let me tell you, that's this young master's cousin. The female attendant was frightened to the point her face went pale when she heard this. Imperial City's Duan clan? That was one of the few great powers in the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was second only to the imperial family. Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian's mind was completely thrown into chaos by the young man, and a cold light flashed within his eyes as he looked at the young man. Duan Lingxing's cousin? Kid, what are you looking at? Unconvinced? Let me tell you, I, Duan Rong, am not someone you can afford to offend. The young man had a face of disdain when he saw Duan Lingtian look over, and he spoke with a condescending tone. Attention brothers and sisters using Apple devices. Because of copyright restrictions, the next chapter can't be seen in the reading center of the Apple mobile phone QQ. You can download the QQ reading app to see. If you find the Apple QQ reading app troublesome to recharge, you can open the browser on your mobile phone. After entering the web page, click on the top right corner to search for Ling Tianhua Reverend and continue reading. Save the web page bookmark for convenience and speed. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.